birds chirping, leaves glowing brightly in the sun's rays, white clouds like cotton wool, warm morning sunlight. The girl enjoyed such wonderful weather. Other maids, on the contrary, complained about their work and did not notice the beauty of nature. They discussed how they had built up their muscles and how their work was harder than blacksmithing. The main character noticed that she had also gained a little weight. The girls lay on the ground, as if everything had been squeezed out of them. There were shouts, "Look, Princess Grace!" Everyone turned around. Jumping on the fence, they discussed how their princess was very beautiful. I wonder how happy the king is to have such a daughter. She is really beautiful because she can wear any clothes. The heroine said with a grin that she wouldn't have said that. Firstly, this dress is not the princess's size. It weighs at most 20 kilograms. The maids were surprised. It was the same as dressing a baby pig. It must be very painful for Grace to wear this corset now. And in this state, she should walk and smile welcomingly at others. Do they really think now that the princess is happy? The girls shook their heads. And she asked Siana, how could she determine this so easily? She didn't answer, just smiled. Her memories were that her parents were a king and queen. The little princess of the kingdom, Siana Asilonde von Silite. Like any other princess, the girl thought she was lucky to be alive, but her mother died when Ziana was only 10 years old. And then the father decided to marry again. All this was necessary to strengthen the kingdom. She was very lonely because even her own father could not replace her mother. The girl tried to be the most diligent princess in the family. The stepmother said that she would do everything possible to make Siana a worthy princess. And when the heroine was getting an education, she was bullied a lot. The woman shouted that she was too stupid. And this time, for every mistake she made, she would get a whip. And she was asked to greet her stepmother properly. But because of the corset, the main character cannot bend over properly. But the dress is too heavy, and it makes my hands shake. The princess tried not to give up, but the woman was extremely stern. She didn't like anything. She called Siana a scoundrel, said how difficult it was with her, and how she could consider herself a princess. It is only because of such incompetence that the king does not go to banquets. Clutching the whip, the woman declared that the girl should not blame her, since everything was being done for the good of the kingdom. And when she swung, the king appeared from behind. They turned to look at him, but the man didn't help her. He even said that everything was fine. And there is nothing bad in the stepmother's words when the child does not do well in school. Is it really the main character's fault? After all, Siana just wanted to be happy. She ran away thinking that she didn't like being a princess. Her legs were covered in numerous abrasions. She was crying and just wanted to leave. I want to end all this, but only memories of my mother save me. One day, when Xian was 18 years old, their castle fell to the hands of another kingdom, and he was the conqueror of the entire continent. Bloody Prince Rashid. Propping his head up, he said that there had been no response to the letter calling for surrender, so he had come here in person. Smiling, the protagonist asked if they surrendered to him. The princess was happy because this was her chance, and if she gave up, no one would die. Just as she wanted to answer the prince, suddenly, father shouted that he wasn't going to serve the lousy invader, so he should just kill them. The hero briefly replied that it was clear. The man looked at Rashid in surprise. Suddenly, there followed the sound of a sword blade piercing the air. Blood gushed out, and in the background they said, "Just look." They must be the first ones who didn't want to bow their heads. Blood dripped from the prince's sword, but he continued that he wanted to spare them without killing anyone. And it's so boring that it's not surprising. The main character did not dare to look up, but she realized that the prince was coming to her. After all, she doesn't want to die. Siana is still such a child. The girl fell face down on the floor in front of the hero. She screamed for the prince to help her and not kill her. She is ready to do anything. The main character asked again in surprise. Anything? Does she really want to say that she will become his woman? Siana screamed that no, she was far from all this, and she did not have the femininity to charm Rashid. And she won't be able to compare with the first beauties of the kingdom. Even though the girl looks so fearless, it's all a desire to survive. Siana said with a smile that she would only disappoint the prince. But despite this, she was very healthy. She knows how to embroider and make aromatic and delicious tea. That's why. The prince asked, So what? The main character continued without hesitation. That isn't she the perfect maid for him? There was an awkward pause between them. Sienna couldn't believe she had said such absurd nonsense. The man only smiled in response, and he said that she wanted to see him. The girl looked up and wondered why he was so handsome. They said the prince was a warrior who had no equal on the continent. But Sienna thinks that the hero simply used his charm and cut them down left and right. The prince noticed that the girl's face was as round and soft as a bun made only from wheat flour. The man replied that it was fine, and she can be a servant in the imperial palace just like she wanted. The main character ordered to untie the girl. Did she really survive this hell? Curtsying, she thanked him and introduced herself. Smiling, she continued that she would never forget such kindness. The heroes froze in amazement. From a princess in her home country, the heroine became a servant in a foreign one. She could complain about her fate, but thanks to her, the bakery bakes fresh bread. All clothes become clean, and the garden became much more beautiful. Previously, I had to suffer from corsets, but now all my clothes are loose. Being a servant is so wonderful, and she would like to remain one all her life. The main character was happy about how the floor was shining, and it was all thanks to her. Suddenly, a shadow hung over Sienna, and a displeased voice was heard, saying that again, this one was doing something that was not even asked for. It was Jana, her arms crossed. She was wondering if the heroine was really acting like this in front of the senior maids, and if she should ask others first. Bending over and pointing her finger, the girl said with a grin that in any case, that slave was from the conquered lands and would never be able to become a maid for the main team. Sienna didn't understand why the maid treated her like goldfish poop, and blushing slightly, she finally realized that this was disdain. Loud footsteps were heard behind me, and a rough female voice asked why Jana was bothering those who were working. Pointing her finger at the heroine, the woman threatened her to stop this immediately. It was choo-choo. She exhaled angrily and continued that if Jana continued to behave like this, she would have to inform the head maids. The heroine was unable to utter anything else, as if she had swallowed her tongue. Jana said with a smile that this was valuable advice, and kicking the bucket so that the water spilled onto the floor, the heroine declared that now Sienna could do her favorite cleaning. As soon as Choo-Choo looked at them, the three girlfriends quickly ran away. The woman advised me to hit harder next time, because these brats are getting on her nerves. Not understanding, Sienna continued to smile. Were the girls really bothering her? The main character thought that it would be difficult to fight back because Jana had someone to rely on. The girl is the daughter of a family respected in the kingdom. No matter what she does, she will definitely become an official maid. The other two students also expect to get something from the heroine, so they follow her. Choo-Choo said with displeasure that this is why she does nothing and relies on her origin, a madhouse. The woman has such a strong and powerful physique, so she is one of the students who shows promise. Sienna thought about it. She doesn't have a cover story in the form of origin, so it can't be said for sure that the heroine will officially become a maid. And, sitting closer to the main character, Choo-Choo said that the girl also somehow became a student, so there was someone who helped the girl. She thought that this man was the emperor who turned her from a princess of another country into a maid. Perhaps because, forgetting about the honor of the princess, she bowed her head and begged for mercy. Perhaps he found Sienna pathetic and funny. Sympathy, which is like a whim of a person who has everything, cannot make much sense. The maid said with a smile that no one had helped her. The hall shines with golden patterns, a marble staircase and columns. Suddenly, the emperor's voice was heard, asking Sol how that girl was doing. The man just frowned, thinking about something. He wondered why Rashid was so beautiful. Angelic appearance that charms everyone. As he passes by, he fascinates even his enemies on the battlefield. Sol thought that they grew up together, which is why he knows everything so well. And he has long known how much Rashid fascinates the people around him. The hero calmly replied that everything was fine with the miss. They say she is sincere and smart, and she learns quickly. But it will take time to become an official maid. The hero asked why the emperor was so worried about her. Putting down the cup, the man slowly replied that he didn't know because he had destroyed her country and killed her entire family. Maybe he just felt sorry for the girl. The guard didn't believe it because he had killed so many people and he was only thinking about it now. It was funny. He suggested speaking frankly because he always liked such creatures, small with big eyes and very harmless. At that moment, a hamster jumped onto the main character's shoulder. Not far away, a squirrel appeared with an acorn in its paws, and a cute yellow bird flew up, chirping. It is true, Rashid, who is called the Bloody Emperor. In fact, I really I simply adored animals. The protagonist chuckled and said that maybe he was right. She looked a bit similar. That's why he felt that way. The man spoke quietly, hoping that she would become an official maid and be assigned to a good position. After clearing his throat, Sul stated, "Your Majesty, it is impossible to turn an apprentice maid whose abilities have not been proven into a full-fledged maid." After releasing the squirrel, Rashid said that he was right. The hero said that maybe they should test her abilities to see if Sienna has the potential to become an official maid. On the plate there is a slice of bread, asparagus, Brussels sprouts, beans, and a lone tomato. And in the background you can hear the disappointment that there is no meat today. While Choo Choo was sad, the girl was happy. She didn't have to think about how to eat properly or how to maintain a conversation. And you can eat as much as you want. It's just heaven. While Sienna was eating, a nasty voice was heard. Maybe because she was from a defeated country. But even if so, how can one eat such garbage? Asked Jana. The main character thought she was told that she was making fun of her, that's all. Or the girl wants to do something else. Jana froze, not understanding what was wrong with this maid. Usually when something like this is said, tears and resentment are expected to follow. Why does she keep making that face? The main character was reproached. She is now a slave in a foreign country, so it is surprising that the girl is so calm. She should be worried. Unable to bear it any longer, Choo Choo slammed her fork into the table, saying, "From the very beginning, Jana is interested in bullying the quiet man," but she only replied that this is not the first time the woman has defended the heroine like this. Does she really rely on her own strength, so she doesn't pay attention to the atmosphere at all? Jana is the main one here. Choo Choo said ironically, "What a boss she is. All she does is bully everyone around her." The door began to open slowly, and a question was heard behind it. What kind of atmosphere is here? The maid's teacher Lip asked if the girls were really arguing. The maids gasped. No way! The teacher demanded that no problems could be created in her presence, no matter whether they were fighting with their fists or pulling each other's hair. Holding the letter in her hands, she stated that they had sent an official document from above. In a few days there will be a tea ceremony, and they will be serving the guests who come there. During service, strict etiquette must be observed, and mistakes cannot be made. The other maids began to wonder who would be at the tea ceremony. They beamed as they considered the options. The wife of an honorary aristocrat, or perhaps a beautiful princess from a neighboring country. And suddenly the smile disappeared from their faces when the teacher replied that they were women who grew fruit to deliver to the palace. The fruit has been delicious for years now, and this tea ceremony is meant to express gratitude. She said that the training should take place in the morning before tea, so after waking up, everyone should gather in the garden. Jana nervously shouted that she was so glad that she was the one scheduled for the appointment, but why was it to serve some aunties? After all, this is a job for people like Sienna. If it weren't for the service of such people, she would never have gone to an appointment anywhere else. The main character thought, since they are not from the aristocracy but just the working class, the apprentice maids were entrusted to serve them, because they don't need to be looked after as carefully as official maids would. The next morning in the garden, the teacher said that today they would learn tea etiquette. They were reminded that even if they were students, they were still maids at the imperial palace and needed to learn properly so as not to disgrace the honor of the imperial family. Choo Choo exclaimed, how could it be that the official work hadn't even started yet and they had already allowed her to try herself out as a maid? Therefore, she will try her best. Choo Choo thought, unfortunately, her assertiveness and skills can be of different levels. The teacher calmly stated she had already said so many times that when you pour tea into a guest's cup, you can't let the drops splash in all directions. There were smirks in the background. Pfft, just look at this muscular fool. The maids discussed, of course, she never drank tea, black tea. It's not some kind of beer that her minor father drinks. Glancing sideways at the girl, the woman said, "Next is Jana. Let her go and practice." The heroine confidently held the teapot and poured the tea evenly. The teacher grabbed her, saying that everything was correct and the girl did not look like a newbie at all. They admired her, of course. The girl had studied with a famous capital etiquette teacher and he had taught her properly. Jana is not the kind of person who should have been an apprentice maid. They say that she will become the chief maid and will serve Her Majesty the Empress. The main character thought that it was not bad for the first time, but only for the student level. At a time when carefully selected maids, if they made even the slightest mistake, they were immediately punished. These maids are there to calm the irritated queen. The tea was poured and served so elegantly, more elegant than any noble lady. Compared to what the main character saw then, everyone here is so awkward and clumsy. The teacher invited Sienna. She thought that this was quite enough, because she was not a princess, so she did not want to stand out because of her past. Drawn out and long, a little awkward and clumsy. After finishing their training in the afternoon, they had to go to their assigned places and do all the work they hadn't managed to do in the morning, cleaning the palace, lighting a fire, washing dishes. The maid said it was a snack made from leftover bread, a treat for trainee maids who were hungry every day. Sienna was glad because this taste was worth working in the kitchen for. Sitting down next to Chooch, she was glad that they were assigned here. When the girl asked if Choo-Choo was hungry, she ignored the question and asked herself if it wouldn't be difficult for the heroine to learn. The main character replied that it wasn't particularly difficult for her. They didn't scold her much. Looking down, the girl said only that she was jealous. Sienna thought about it, because Choo-Choo was the one who got scolded the most during tea class. For the first time, the heroine, who was always praised, was so upset. It turns out that this was the first such test for the girl. She sadly admitted that she had never drunk tea and had no useful experience. Choo-Choo continued. Everyone noticed that she was the worst at it. She was afraid that the guests would get angry. The heroine realized that, even though the emperor made her a maid, the one who always helps is Choo-Choo. Therefore, since the girl can help, then she should do it. After this thought, Sienna enthusiastically offered her help if they practice every day during the break, and she would definitely learn. The heroine turned around, saying that it turned out that Sienna would teach her everything. And she suddenly ran to hug him, saying that she was an incredibly kind person. Choo-Choo thought that the heroine only cared about cleaning, but it turns out that's not the case. After this conversation, they started training every night. Sienna told me to heat the kettle and glass and boil the required amount of water. Then add 1 spoon of tea. Add the leaves and immediately pour boiling water over it, then strain through a sieve. That's all. The process itself wasn't difficult to learn, but becoming a pro took a lot of practice. The main character began to notice, which is already getting much better. It's not perfect yet, but she no longer messes up the order, doesn't spill tea, and she certainly won't be accused of mocking the guests. With a smile, the heroine said that it was all thanks to Ziana. She taught her much better than those maids. The girl replied that it was because she tried hard. Choo-Choo is the most diligent student. During their training, the maids became very close. Choo-Choo said that she was from a mining town in the east, where her father works 7 days a week to feed his 13 children. She got a job as a maid to help her father, hoping for a good salary with official status. The heroine said that she considers it quite normal to want to feed her young children meat every day. And then she asked Sienna how she got here, suggesting that her story, having come from abroad, was even more complicated. She admitted that she used to be a princess of a small kingdom, and I realized that it would be very difficult to tell my story. The main character continued that the crown prince took pity on her for losing the country and appointed her as an apprentice maid. Choo-Choo exclaimed, "Could it really be the same one? The same bloody prince who never lost." Did Sienna really meet him in person? The girl replied yes. Choo-Choo screamed, "Wow!" And Sienna thought about the stories the maids had told her as she passed by. The girl thought that the man was very popular. The heroines admired the fact that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was more handsome than a statue. Silver hair that sparkles in the sunlight. The Crown Prince's purple eyes are as bright and lively as the Milky Way, and I heard that he is incredibly handsome. The maid said, with a smile, that she would like to see him. Choo-Choo asked if it was true that the Crown Prince's handsome appearance concealed a cruel character. Sienna calmly replied that it was true, and that he had taken the lives of her family. The heroine muttered an apology, admitting that she had said it without thinking, and was unaware of the horror that had happened. The main character replied that it didn't matter, because the people who called her family had tormented her all her life. The girl was surprised and said, "You can't do that." And with tears, she declared that he killed her entire family. How could she not care? Hugging her, she continued to apologize through tears for her stupid words. The main character said with a smile that enough time had passed, so everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Choo-Choo looked at the girl in surprise, and then she asked sheepishly if she was just saying this so she wouldn't feel guilty. And, putting her hand on the girl's shoulder, she said that Siana was so kind. The girl thought that whatever the truth was, after that day, Choo-Choo's attitude towards her had completely changed. One incident occurred during the evening cleaning. Jana wanted to say something to Ziana, but a shadow loomed over her. Like an enraged bear, Choo-Choo stood before her, and she declared that no one should dare say anything wrong to Ziana, otherwise she would stretch her face like cheese and wrap it around a pole. Jana turned around and, as she left, said that she just wanted to know what time it was, and she always brought food for the main character, without any reason. The heroine sensibly said that she was big and that one was small, like an acorn, so they should eat and grow quickly. The girl ate a candy and thought how sweet it was, and Choo-Choo said that it was much sweeter and tastier than hard bread. The heroine wondered how the prince could kill the family of such a good girl. A real bastard. She smirked and called the prince a complete psycho and wished he would poop in his pants, thinking it was just a fart. Siana chewed the candy and thought that it seemed like her friend was saying this from the heart. Blushing, she admitted that she felt a little sorry for the crown prince, whom she had come to hate, but it was still nice to have someone on her side. She reasoned that, since he occupied a high position and heard curses hundreds of thousands of times a day, he could pretend that he knew nothing. A letter was brought to the prince, but at that moment he was scratching his ears, thinking that apparently they were scolding him behind his back. Sol said that, if that were true, his ears would itch non-stop, and he would roll on the floor for years. By the way, the letter was from Baroness Appleton. The man decided that they had the most delicious apples, and the guard agreed. He noted that no matter how good the apples tasted, the farmers were still not invited to the imperial palace to thank them. Under the pretext of a reception, the protagonist tried to test Siana. He promised to give him half a day to play with his cute little animals, but Sol refused. While cutting the letter, the hero said that it was a shame that he didn't understand how sweet his children were. Smiling, he thought that Baroness Appleton would also be happy to join in the tea party. He can't wait for tomorrow. On the day of the banquet, the imperial family's status was not to be harmed by a staff error, as the maids were undergoing training and therefore were kept busy longer than usual. In the morning, they began cleaning the uneven lawn and then setting up tables according to the number of people. The girl trimmed the hydrangeas and placed them on top of everything so that the composition did not look too monotonous. While the main character was enjoying the flowers, Choo-Choo asked her if she had heard the news. And then she whispered to Siana that not only the farmers would arrive today, but also Baroness Appleton herself, the owner of the orchard. Everyone here is so lively. They wanted to impress the Baroness in addition to the primary guests. The girls looked at one of the maids in surprise. It was Jana. So beautiful. Even the jewelry was beautiful, and the makeup had changed. The main character thought that stupid Jana had chosen an image that was too vulgar, and that was much worse than simply modest. Siana asked why she had put on so much makeup, whether she wanted to impress the Baroness, and the heroine blushed a little. Choo-Choo said that perhaps it was because Jana's first guest was someone especially important, and the heroine dressed up herself. The main character extended her fist and told her not to worry. She can handle it. It wasn't for nothing that she was taught to be a maid. The girls bumped fists and said they would do their best. The watch sparkled in the sun's rays. The clock struck 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which means it's almost time. The door will open and they will greet the guests. The maids will meet them all and greet with a bow. The girls came in and said, "Wow, this is the Imperial Palace. A banquet, a banquet." I put on my best dress, but when the greetings are over, the maids escort the guests to their table. Siana looked out of the line, confused as to who was standing there. Is it Jana or something? Why is she holding everyone up? From her expression, it was clear that she wanted to serve the Baroness. but otherwise the atmosphere is adequate. The maids who serve everyone have an aristocratic manner, and their guests are a little shocked by what is happening. As expected, the maids of the imperial palace are very different. This is how they serve the nobles. It's so beautiful. The banquet will not begin until all the guests have arrived. The maid bowed and extended her black-gloved hand to the guest. And at the end, the main character everyone was waiting for appears. A woman in an elegant dark purple dress with a lace pattern and a wide-brimmed black hat. Pale skin and violet eyes. This is Baroness Appleton. Everyone watched her in surprise. And Siana was surprised at how beautiful she was. Jeanne ran to the Baroness, containing her excitement, to greet her at the imperial tea party. Yeah, with that kind of expression on your face, no one would really dare to approach you. The maid asked Madame to follow her, and she would take her to her place. Siana noticed the rich aroma of roses and thought it was a Plang's rose wine. I realized that she has a pretty popular perfume, and Madame is also very beautiful. Wow, how can you be so beautiful? She kept wondering what the wife of the Baron, the owner of an orchard on the outskirts of the capital, looked like, and now she sees it. Siana envied Zana, saying that she was serving such a beautiful woman. Suddenly, the maids froze, noticed that this man had also arrived, looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. They said, "But now, at our tea party, the Baroness herself is present, and this is an ordinary person." Suddenly, I heard that she was so scary, and no one wants to serve this woman. The heroine apparently heard and blushed. Suddenly, the main character greeted Madame. The heroine bowed before the woman. She looked at her with warmth and surprise, and Siana continued that no guest should be left unattended, and she offered to take her to the table. Each table seats 3 or 4 people and is served by one maid. After all the guests have taken their seats, the imperial banquet finally begins. The girls at the table were discussing, they never thought that they would be sitting here at a banquet, they said. This is a simple tea party, but it is in the imperial palace. The heroine noticed that everyone had simple conversations. Everyone was honest, talking about everyday things. There was no talk about the state. Maybe that's why the atmosphere here was so relaxing, but she was nervous for nothing. And yet the main character thinks only about service. She brought the dish to the table, declaring that it was dessert. The girls gasped when they saw chocolate made from Kana's cocoa. This is the chocolate that kings and royalty eat. It is so sweet that even a prince would stop crying after tasting it. She exclaimed, "This is a fantastic dessert, but the price is also fantastic." She only heard about it. She didn't think she would try it. The fork in the heroine's hands was shaking. This moment has come. It's time to try. The girl felt her heart beat faster. And then a wave passed. A huge wave of sweetness. And she screamed, "It's so delicious, it's for sure. So sweet that it melts your tongue." Siana thought that if this was their first time trying chocolate, then this was a normal reaction. Then the maid turned back, and she froze, watching as the elderly guest, her eyes shining, tried the dessert, not hiding her delight. The woman blushed, noticed chocolate on her fingers and lips, lowered her eyes, and felt ashamed. Siana handed over a napkin, leaned over, and said, "You're uncomfortable because of the chocolate on your hands. Here, wipe your hands." And she asked the woman if she could get her anything else, but the guest quickly turned around and replied that no. The girls said that they had a handkerchief and they could do the same, and then they asked whether it was probably not easy to be a maid. Siana replied with a smile that everything was fine, and she continued that they were all dear guests to her, so let them enjoy their tea. She said that if they didn't mind, the heroine would pour them tea, adding that the tea was Earl Grey prepared by Ingrid, carefully reaching for the teapot. And if they drink another one, then it's worth saying that the guests said that they like this one. Tea flowed from a gilded teapot into a floral patterned cup. The guest asked, "Isn't the tea delicious? After all, the royal family drinks it." They said they don't know how this tea is different from the one they drink at home, but this one is very aromatic and pleasant. The guests reflected that to understand the taste of food or drink, you need to take small bites and sips. At least they had heard that. The girls said that among all of them, this Baroness is the only one who knows about this. Siana apologized for interrupting the conversation, but don't they know the Baroness? The guest admitted that she had never seen her on the farm before. After all, Appleton Nanjik fell in love with her at first sight and recently got married, now it's clear, because she's so beautiful. Sienna thought about it. She studied all the etiquette of a nobleman. She understood that Jana would have to listen to her carefully and not make mistakes. Jana understood that she truly deserved attention, that now the person in front of her had a higher status than everyone present. She was narcissistically convinced that she, the daughter of a merchant, should serve people like the Baroness because she was the only one worthy. The maid handed over the dessert and said it was from the Imperial Palace, a product of the highest quality, worth trying. Suddenly, the heroine asked how long they were going to ignore her. Jana was surprised. Having put down her cup, the Baroness continued that she was being doused with mud with arrogant greetings and looks, and that she even tolerated the sight of the dessert that was served to her. And in general, the woman was outraged that even her tea was poured terribly. She asked how much longer she had to endure such rudeness. Nervously, Jana suggested trying to pour the tea again, but in her mind she couldn't understand where she had made a mistake. And she studied in a noble family, and all the maids praised her for being good. Because Jana's hands were shaking, a drop of tea plopped into the cup. The Baroness angrily stated that the level of maids in the Imperial Palace was so high, but still something was wrong. And they said that a maid who does a poor job is punished. Jana was shaking all over, listening to how, if a mistake was made, they would lock people up or punish them. And if it was repeated, their limbs would be cut off. And what punishment will she receive? The maid was shaking all over. She was very scared. Sienna ran up to them, apologized to the madam, and admitted that their skills were still insufficient. And with a bow, she declared that she had not yet reached the level of serving high-ranking people, and asked to forgive her for such behavior. The Baroness said with boredom that if everything could be resolved by bowing the head and apologizing, how simple their world would be. And she asked if she wanted the maid to be given a second chance, adding why that would be. The main character explained that it was a banquet hosted by the royal family, and if the holiday is ruined because of one maid, the king will be very upset. Sienna thinks that Madame herself would not want this, the Baroness asked with a smile. Was she really threatening her? The heroine replied, how dare she behave like that? After all, as a maid, she only asks that the guest feel comfortable. The woman replied that it was fine, but if she was not satisfied, she demonstratively tapped her fan on the table. In that case, the anger that was directed at Jeanne will take over Sienna. The main character replied that, of course, a voice sounded in her head that, Your Majesty, the woman had long wanted to drink Sienna's tea. Isn't this tea amazing? That very same look flashed before the girl, and for the girl at that time. The moment when they told us to make tea was a moment that did not tolerate any mistakes. It took the life of the main character. These evil reflections in the prepared tea. Of course, how can one forget that time? And what is important now? Sienna said she made Ingrid's Earl Grey tea, and she asked if Madam would mind. The main ingredient of tea is the brew. The proportion of boiling water to tea leaves is important. There is no room for error here. The amount of Chinese tea should not be much greater than the amount of tea, otherwise the taste will change. The required water temperature, time countdown. Stop. Right now. Holding the lid of the teapot, the heroine said that she prepared exactly that tea. And he hopes that he really satisfied the woman. To pour tea properly, you need to raise the teapot high so that it touches the air. This way, the aroma will spread faster. And you need to make sure that the tea does not fall behind the cup, and slowly serve the cup to the guest. Bowing, the main character said that she had chosen the perfect proportions for the tea, and if the tea itself was not satisfactory, they should tell her. There was a voice in my thoughts that, even if the tea was brewed correctly, even good tea leaves can change the taste when brewed. And if it doesn't suit the Baroness's taste, then the girl was nervous, both externally and internally. But she tried not to show it, but Madam smiled. And then she calmly replied that it was delicious. Sienna smiled sincerely. She succeeded. She said that if she needed anything, she should let me know. Madame replied that she would be glad if someone took care of her. Finally, the tea party in this relaxing atmosphere came to an end. Suddenly, voices were heard addressing the maid. Sienna apologized for not serving them completely. She is very sorry. The guest replied that if the Baroness had become more angry, what would have happened then? And they thanked her, saying that thanks to her work, they had fully enjoyed the banquet. The main character bowed and replied that she was glad they understood the situation and asked them to be more careful. The woman stood silently. Suddenly, Sienna ran up to her and asked if she had anything to say. The woman replied that she had actually been thinking a lot, and you see, she admitted that for some reason she was sure that she would be treated badly in the Imperial Palace, and she was afraid. But the guest was very lucky with the maid, and somehow the heroine plucked up her courage. She managed to drink the most delicious chocolate with chocolate, and she also had a great time talking. "Thank you very much," the woman said. Sienna thought that since time immemorial, a maid should not experience excessive emotions because her duties are to be polite to everyone. Blushing, the heroine declared that she was so glad, and with a smile she continued that she should thank them for having met such good people. The Baroness watched them from afar. A smile flashed across her face. After the banquet itself, the maids began cleaning up after the guests, as preparations for the banquet had been underway since early morning, and they served the guests under the scorching sun until the evening. This is the life supposed to be for handmaids, but in fact, this is how maids were trained, and the work is finished very late. But there are also good sides. Choo-Choo was surprised that Sienna was eating leftovers. The girl just smiled, looking at the chocolate from the Imperial Palace with its bitter cocoa and exquisite butter. Choo-Choo admitted that when she started working here, she didn't expect everything to happen like this. The guest was shaking and said that she wanted to take the maid for herself. After all, she will be so useful on the farm, due to his big biceps. And does she have a desire to become a farmer? With a grin, the friend admitted that she thought they wanted Choo-Choo to work on the farm. The maids approached the heroine and said that it would be wonderful. She had dealt well with the Baroness. They asked Sienna to teach them how to brew tea the same way she did. The main character didn't want to be dragged into this. Suddenly, Jana's question was heard. Were they really crazy? She knew how to make tea, but she asked how they could ignore her and if they had any pride. The girls asked if the heroine shouldn't feel ashamed. After all, they thought that she was ashamed, and that's why she was silent. The banquet almost fell apart because of her. It's good that she sat and did everything, otherwise everyone would have been punished. The heroine could have also been fired. They continued that instead of asking for forgiveness, she says such words, and they suggested thinking rationally. Jana clenched her fist. Then she exclaimed, "How could one even talk to someone like them?" The girls froze in surprise. Everyone said that Baroness Appleton was a level above the other guests. Even her posture was elegant. Not only posture, even gestures during tea drinking. All actions spoke of belonging to the aristocracy. The main character liked her, and not even because she is a baroness. At the doors with golden patterns stood Saul with a sword, his arms crossed. Suddenly he noticed something and wondered who it was. "Such a dark shadow," the guard said, "Madam," and he stated that if he entered His Majesty's room in such a state, it would create problems. The heroine replied that it was enough to worry. Sienna thought that the Baroness had such strict etiquette, just like a princess. So this thought came to her mind. Sol awkwardly stated that forget it just looked like it. Suddenly the heroine replied that no one was planning any dirty deeds. The man denied it, groaning, asking for forgiveness from His Highness, assuring that this was not what he wanted to say at all. The heroine smiled and said, "Well, what's wrong? Let's try again. It seems like it will be funny." And then she left, saying that he was boring, that soldiers these days were no good, and that she wanted to see him beg for forgiveness. And she asked how long her dear ones had been waiting for her. A small white animal with rosy cheeks, large eyes, and an open mouth stood on its hind legs and squealed. The squirrel tried to stuff a huge nut into its mouth, and the bird flew joyfully towards us. The princess understood that no matter what it looked like, these were her favorite animals. Sol reported that he had prepared the water in the bath, Your Highness. The girl began to take off her clothes right in front of the security guard. And he thought about it, because in order to change his appearance for half a day, he bought a magic stone, which costs an exorbitant sum. A max-level magic stone that changes gender for half a day. Water was pouring over the edges of the bathtub. The man washed everything off his face, and finally returned to his previous appearance. It turns out that all this time in front of Sienna, there was not a baroness, but a prince. The hero asked how the meeting went, and whether they had completed their task. Rashid replied that, to some extent, everything went well. Holding a rubber duck in his hands, the man continued even better, and that the one who was recently a princess. I managed to learn the etiquette of maids, but positions of the hands holding the teapot, a look that doesn't look straight into the eyes. It was wonderful. Just as the maid's etiquette said, refined hand movements. Interesting girl. Sol was surprised, called him a fool, and asked what he was talking about. He thought to himself that this usually made him uncomfortable, and asked what had happened to Rashid. The prince became kind and more open. The hero asked what type of girls the main character liked. The prince replied that he thought he liked cuties, who captivated him with their smile. And he even looks at his subjects in an unusual way. Sol said with a smile that the princess had managed to get used to it, and that, apparently, being a maid was her calling. He even talks about her. The hero became worried, and he doesn't even think about getting married and having an heir. What nonsense! This means Rashid wants to turn the princess into more than just a personal servant. The man shouted that he didn't know if he remembered, but Sienna was from a country they had damaged, and if he decided to carry out his treacherous actions, it would lead to tragedy. Suddenly, a duck flew into his face. The prince ordered to stop. The main character only explained. That tested the capabilities of this maid, and in his opinion, the girl looks beautiful. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the fabric. A female voice exclaimed, "I found it." Sienna spoke reverently about how everything needed to be fixed quickly. Exhaling, she realized that she had been learning embroidery since she was 5 years old, and that this was completely unacceptable for servants. Suddenly, the teacher came up to her and said that Sienna had a guest, and she continued that Baroness Appleton wanted to tell her something and had come here. While they were walking, the main character worriedly thought that the tea party had gone well, and asked herself what had happened. Did she make some mistake? She was very scared. But there was no turning back. The girl entered the hall and bowed. Finally, Sienna looked up. That same silhouette sat in front of her. Putting the cup on the saucer, the heroine apologized for coming unannounced. And, rising, she asked if the maid was shocked. It was obvious that this was not yesterday's girl, and the woman said that she would introduce herself now. Bowing slightly, she said that she was Magdalena Appleton, and that the main character had made a good impression at the tea party, and that the woman once again greets the maid, Sienna. A basket of apples appeared behind Madame. The woman continued the conversation, said that she wanted to give them to Sienna, and asked if she would like to give her some of her time. The main character asked again with excitement, "Baroness." The woman answered that it was correct. Madame suggested sitting down and talking. Sienna had questions in her mind. If this was Baroness Appleton, then who was the woman at the tea party? And indeed, at that moment, the heroine did not say that she was a baroness. The girl stated that she was asking for forgiveness and that she did not understand whether she had made a serious mistake that had offended the honor and dignity of the lady. The main character, blushing, was worried. She continued to babble that she had greatly upset him with her behavior and therefore asked him to forgive her. But Madame only smiled and said that, no, because she had hidden her identity of her own free will. Sienna looked at the Baroness in surprise. A tea banquet at the Imperial Palace, an opportunity that may never come again. The woman clutched the letter, wondering if she should go. But looking in the mirror, I was worried about my appearance. Madame reflected that she did not think they would treat her with respect if they saw her like this. And it would be better for her not to appear there. The heroine knows that if she goes to the Imperial Palace, she will already hear these questions about how the Baroness could become so ugly. Even in your own garden. The woman hears these taunts. Then the heroine looked away, noticing another letter slipping through the doorway. Opening it, she wondered who had sent it. It included a request not to reveal who she really was during the banquet. Madame realized that this was her last chance to go outside, and that the idea itself seemed sweet and tempting to her, like a ripe apple. But if you don't reveal your identity, no one will take care of it. And at that moment, a voice was heard behind the Baroness. Welcome! This is the very moment of their first meeting. Even in this outfit, and without makeup, it was impossible to hide the advantages of the girl who stood in front of her. Madame was very surprised by this. She said that her grace and politeness inspired her, and she wanted to be like her. And after drinking tea, the heroine began to learn etiquette. The attempts were not very clever, but over time, everything worked out. And the Baroness had a wonderful day, thanks to her. Therefore, as a token of gratitude, I would like to please Sienna with fruits from my farm. Holding the fabric of her skirt, Magdalena thanked her for that day. Surprisingly, the Baroness herself thanked an ordinary maid. The position of the woman's hands, the angle of inclination, the corner of the dress itself. In all her movements, one feels nobility. Although it's just a greeting, it still shows what kind of person she is. Madame looked at the photo frame. This man, who lived in love. In this world, they walk through the garden with baskets filled with ripe fruits, in the rays of soft light. After all, only love is capable of everything. The maid bowed and said that she did not deserve this praise, and mentally asked if she could accept it. But the main thing is with respect. And that letter was from Prince Rashid. Holding the basket in her hands, Sienna assured that she would always remember the fruits she was given. The girls were discussing why Snow White died as soon as she ate the apple. They continued, one admitting that she would eat an apple even if it was poisonous, the other asking why they were so sweet and adding that she wanted to eat too. The main character stood by the wall and watched them, mentally understanding that the maids worked every day and ate black bread. And the Baroness gave them honey apples, becoming a deity for the maids. They exclaimed that they loved Baroness Appleton. The girls said that in their next life, they wanted to become an apple tree, which they would look after as carefully as they looked after this one. After tasting the apple, Sienna noticed that it was indeed very tasty. But she was still tormented by the question of who that woman really was. The heroine looked so much like the prince, with the same hair and purple eyes. Could it be that she is a princess and has come to supervise the new maids? And they continued, even if the world disappeared, in their last moment, they would eat these apples. The teacher said, "Enough already." And turning to Sienna, she said that she had been made a full-time maid. The apple the girl was holding tilted slightly. And, from great surprise, the main character dropped it on the floor. Jana screamed that this was complete nonsense, and added that it wasn't just about her. She continued that none of them understood such a decision at all, and demanded an explanation. The teacher answered indifferently, "Okay," and she calmly explained that a couple of days ago there had been a tea party, which had actually been a test of their abilities. The girl added that, in her opinion, no one has any doubts about who did the best. The topic is declared closed. Jana stands frozen in silence. Then the teacher turned to Ziana again, saying that she should be at Ruby Castle at dawn, and that she will serve Princess Aris. The main character thought about it, because everyone around her wanted to become a senior maid. And the girl who arrived later than everyone else, but was accepted first, was lost in her thoughts. She didn't want to stand out. How did it happen? Clutching the fabric of her skirt, she understood that now everyone will hate her. It seems that now the girl will have to get used to it, to this attitude towards her. But suddenly the maid clapped her hands, and everyone started to exclaim, congratulating Sienna. Now she became the princess's maid. The heroine felt awkward, called herself a fool, and admitted that she had made it all up. They continued, one admitting that she was a little sad, but adding that without the intervention the tea party would have been a complete failure. The second one said that she didn't want to be an envious bitch, but thanked her for the wonderful apples. The girl forgot that these people were completely different, not those who surrounded her in the kingdom. Jana screamed, calling the others fools and accusing them of hypocrisy, which, according to her, did not bother them at all. Everyone went crazy, and she was outraged at how they could make that maid, whose origin remains unclear, and even earlier than her. Choo-Choo said that Jana was talking complete nonsense. She clenched her fist, which trembled with tension. In tears, she threatened to tell her daddy everything, and her voice broke from resentment and helplessness. The maids noticed how terribly the heroine was behaving, but they said with a smile that without her, they would get more apples, and how good it was. Jana yelled at everyone, but the maids quickly forgot about it while eating delicious food and talking. Luckily, Sienna had very little luggage, and she hadn't even imagined that she would move anywhere from here. The girl lay in the room, thinking that from tomorrow she would be the senior maid of the imperial court. You can stay as a junior maid for as long as you're told, even forever. However, anything is better than being a princess. She was getting very tired, but it was a good job. Suddenly there was a knock, and Sienna asked who was there. Choo-Choo appeared at the threshold and asked if the girl was sleeping. The girl began to take something out of her pocket. She said she wanted to give her a gift to celebrate her promotion and handed her a hair clip. Sienna leaves them, and she hastily bought something. The heroine really hoped that her friend would like it. After all, maids are allowed to dress up a little, So she handed the hairpin to the girl. He told the main character not to dare think that she was worse than anyone else, and to hold her head high. The junior maids are paid very little, and yet Choo-Choo bought her a gift. She probably bought it with her savings. After all, the main character already understands this, and Siana feels like her heart is being crushed. Suddenly, the main character hugged her friend. He thanked Choo-Choo with all his heart and said that the hairpin was very beautiful. The girl did not expect this and froze for a moment, but then she smiled and said that they were friends. It's so warm next to a friend, so Ziana feels like everything will be fine. The woman asked if Princess Aris had her own maid. The heroine replied that it was she. She continued that she asked to be transferred here because it was simply unbearable. She understands that it seems illogical, but added that with this work, everything is clear only to those who have been there. While drinking tea, the maid declared that it would be better to scrub the floors and run errands, because such a maid, which would suit this princess. It simply does not exist in nature. The princess was dirty and shaggy. Everyone understood that there was definitely no such person in their empire, because this girl is a real demon. As she put the clip on her hair, Siana said, okay, she's done. And from the princess of the destroyed kingdom, she became the official maid of the empire. May the future be wonderful. Suddenly, it seemed as if the work would be unbearable, and the air seemed to become heavier. The maid reported that all the previous maids had run away, and with a sly smile she continued that she would have left immediately if the opportunity had arisen. After all, it was very difficult for her to look after the princess alone. Siana asked if the girl was being too picky. The heroine whispered that she wasn't just picking on him. She was the devil in the palace. The emperor gave Rosemary a fantastic palace with a small garden. The Ruby Palace went to a dancer he liked at first sight. There lives the princess she gave birth to, and that she is the 7th princess of the empire. The maids looked at the gloomy palace with fear. The door opened, and Siana asked if the princess was there, but there was silence. The palace was quite elegant. The heroine knocked on the door, announcing that the new maid had come to greet her. The girl replied that she had come in. Most likely, the princess was branded as a mudblood. Suddenly, a spider appeared. One of the maids screamed in fear, and she fainted. Growing up beautiful and energetic in such a situation sounds like a fantasy. The girl asked why she wasn't redacting. Siana replied that she had heard it, and with cold politeness promised to mimic the reaction expected of her, took a deep breath, and she screamed loudly throughout the palace. The girl asked, and now she can say her name. Bowing, the maid introduced herself as Siana, but Aris had only one thing on her mind: why the main character wasn't scared. She turned around and said that she was bored, and for them to leave because the princess was bothered by the maids. The main character didn't understand what had just happened. Suddenly, the maid, who had come to her senses, turned to her. She thanked Miss Siana for giving her freedom. She said that she had wanted to leave here for a long time, but she couldn't. Since there were no maids, she thanked him because now she could leave. Now in this palace, there will be only Siana and the princess. There will be no one else here. At first, the main character was worried, but then I pulled myself together and I decided to start with cleaning. She swept and wondered how long it had been since anyone had cleaned here. While wiping the mirror, she noticed that this palace is actually beautiful. Aris appeared behind her and stated that the maid was doing useless things. She was all unkempt and gloomy. Crouching down, the main character asked if the princess had any business for her. Clutching her dress, she thought that no one was treating her like a real princess. And at that very moment, she asked me not to pretend to be kind. The girl screamed that she too would leave at the first opportunity, and her voice was filled with pain that she could no longer contain. She was all ablaze with anger, and Siana didn't know what to answer. Sol was interested in why the Ruby Palace, but now is not the time to worry about that. And it's worth doing everything in an organized manner, and not on a whim. Bowing, the guard said that he would communicate the order to the head maid and asked for rest. Rashid said he could bring her here right now, without even giving time to think. In his memories, there was that moment when he was watching Siana. The girl spoke so sweetly to the woman, and she smiled at her sincerely. The man relaxed as he thought about how beautiful the main character was when she smiled. But the Ruby Palace is so far away, the hero hopes that they will see each other soon. Siana exclaimed, "Oh my God!" It was such a secret. How did the princess find out about this? The girl calmly stated that she was a salaried employee and that if she found a better position, she would transfer immediately. Putting her hand on her heart, she promised. As long as she's here, Siana will do everything to take care of the princess, because she is her personal maid. Having kicked the bucket, the girl asked even so. Then she turned the flower over and asked, even like this? To all her antics, the maid replied, of course. Aris lay in bed and did not understand what kind of maid this was. Siana said she brought food for the princess. She was surprised that she was still here. Aris exclaimed that the vegetables and milk tasted disgusting and demanded at least some cookies. The main character replied that snacking instead of eating a proper meal is bad. And she continued that if the princess does not eat properly, she will often get sick. And for her, this is much more important. The girl held out her hands and said with displeasure that there was no need to lie and declared that she had grown up enough. Siana was surprised at how thin the princess was. She screamed that she was actually already 10 years old, no matter how difficult a child she was. And even if no one could take care of her, it was wrong. They were obliged to look after her well. The maid held out her hand and said that it was not a lie. And taking her by the hand, she said that if this continues, health problems will arise. So it's worth eating, at least a little. And she said that she would give her something sweet if she ate her whole breakfast. Aris hesitated for a moment. And then it flashed through my mind again that this was definitely no ordinary maid. The maid said that I needed to brush my teeth and suggested leaving the sweets for tomorrow. A bird was chirping outside the window. It was quiet. Suddenly, Siana opened the window and shouted, "The birds are singing! The sun has risen! What a beautiful morning!" And she turned to the girl, saying that it was time to get up, and brought a delicious breakfast. Aris told her that she was sleeping and told her to get rid of it. The main character froze in amazement. The princess looked at the tray and screamed, "What is this? Couldn't they have brought normal food?" Siana declared that this was a princess's breakfast and said that she had eaten a cream bun and fried chicken. She asked in amazement if she was normal and why she ate all this. The girl explained that usually after the meal is over, all the remaining food goes to the servants. And smiling, she said that she was full because the princess did not want to eat breakfast. There is a simple way to get a picky child to eat. The plan is, if she doesn't eat it, then Shan will eat it. If you give them the experience of hunger, any child will eat. The main character herself felt this, so she understands, although this was not education but torture, and admitted that she was locked in a room and did not eat anything for days. Smiling, the girl said that the uneaten salad, which she liked so much, makes her happy. But Aris angrily declared that she had not finished eating yet. The plate turned out to be empty, and the girl asked again if it was true that the servant ate what the master had not eaten. And she slyly continued that since there was nothing, today she would go hungry. She ate everything on purpose. Siana stroked the princess on the head. The heroine declared that the princess had done a wonderful job and called her the most charming. The maid said that she had behaved rudely and apologized to the princess. The girl shouted that she had finished everything, told him not to bother her, and demanded that she leave. I scratched my head. She asked what it was. The problem with eating has been solved. Now it's time to move on to cleanliness. The princess screamed that she didn't want to, and that she didn't like the water and the prickly brush. She ordered me to quickly take these disgusting things and leave. Siana explained that if you don't wash, cockroaches will come. They like everything dirty. They chew and eat skin and hair, poop, and sometimes fart. The princess replied that it was all a lie, and she had not seen them, and the main character asked if Aris's head was itchy. And with a sly smile, she continued, "Don't you feel something tiny running and rustling over you? It's the sound of cockroaches gnawing at something." The girl screamed to be washed faster. When she saw the washcloth, she thought, "Oh no, that hurts." But I was surprised that it didn't hurt at all, and even pleasant and refreshing. She said that the foam got into her eyes, but there was no burning sensation, and the smell of rosemary was also pleasant. Siana said that now, when she brushes her teeth, small, nasty bugs eat teeth that have bits of food left on them. Climbing onto the bed, Aris said that she would go crazy because of her. She was tired. She had no strength left at all. Stroking her face, the girl said that the princess was a good girl and had tried hard. She said that now she needed to get a good night's sleep and would read her a story. Aris screamed that she had been giving him no peace since the morning, and now she would bother him even in his sleep. The maid replied that she just wanted them to fall asleep faster. She had an interesting story to tell. But if the princess doesn't have a desire, then she will leave, the girl ordered to stop. Aris said that she understood everything and let Sienna tell her the story. Once upon a time, there lived a diamond princess. She had a great love for precious stones, as her name suggests. She collected them everywhere and decided to decorate her entire body with them. And because of the diamonds, the princess shone brighter than the sun. The story goes that one day she heard the news that a dragon who lived in the west had the most beautiful diamond in the world. The princess was very eager to take possession of him. She made her way through thorny vines and swamps and finally came to the dragon's castle. The dragon saw the princess and told her that she was very beautiful. He offered to be his wife, and the dragon would give her his diamond. The heroine muttered in her sleep, "There's a dragon and she doesn't even know its name." And finally, Aris fell asleep. Noticing this, the maid kissed her on the forehead and wished her sweet dreams. She decided to help the girl so that she grows up healthy. This is the duty of Princess Aris's personal maid. A couple of birds were sitting on a branch and chirping. Suddenly, the branch sagged under the weight. Hanging upside down, Aris thought about how everything had changed after Sienna's appearance. She didn't allow her to do almost anything, even go to her usual places. This surprised the girl, but the main character explained that she had recently planted flowers here, and if you stand here, the seeds will feel pain. When asked what kind of flowers, Sienna answered with a smile. Dahlias, mimosas, hydrangeas, all sorts of different varieties. The light is excellent, the soil is also fertile, and if you don't forget to water, the flowers will bloom quickly. And when the flowers open their buds, then the maid will make a beautiful wreath for Aris's head. The girl froze, not knowing what to answer, and then she clenched her hand into a fist. After all, she didn't understand why the maid always behaved with her as if Aris really was the only princess for her. The heroine often wondered what was wrong with this maid. She was definitely not telling her something and hiding something from her. I wonder how the princess can reveal her true intentions. Suddenly, the girl noticed a hairpin on the path. Approaching the main character from behind, she asked, "Why is Sienna smiling like that?" Noticing something, the smile disappeared from the girl's face. Is the princess really wearing the hairpin that Choo Choo gave her? Sienna said she was ashamed to say it, but the hairpin on the princess's head was actually hers. And she continued that she must have dropped it while he was tending the flower bed and asked him to give the hairpin to her. But Aris calmly replied, "So what? This is her property, so this thing also belongs to her." Sienna calmly explained that the hairpin meant a lot to her and asked him to give it back. The girl was surprised, not understanding why the main character suddenly became like this. And then she said that since she wanted to return the hairpin like that, then let him catch up with the princess. She thought with a grin that the maid would never catch up with her. She has never succeeded in doing this before. Suddenly turning around, Aris noticed how quickly Sienna was running up. The girl didn't understand why she was so fast. Was she out of her mind or something? Suddenly, the heroine stopped on the bridge. Sienna's voice was heard from behind. Coming closer, she said that it was not good to take other people's things and run away with them. She extended her hand and said to quickly return the hairpin. She said that she would do anything for her, that she would take care of her, the girl thought angrily. But in reality, these are all empty words. And screaming no, Aris threw the hairpin into the water. It began to fall to the bottom of the pool. The heroine recalled how the maid of the Ruby Palace said that she would do whatever she was ordered. It was so warm and pleasant at that moment. It was as if Mom was nearby. Suddenly a roar was heard. The guards detained the servant and accused her of stealing things from the palace, violation of the rules, and promised a court. At that moment, the girl asked for help. The princess hesitated a little and then said, "Enough. After all, this is an order." But the guards did not listen to her, but only led the maid away. Then she entered the room and saw the maid. She walked away, with a suitcase in her hands, having said at the end that she thought the princess would be of some use. But Aris turned out to be so useless. Everyone wondered what kind of princess she was. If she is nobody without her mummy, even with her disgusting pedigree, she was not considered completely useless. And in general, the princess is too picky. Because of this, her nanny abandoned her. And Siana too was tired of catering to every whim. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes. It was just a dream. But clutching the blanket, she said, "Yes, everyone is leaving her," Aris cried, thinking that she had been abandoned again. Because of this, the princess wanted to know in advance that she would be abandoned so as not to get hurt more. Suddenly, Siana entered the room. The sun was shining brightly, the birds were chirping, and the breeze was blowing. Aris didn't expect this, so she decided to hide her tears and turned away. The maid wondered how the princess had gotten up so early, or whether she had had a nightmare. Siana said that if that was the case, then she should try to sleep. She will take care of everything else. The heroine was surprised because she was not left alone, despite what happened yesterday. The girl threw herself into the main character's arms and asked for forgiveness. The girl was quite surprised by this turn of events, and the princess continued. Through tears, she really didn't want to do this. She asked not to hate her. Siana replied that she didn't hate her. The maid, taking the princess by the hands, said that yesterday had been a great blow to her. But she understands that little children sometimes do such things, and she is glad that the princess sincerely apologized. The girl replied that there were so many things to deal with, and she was alone. The imperial family was useless. Because of this, she promised to help her in everything, to be a good girl, to obey, and even to share candy. And she said that the truth would be a good girl. Siana smiled warmly. With tears in her eyes, the princess asked if they would leave her. Princess of one country and the only servant. But first of all, they. This is a stubborn, dishonest, always crying girl. And a maid who takes care of her so that she grows up to be a worthy princess. After that, Princess Aris did not bother the maid. She was cleaning, helped with the laundry. It's quite cute and funny, but children have more important things to do. And the main character meant studying. The girl was indignant, and Siana reminded her of her promise to be a good girl. She said with a smile that one might not know difficult subjects, but one had to write beautifully. So here is the paper and pen. Opening the chest, the maid noticed that it was empty, frozen. The main character said that she would find them and come. The man, crossing his arms, declared that the paper and pen were high-quality goods, and he could not give them to someone unknown. She explained that it was for the princess, but he replied that he was responsible for distributing the palace items. And how many times have the maids taken them, justifying themselves with the princess, so Siana should bring permission. And this permission can be obtained from another member of the imperial family. Aris suggested that it seemed like nothing had worked, and asked if she should tell brother Rashid about it. The girl turned around, wondering if they were getting along well. The girl replied that he got along well with his mother, but she didn't think it would be the same with her. Crown Prince Rashid, if he gets curious. Then he will answer, and they are obliged to try. And Siana said decisively that it was worth writing a letter. The main character appeared before them, smiling. He greeted the heroines and asked how they were doing here. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so long, and they froze. Could this really be expedited delivery? The girl asked what he was doing there. He replied that he had received a letter stating that his precious little sister needed help, and added that he had brought confirmation. The princess said that when guests arrive, they should first greet them, then take off their outer clothing, and perhaps offer a cup of tea. The maid apologized for not having any tea leaves, because he brought it with him. Darjin from Astisan, he will do, the girl answered yes. The imperial palace, where the imperial family lives. I didn't think we would meet like this. It is in this very situation. She wondered why the prince was looking at her like that. And does she even remember who she is? Looks somehow familiar. Aris exclaimed, "Wow, it was so delicious. Isn't she amazing?" said the princess. Siana's tea is also very tasty, there's no arguing that. The main character realized that she had not imagined it. The crown prince clearly remembers her. She asked if they knew each other. The prince asked if Siana hadn't told him about it, and the girl replied that they had no reason to talk about such ant poop. And what kind of reaction does the main character have? He chuckled and said that it was he who took her in as a maid and sent her to the Ruby Palace. Because Siana is so cute. Sol said, "Your Highness, it's a royal visit. We have to go." He was indignant that he didn't even drink tea. The man handed the girl a piece of paper. She looked at him and asked how she should pay him. Rashid replied that he had drunk excellent tea, and that was enough. And he will come to them like this. the heroines thought. Patting the girl on the shoulder, he said that it was all thanks to her, and he thanked her. The girl thanked the prince in return. Aris was indignant because he was touching other people's maids. She walked ahead angrily because she was jealous. The girl said that the document was just a deal. Although her brother agreed, he placed a large debt on her. After all, they are competitors for the throne, aren't they? But he did say that the tea was delicious, so he couldn't have been serious. Rashid is the only heir to the empire, although much has changed. This means one thing: the struggle between brother and sister for the throne continues, but there is no family or mother who could support her. The princess clutched the paper and said that she did not want such a fate for herself, but was glad that she could accept such a challenge of her destiny. Otherwise it would be a humiliation. It's all a lie that brother and sister get along well. The maid thought that if they truly cared about each other, she should not have neglected the princess's feelings so much. Being a princess is a hard lot in all royal families. To become worthy of the throne, you must give up your childhood. How can one bear such a burden alone and not sleep until late? The girl suggested drinking some more tea, but the main character at one time wanted a simple life. In such a world, anything she can do for the princess. The carriage was driving through the night, and a question was asked if he liked Sienna. The prince replied that he saw her big eyes, and added that she looked like a squirrel. Isn't that cute? Maybe he should take her to his place, and he doesn't have to make such a face, the main character asked. He continued by asking if he felt anything when he entered the Ruby Palace. The guard replied that the palace was very clean. The hero ran his finger over the surface, and I realized that cleanliness is being maintained properly. And Princess Aris too. She looked better than before, and that the maid had done her job. The prince kicked the hero and said, "In that case, Solnat. No matter how long Sol holds the sword, it's so boring." And finally, Aris opened her heart to Sienna. The hero was silent for a while, and then said that Sienna was a princess. She does not limit people by title and power, because the girl is simple and finds a common language with everyone. But even this simply won't win trust. Smiling, he asked, "So what?" His sister, ever since she was in the womb. Aris's mother asked if the prince wanted to touch her belly. The boy listened. And I realized that the baby was kicking in my stomach. She is the same as she was before. Everything that he found sweet remained in Aris, and he also drank the tea that Sienna brewed. The maid asked how often the crown prince would come, and the girl replied that she did not know. The main character exclaimed, "Choo-choo," Sienna shouted back. The heroines met by chance near the warehouse. The man who arrived to hand over the document froze in shock. The girls discussed how the maid trains and builds muscle mass. She asked Sienna how she was doing. The main character began to tell how the crown prince had recently come to visit them, and he brought a chocolate cake with him. Naturally, the princess couldn't take her eyes off him, and Rashid asked Sienna to take care of him. No royal family would have given the order to pour him tea. The crown prince is so strange, thought the main character. The cake shone among the other devices. The girl was drinking tea. The crown prince sat next to her and did the same with a smile. Suddenly the princess exclaimed, "Oh, delicious!" He replied that it was true. She suddenly spoke up, saying that it was unfair to pay Sienna 2 cups of tea for her confirmation, so she asked for one more request to be fulfilled. Aris continued that she dropped the maid's hairpin into the lake. Rashid, without hesitation, replied that he would find it. 100 soldiers were involved in this, and they drained the water for the sake of 1 hairpin. The friend was amazed by what she heard, and Sienna continued to talk about what happened before. It was just a confirmation letter. The man was shocked by the prince's seal. As a result, the main character managed to do it. The girl pulled the cart behind her and thought that the maids must have excellent self-control. Suddenly, she felt someone pushing the cart. Turning around, she thanked this man with the thought that the world is not so rotten. It turned out to be the crown prince. And when the girl realized this, she began to apologize, not knowing that the main character was here. The man asked why there were so many things here, and then he ordered to raise his head. And with a smile, he replied that he just wanted to help. After all, the maid is so small, but the cart, on the contrary, is so big. So he just helped her, that's all. Sienna said that she had to go, otherwise the princess would come looking for her. And Choo-choo suggested that, judging by everything, the crown prince had some kind of psychological problems, like he was crazy. The girl continued that she was worried about her. and if he lost his mind next to her, then maybe she should try to get a job at the Ruby Palace. The main character thought that Choo-Choo would soon definitely become an official maid, and she would definitely not be sent to the Ruby Palace. Suddenly a cry was heard, asking why it was taking so long. The princess said that she came here to find her and that she was hungry. Sienna said she made a snack before leaving, but the girl claimed she ate those 10 cookies right away. So it's time for them to go. Before leaving, Aris turned back. Choo-Choo looked at her questioningly. Suddenly, she became very angry with the maid, which is why it is unlikely that they will send anyone else to the palace. The girl started asking about that maid, because she is one of the students, right? The main character replied that it was Choo-Choo, but Aris started to get angry. Did she really only like her because of her big muscles? The girl replied that she liked her because she was very kind and responsive. As the princess said, she is so strong, she can carry several bags at once on one arm. She angrily declared that she needed to prepare a lot of meat and milk today. Because Aris was no longer a small child, it was time to change her diet. She would become even bigger. Sienna chuckled, thinking how cute the girl was when she was angry. The crown prince appeared before them, smiling and saying hello. The princess screamed. What is he doing here again? This is the 5th time he has come, no more. The man explained that he came to see how the heroines were getting on, and that he also brought a cake. It is a sponge cake topped with whipped cream, made from high-quality white milk and fresh fruit, as well as tea. Blushing, Aris said that nothing could be done since he brought cake. Smiling, Rashid told Sienna to be careful. The girl thought he was strange, and suggested that they go inside. The heroes headed to the palace, and Sol seemed to notice something, and he turned back sharply. A woman was watching them. After that, she was already kneeling and listening to the question. The brother went to the Ruby Palace. The spy reported that yes, and took a lot of sweets with him, the voice continued. And why does the brother continue to go there? Seriously. 5th Princess Yvette was very irritated by this. While combing her hair, the girl behind her asked if Aris was not the poor child in the family. It was the Emperor's 5th wife. At that moment, Yvette shouted that nevertheless she was higher in title than Aris. Why is the prince so friendly with her when the girl is so pathetic? And I thought, well, to attract my brother's attention, as her sister Yvette must meet her little sister in person. The letter said that, "Dear sister, how much Yvette wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with her, wants to have a tea party." Hoping that she would happily accept her invitation, Aris's expression was perplexed. She angrily stated that the princess had decided to attack her from behind, and how annoying it was. After Sienna asked if her sister was tormenting her, Aris replied that she would giggle and discuss her clothes throughout the tea party. She dropped her hands and said that, although it was true, she didn't even have any knowledge of etiquette, an empty shell of a princess. The main character said with a smile that why is it empty? Because she will always be there. And there is nothing to worry about, because Sienna can prepare the princess for tea, and he will tell you everything. The girl asked gloomily what all this meant, and how does an ordinary maid know all this? Smiling, the heroine continued that she was not an ordinary maid, but Aris's personal maid. The main character still thought that the princess simply did not want to study. But things couldn't go on like this. You need to know at least basic table etiquette, otherwise you won't survive in the royal palace. Sienna calmly explained that tea could not be drunk until the owner began the tea party. Moreover, it is worth drinking without making noise. As soon as you take a sip, put it back on the plate. Even then, there shouldn't be a single sound. Aris thought irritably about why it was so difficult to drink regular tea. The main character watched every movement, and then she praised her, because the princess did an excellent job. The girl grinned smugly, and then she, taking the corner of the dress, said, "Thank you for treating me to something delicious." Throughout her studies, Aris was told that she was a great girl, a princess, that she listened attentively, that it was simply perfect, that she learned so quickly. And the heroine is definitely a brilliant princess. Unlike the nobility who are prone to praise, the royal family must be arrogant to avoid being ignored. Meanwhile, an uninvited guest arrived. The girl began to observe etiquette, and the heroine began to drink differently. The crown prince noticed this. After all, the manner of movements has changed. After these thoughts, the protagonist looked at Sienna, and he mentally asked if this was her doing. She thought, and he notices everything, the heroine thought that the crown prince might not notice, but it's okay. She's in debt to the princess, so she'll definitely cope. Etiquette training completed. The next step is the outfit. The princess asked in surprise if the maid had really sewn the dress for her herself. Sienna calmly replied that yes, and hoped the princess liked it. Aris's eyes were shining, and she replied that she was feeling very well, and she asked what she looked like. The main character replied that it was perfect, and now it's time for them to go. The sound of carriage wheels was heard. The princess was sure in her mind that this girl would definitely be in rags today. I remembered how at the last tea party Aris ate with her hands. How she told her that the girl looked so much like a commoner it was downright disgusting, and that it was a disgrace to the imperial family. Yvette laughed, her stomach clenching, and she felt so good already. The heroine couldn't wait for her to arrive. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind, inviting us to tea. With a bow, the princess thanked her sister. "My sister Yvette," the girl continued with a smile. Sienna said that Aris was very beautiful, just like a fairy from mythical tales. She replied with a smile that she was so beautiful because she looked like her mother. Sienna continued, "She will be the best princess at the tea party today. He will be able to win the battle," drawing all eyes to himself. Beautiful and proud daughter Rosemary. Smiling, the princess asked, "Is something wrong, sister?" "Keep smiling. In the yard, a smile always wins," thought the main character. Yvette replied that no, it was just nice to see her after a long time. The heroine thought how funny it was to see her trying to play the role of a princess. She said, "Please sit down," and continued that she had a lot of news that Yvette would like to share. The sister offered to have a cup of tea, because now she began to look like a human. The heroine wondered where the monster she had seen last time was. Why is there nothing to complain about now? What the hell is this? Is this all because of that maid, Sienna? Yvette said yes. Unlike their last meeting, she was glad that Aris had finally grown up. The cup is empty. Maybe she will fill it. The main character had already taken the kettle, but Yvette suddenly said no. After all, she's not talking about the maid, but about her little sister. The girl froze, because she had only learned the etiquette of communication, but not yet about serving tea. The heroine watched as the tea poured evenly into the cup, and she nervously thought that she looked so much like the royal maids. If things continue like this, there is no other choice. And just as she was about to take matters into her own hands, Yvette sharply pushed the cup with her hand. And then she screamed, "Oh, Aris, what does all this mean?" Waving her hand, she continued that as an older sister she should punish the younger one. But at that moment, a shadow loomed before the princess. Yvette's hand was stopped by Sienna. The main character calmly said to forgive the princess. She saw how she was deliberately set up, so she could not just stand and remain silent. No one can punish the royal family without the order of His Majesty, and this discipline is the law. The girl pressed her lips together and thought that some maid had decided to read her the rules of their family. This is just a formal rule. No one really followed them. Therefore, the weak without special attention must be trampled. And no one thought about this discipline, and now the princess is being told about this. Yvette started saying that the maid that Aris brought was very smart. Her sister was happy. But even though her younger sister had learned some manners, it was the maid who deserved the credit. And swinging her arm, she said, "But how dare an ordinary maid touch the royal family? Doesn't such behavior deserve punishment?" And suddenly, Sienna received a slap in the face from another maid. The streetlights started to blink. Lying on the ground, the main character thanked him for that the princess taught her the rules. Yvette just giggled smugly, and the princess, clenching her fists, watched everything. After showing them out the gate, the heroine said that she hoped they would see each other again. So Aris should just keep quiet. It was already sunset when the girl's voice was heard asking why she did this. Sienna just looked at the princess in surprise. After all, it was because of her that the maid suffered, taking the full brunt of the blow. And she protected Aris. The heroine suggested treating the wound first. Sienna said that she had never treated the wound. But it's okay, she will teach the girl everything. First, you need to disinfect. The main character noticed that something was wrong with the princess and asked, was she really crying? The girl answered no, but the drops of tears said otherwise. Apparently the princess was angry about what happened today. The heroine replied that she was a little angry, and the main character asked, she is the same full-fledged princess as Yvette, so why is she afraid? All means and methods are good. Doesn't she want to punish her? In tears, Aris said yes, but to worry about Siana. Wiping away the girl's tears, the main character said, "Come on, princess." After all, she will help the girl, and she will show how exactly, because she already knows Aris well enough. The main character asked why this happened. The princess answered because she was younger than Yvette. Was it really only because of her age that the girl started talking about her low title? And how to define this title? What does she have that Aris doesn't? And Siana repeated the question of why this happened. The princess angrily replied that her sister had a mother, but she did not. Putting her hand on the heroine's shoulder, the maid said that in order for Princess Aris to become stronger than Princess Yvette, they would have to lure the adults to their side. This is the fastest and most realistic way. The maid said that this way, they would be able to influence the royal power, and in return, she would fully support Princess Aris. They need to find a person with enormous power, and such a person already exists, and there is a high probability that he will side with the heroines. The prince asked if Siana had gone anywhere. Sol reported that the soldiers saw her as she got out of the carriage. Perhaps to Princess Yvette. Rashid got angry. It can't be. And they remained silent the whole time. And in general, he said that the confrontation between Princess Aris and Princess Yvette, what will happen if the crown prince himself intervenes? Siana might get hurt then. Princess Aris is also a contender for the throne, and she is the mistress of Siana. The crown prince is a strong candidate for the throne. Therefore, princesses will not be able to claim the throne. Even his mother would want that. The man pointed his sword at the hero and said, even though he is a friend, but Rashid has no intention of listening to such nonsense. He lowered his head and said that he had allowed himself to go too far, and asked for forgiveness, Your Majesty. The situation only got worse. Siana still genuinely cares for Aris. And why does this worry the main character so much? Back when Rashid was still a teenager, he was the strongest candidate for the throne. And no matter how people supported him in everything, there was a man much stronger than him. Empress Goldria, because of this woman. The prince's power was meaningless. The maid said that the strongest person is Empress Goldria. Aris will need to lure her to her side. The girl was indignant that this was possible. There was no meeting. But the main character calmed her down, saying that no, they would create a situation in which the current Dowager Empress herself will be drawn to them. After all, the woman had a daughter, but she died from poisoning before reaching the age of 10. The current emperor was poisoned with this same poison, and the young princess accidentally swallowed it and died. Instead of mourning his dead daughter, she decided to hide this incident. Of course, the Empress punished those who tried to kill her daughter and son. She used this opportunity to eliminate unnecessary political opponents. Eventually, she strengthened the prince's comrades and made him the current emperor. And there are not many people in the imperial palace who know the truth. She seems like a heartless person. But the maid continued that in every mother's heart there remained an overwhelming longing for her daughter. She became estranged from her own son because of this, and she completely withdrew into herself. The maid helped the woman sit down on a chair. Then, lowering her head, she asked for forgiveness and said that it was not that important. But Princess Aris, the 7th princess, sent a letter. For the heroines, this is a wonderful opportunity. A princess who feels longing for her mother. The girl replied that she thought it was hopeless, but Siana insisted that everything was fine and it's worth being strong. The woman read the text slowly, and then the sound of paper being torn slowly was heard. The Empress tore the sheet in half. A voice was heard. Another letter from the princess. The woman ordered it to be thrown away, then again and again. Even if the heroine is constantly rejected, there is just one small whim. Just meet her. Once again, seeing the letter in the maid's hands, the woman could not stand it and told him to give it to her. The plan was quite cunning, a peach scent that sounded so childish. The Empress wondered what kind of letter it was. And yet, she is a person of her time. Therefore, it would be better to use more elegant phrases. Aris really didn't like lines like that, like, she's a spring flower. She couldn't understand at all how elderly people could like this. The Empress quotes a poem by the greatest poet of the Labrams Empire. This is her style. Fortunately, they received an answer. She decided to open her feelings to them. The maid was glad that the countless efforts on the letter were not in vain. Aris screamed at how long it would take her to write these stupid letters. It was so stupid, she didn't like it at all. The girl smiled and said that she shouldn't worry because the meeting would happen soon. The Empress stated that she writes like Ruby Palace. And does the maid remember this princess? The main character saw the princess running quickly towards her. Loud breathing was heard, and the girl became confused. Aris was lying on the floor in front of her, and then she showed the letter. And she exclaimed that her grandmother had invited her to the palace. The princess curtsied and thanked him for the invitation. The woman greeted them and said, "Welcome." The maid was surprised by the princess's stylish regime. Aris said she wanted to thank her for the invitation and prepared a small gift. Then she handed over an elegant jar, saying that these were tea leaves made from acacia flowers. The girl said that she heard that she loved flower tea, so she prepared it especially for her. If the woman is satisfied with everything, then she could not accept this gift. The Empress was surprised at how much the girl resembled her daughter. That evening, she asked the maid if she remembered what the princess looked like. The girl replied that she had purple eyes, like His Majesty, and she is the youngest among the princesses. These eyes reveal Aris's royal blood. This is a unique gift and worth a cup of tea. The woman said that it was very tasty tea, and the heroine replied with a smile that she was glad about it. The subsequent conversations were like the letters they sent her. Without complaining about her life, she praised the Empress. Although the conversations were meaningless, the appearance of both of them was quite extravagant. They quietly placed the cup down, stirring the tea with a spoon, and while drinking, the corners of their mouths were slightly closed. Court etiquette is perfect, nothing to complain about. At some points in the conversation, you need to cover your mouth a little. Read poetry in a thin voice, while maintaining good posture. All these things were learned for this day. The girl turned around and noticed that every flower in the garden was beautiful in its own way. The Empress calmly said that if she liked a particular type of flower, she would give it to Aris. The girl replied with a smile that she was very happy about it. The woman was surprised at first, but then smiled warmly, putting the cup on the plate. The heroine thought that indeed the princess was a very beautiful child. "Much time has passed," said the Empress. "So, girl, it's time to go home." She awkwardly noted that she seemed to have taken up too much of her time and apologized. And then she thanked her again. She remembered how the girl held her by the dress. And apologizing, she said that it seemed like Mom was very busy. But never mind. Then she'll just go. These are memories of my daughter, who smiled at her so kindly. What a pity, the woman thought, that her daughter lived so little. The heroine noticed again with a smile. It's true, Aris looks so much like her daughter. The resemblance is simply amazing. The princess was asked what she was thinking about. Aris replied that she was just curious. It seemed like a woman was a person without tears and blood. But this is not at all the case. The princess's character has changed greatly. She played the role of such a sweet child that it was impossible to hold back a smile. There was one problem, however, feeling guilty if it hurt the girl so much. Then it's better not to do that again. Siana asked if Aris felt guilty about deceiving the Countess. The heroine calmly replied that not at all. After all, while they were together, she didn't ask anything about the girl during the entire conversation. A princess who lost her mother must be at least somewhat interesting, perhaps by its beauty or by its level of knowledge. But for her, what was more important was that, how much Aris looks like her daughter. If she knew her true self, she wouldn't smile like that anymore. That's why the girl feels only one thing towards her: go to hell. The girl angrily and abruptly jumped out of bed. Then she turned to her maid, asking if she had coped today. The girl was silent for a moment. Then she smiled and replied that of course Aris did a great job today. The princess ran to hug Siana. The main character thought that instead of finding support for the princess, she made her lose herself. It was too cruel a plan, but she had no other choice. At that moment, she turned to the prince. "And now I came to thank him for his help. Thanks to Rashid, she was able to achieve what she wanted." She asked the prince a little earlier about the dead daughter of the emperor's mother. Thus, the girl learned about the countess's daughter from the crown prince, about the empress's memories, and how she loved the scent of acacia, what color dresses she wore, and what poetry she liked to read, even how much she liked to drink tea. All this would have greatly affected the feelings of the empress. It was enough to arouse sympathy in the mother who had lost her child. This is how Empress Goldria will helplessly fall in love with a fake copy of her dead daughter. Her plan is just love. The maid asked how she could repay him for his help. and the man replied that he didn't need to. It would be better if she told how, among all the people in the palace, she chose this particular woman. And with a grin, he said that he simply asked without any reproach. Back when the main character was trying to survive as a powerless princess, this was her plan. She thought she could find support, so she researched the imperial family, as now the girl wanted to take advantage of the empress who had lost her daughter. The plan was very similar. Thinking about it now, Sienna realized that the idea was absurd because she wouldn't even be able to contact the empress, and the heroine was not suitable for this role. However, with Rashid's help, she was still able to reach the empire, and instead of Sienna, the princess was able to carry out this plan. And all thanks to His Highness. The main character asked if the girl blamed him. She replied that, of course not. She blamed only the family that abused her. But instead of being depressed, she was constantly thinking about how to escape. And now she is very happy. Rashid thought, a man who speaks to the murderer of his family? Which doesn't blame him. Yeah, it's pretty unusual, especially with such a cute face. There is something cruel about this. If the plan succeeded, then you need to immediately move on to the next step. Yvette exclaimed, has this girl gone crazy? Aris curtsied, thanking the princess for accepting her invitation, and that she became her first guest at the tea party. The heroine thought that 3 months ago this girl looked like a beggar. What had changed? It's even funny how long this will all last. Handing over the cup, she asked if she could pour some tea, and this time she would like the maid to pour the tea, because Aris made a mistake last time. The girl thought that she was just a low-ranking maid, and that it would be easy to hurt her. Damn, isn't this flawless? In that case, why is that maid looking at the princess like that? Why are you staring like that? Right, it's that same maid, and Sienna is clearly angry with the princess right now. The main character answered negatively. Yvette stated that she was even pretending that it wasn't so. Well, she needed to teach the maid the lesson she hadn't been able to learn last time, and ordered him to bring her a whip. The heroine couldn't stand it and screamed at her to stop immediately. She wouldn't be able to forgive them if they touched her maid again. Yvette laughed, asking how dare her younger sister behave like that with her. Did she really have any hope for her grandmother? She knows everything, because rumors spread quickly, and the girl can also tell her something that Aris doesn't know yet, since she was the Dowager Empress and His Majesty's biological mother. Did she really think she could rely on her? How could she even come up with such a sweet idea? The one Aris relies on has long since lost all power, because His Majesty has not communicated with her for a long time. As soon as a man took the throne, everyone knew it. But only the princess did not know it. So where is that woman who doesn't have much time left? How stupid is Aris? A female voice was heard behind me. Yes, what dirty words. And they also come from the mouth of a little lady. It was the Dowager Empress, and she looked at Yvette with far from friendly eyes. The woman calmly asked what had happened to the girl. She, squeezing her hand, said that she was holding her first tea party and invited her sister. But it seems she did something wrong, so Aris is ashamed. After all, there is no adult in the heroine's palace who could teach her properly. The Empress looked at her with sympathy. After all, this child has no mother. Taking the girl by the hand, the heroine said that she would help her. The woman said she couldn't believe that the lady had made a fuss about the rumors and even dared to insult the child. Yvette really looks down on Aris, on this innocent child. The princess was really scared. In addition, the Empress saw a whip in the girl's hands. Did she really want to punish Princess Aris's maid? Just as her mother raised her, now the woman will show how to handle a whip. The girl screamed that she was a descendant of His Majesty. No matter what she wanted to do, she was allowed to touch Yvette only with His Majesty's permission. The woman asked menacingly how she dared to threaten her own son. Even if her son is against it, does the girl really think that he will simply turn a blind eye to such disgusting behavior? She should hurry up and lift her dress. And immediately, the girl lifted her dress, exposing her legs. Then came the blow. The princess said that she was just a crazy old woman, and her mother will not leave this alone, but will definitely protect her. A question was heard about what was happening, and Yvette's mother ran up to them. Kneeling down, she thanked the Empress for personally taking on the education of her daughter, and Yvette should thank the woman quickly. Bowing, the princess thanked the Empress, but in my heart, I blamed this disgusting maid for everything. From Aris's room, one could hear, Ah, how good. She didn't think that the old woman would be so useful, even though she had made the heroine sweat a lot beforehand. Then Siana said that she was glad about it, but the girl was definitely fine. She looked at the maid silently. Then she admitted that, to be honest, she wanted to ask the woman something. Why her mother was forced to die. Where can I find this answer? Siana silently took the princess's hand and she continued her story. After all, when Mum asked for help, nobody ever helped her. The maid simply stood silently by the bed. Why didn't the doctor examine her? But Aris never asked the woman, because she needed her grandmother, and the Empress Dowager's princess would not ask such a question. Stroking her face, the main character said that there was nothing wrong with the princess crying. Although Siana hoped that Aris's heart wouldn't be broken, in the end, there was a wound that couldn't be healed, and the plan failed completely. The subject who seduced the emperor not only received marriage and the favor of a good man, but also became a member of the imperial family with a child in her womb. Let the rest despise and turn away from her. But if it is the emperor's mother herself, the person who has such power, the maid said that the mistress said that she wanted nothing to do with his majesty. A name came down the hallway. Rosemary. The maid exclaimed that a child had been born. Beautiful princess. Although the palace was decorated with flowers and jewels, it looked very different from what it actually was. The mother apologized to her daughter because in this place, only hypocrisy and malice were true, even though the palace was a battlefield where people were killed. The heroine wanted to take advantage of the man who killed her mother, so the princess is not obliged. Have some feelings for her. The maid confessed to the princess that she was very sorry, but the girl asked what the plan was now. Siana was surprised to hear that they had already started, and that she was going to use that damn old woman to the end. Although it will be sophisticated and cruel, the time has come to change everything. After that tea party, the heroine never came again, and the Empress decided to go to her herself. The main character reported that there was an attempt to poison Princess Aris. The maid continued that the girl received a dessert as a gift, which was poisoned. The poison is not fatal, and the effect will not last long. The doctor said that she will recover soon. However, the princess's body has become very weak, and there is no improvement yet. Aris called the woman Mom, and then she apologized for not being able to contact her. Taking the girl by the hand, she asked what the heroine was apologizing for. The heroine burst into tears and said that her grandmother was to blame for everything. After stroking her, the woman told her not to think about anything else and get better faster. There was a smug conversation going on, saying that she couldn't even get out of bed once she started being cheeky. And look what happened. Yvette said that this is what happens to those who have forgotten about fear. It attacks her, and even her nasty maid, who simply watched silently, and she mocked the princess herself as soon as she dared. There was a knock at the door, and someone addressed the girl. A maid appeared on the threshold with a tray and reported that the Emperor's mother had given Yvette a gift. She said that it was for her beloved granddaughter and suggested that they forget about what happened. This dessert will be a warning that all her actions will come back to her. The woman told her granddaughter to eat every last piece. Heeding the warning, Princess Yvette Leviathan de Port, along with Bern Leviathan de Aaron, disappeared from the history of the imperial family forever. After that, the Dowager Empress took care of Aris, but the heroine was capricious, saying that she was already feeling better and had stopped coming here. Getting up from her chair, the Empress told her to rest, as she needed to get better quickly. The princess grimaced at the tea, and she said that it was very bitter. Siana explained that there were many medicinal herbs there. The girl clinked her cup and said indignantly that she just had a common stomach upset. How many times has Yvette sent something like this? She tried to ruin all the desserts. Although everything worked out well, since Siana usually threw them out, the heroine decided to use the woman for her own pleasure. And when the time comes, she will ask why she didn't help her mother. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl asked, "Is she really that bad?" Siana wiped away the princess's tears, and then she explained that it was impossible to survive in the imperial palace while remaining good. Aris hugged the main character, and she asked me to never leave her. The girl asked what the price was for his story. After all, she really wants to repay the prince, even though he said that he doesn't need anything. He thought, what should he ask for? And then he said slowly, "Will Siana move to his palace?" One of the maids exclaimed that this pink dress would suit the princess best. The second one claimed that until she tried it on, she wouldn't understand it, and suggested a blue dress. Siana thought that the two were about to fight, and then they asked what the main character likes. The princess entered the room and addressed them. "Hey, you!" And she ordered not to bother Siana. They smiled and said okay, but what dress does Aris like? The heroine replied that they were both okay, but in the end I chose a pink dress. The girls began to admire the princess and said that whatever she wore, anything would suit her. The main character thought that Aris didn't like other maids, and it was very difficult to persuade her. She screamed that she hated other women except Siana. It sounds a bit strange. The maid said that in order to stay in the palace, they needed the help of other people. Just like now, when the princess calls her and Siana is busy, and the girl will find maids who will love her. Now the time has come for their first meeting. The maids introduced themselves as Nana and Nina, and that they would be very happy to serve Princess Aris. These are Choo-Choo's friends, so they can be trusted. She turned around and explained that she didn't like the fact that the maids were all the same. How could they be distinguished at all? As the days went by, the maids continued to praise the girl. They said how sweet their princess was, and she must maintain her health. Suddenly, Aris smiled. After all, even this dragon can be made to dance. The door clicked, and the girl said she would be back soon. Suddenly, the princess's voice was heard behind Siana. If this strange man does something to the heroine, let him tell her about it. Aris assured him that she would scold him severely. The maid replied that it was fine. The main character looked awkwardly at the table, which was full of sweets. They explained to the girl that they had learned that she was an honored guest of the crown prince and that they would take good care of her until his majesty arrived. The ceilings are so high, it looks more like a garden than a living room. Moreover, it is strange that a maid like them is being entertained like that. And this maid is even higher in status. And at the same time, he pours tea for Jian. Suddenly, it was announced that His Majesty the Crown Prince had arrived. The main character immediately began to look for the girl. She told him that he looked strange. The prince was surprised. The man explained that he was out for a walk with his children and that was why he was late. The girl mentally thought that he had gone crazy. The protagonist greeted the heroine again and said, "Welcome." Siana stated that Rashid can tell her directly what she needs to do. While drinking tea, the man said that she was so impatient. But the maid has a princess waiting for her, so it's time to get to the point. And with a smile, the man said that he wanted to feed her dessert. Is he really crazy? Is this really all the protagonist wants? It turned out that yes. The main character replied that the dessert was moderately sweet. Perfect. The cook in the prince's palace is really very experienced, the girl thought. The man said that he was glad that the heroine liked the dessert he prepared, and Siana choked. The main character was very surprised by this statement. He said that he could easily prepare snacks for his children, and he just likes it. The man was delighted that everything turned out especially delicious today. The girl asked him why he did that. Rashid replied that it was simple. Because spending time with a girl is quite fun. A prince who is rumored to be a man without tears or blood. In fact, it looks like this. Apparently, he really loves animals. He replied that yes, the prince liked cute little animals. Didn't they make you happy just looking at them? Having placed the cup on the saucer, the girl thought that, looking at His Highness, she was remembering a story. The princess of the Winter Kingdom, despite all her splendor, she could not stand the cold at all. She couldn't get out of the bedroom with the fireplace lit. Then a bird flew to her and took pity on her. The bird chirped that he wanted to give her a piece of the sun. The princess watched silently. There were sparks in her eyes. She was grateful to the bird for the ray of sunshine it gave her. It was he who helped the princess find a way out of the room. The prince asked from whom Siana heard this story. The girl explained that this fairy tale is from her hometown. The man sighed and said, "I see." Then the main character asked how the man knew the story. He replied that one person told him this story, although this story remained in his memory. But there is one problem. The main character cannot remember the narrator himself. After all, this was back in childhood. The prince continued that this seemed to him to be the only clue. However, the man was wrong. The main character left the room and then wondered where Rashid knew this fairy tale from. After all, the girl came up with it herself, back in childhood, and she told this to only one person. Then Siana froze. It can't be. After some time, Choo-Choo ran towards the girl, and the main character ran towards her friend. The man was surprised and told them to go talk somewhere else. The girl clapped her hands, congratulating Choo-Choo on becoming an official maid. All the heroines around exclaimed, "These powerful biceps and thick wrists are made for washing." The second one started arguing that they were created for carrying things, and the third one was indignant that, on the contrary, they were for baking. But the fourth one pointed her finger at Choo-Choo, and she invited Princess Grace to the palace. This is a member of the imperial family. The maid said that she was also surprised because she was an ordinary village girl who could only boast of her strength. But the promotion exam will take place soon. Choo-Choo asked what kind of reaction this was. Did Sienna really not want to hand it over? She replied that only a year had passed and she had doubts. Clenching her fist, her friend declared that she had to be confident because there was no one more capable than the heroine. It's not just a matter of greed. Once she passes the exam, the boundaries of the main character's world will expand, and she will have much more powers, and Jian's salary will also be raised. And if this happens, the main character will be able to eat any goodies from Choo-Choo and buy beautiful gifts for the princess. And when the girl quits her job as a maid, she will be able to open her own small shop. The main character exclaimed, "Well, and I decided to take this exam, but Sienna's name was not on the general lists." This is exactly what the girl expected. Knowing how it would all end, the maid said it was all because the main character was a foreigner. Outstanding abilities and extensive work experience, however. Despite this, they were still not promoted. They are the daughters of a hunter, and Sienna is a foreigner. Whatever it sounds like, they won't have it easy. Aris flared up, stating that this was the only reason the maids failed the exam, so she was ready to challenge this decision. What nonsense! Is there a more magnificent person than Sienna? But they both know that if a person misses a chance, the Imperial Palace will not give a second chance. Should the girl talk to her grandmother? Definitely not, as it could have consequences for her. Hugging the princess, the main character said that there was no need to worry because there would still be a chance. And this is the very one that is possible. I found the girl myself. The maid stated that Sienna failed the exam because her skills turned out to be quite low, or rather, even too much. That's why the heroine has a proposal for Sienna. She will ask the Dowager Empress, and if everything goes smoothly, the main character will be promoted to a mid-level maid. The Empress, compared to the 4 lower-ranking wives of the Emperor, had absolutely no shortcomings. Each of these girls could have become an empress, and now one of them asks the heroine for a favor. The main character was waiting for the imperial wife on the sofa. Even though it is a request, the girl still can't refuse. A young heroine approached her and said that she was very pleased to meet her. This is the Emperor's youngest wife, Angela. She looks much younger and more innocent than the main character thought. Sienna curtsied and said she was very pleased to meet her. The Emperor's wife asked how old the maid was, and in response she heard 18. It's surprising that the girl became a maid only recently, but what manners she has. Now the Dowager Empress is turning the abandoned child into an ideal princess. Then the heroine ordered to follow her. What Sienna is about to see. It must remain a secret forever. There was a small robot in front of them. The key to it was turning slowly, and some boy was holding this toy. The Emperor's wife said that this was her son, and his name was Lacey. And the woman asks the maid to take care of his training. She doesn't demand that her son be as magnificent as Princess Eris, and she asked the maid to think about this proposal and give an answer. The boy is clearly different from the others. Among the information about the imperial family, there was not a word about Angela's son. The main character, holding a teapot in her hands, hesitated, and then she asked the prince if he had heard anything about the son of the imperial wife Angela, Lacey. The main character looked at the girl in surprise, and then he said, "The 4th prince of Lacey Levi-Juan de Ziaman. This year he will turn 12 years old." That's all Rashid knows. The father is not interested in his children. Although this is not so difficult, he remains on the estate of Marquis Wilhelm for educational purposes. However, there is very little information about the prince. They say that the emperor had some kind of scandal with his wife. Does the woman's son have any problems that she would like to hide? She asked him to refrain from harsh words towards her son. But the heroes shouted that many years had passed since his birth, but no one in the imperial palace had ever seen him. Angela stated that when the prince celebrates his 12th birthday, the woman will then officially introduce him to the imperial palace. The maid thought, since even Rashid was doubting and asking questions, then something was clearly wrong with the prince. The main character was already happy because he thought that Siana had just come to see him. However, no, the main character simply had a question, just as the prince said. The maid doesn't have to worry about the fourth prince of Lacey. Siana replied that since Rashid said so, she needed to think about it some more. Because this man needs the girl's help. The main character suddenly fell silent. The maid couldn't figure out what was wrong with this man. The girl said that in any case, thank you for telling her everything. Thanks to this, she got a little more information, and she asked how she could repay. The prince replied that the girl had already repaid. Aris screamed that never, because Siana was only her maid. The girl was indignant that she was the only mistress and would not allow her maid to serve anyone else. The girl explained that she wanted to become a mid-level maid, and Siana must take advantage of this chance. Angela will be able to overcome the wall that she is unable to cope with because of her status. And there will be no rumors that the main character became a mid-level maid, taking advantage of her status as a young mistress. Aris said okay, and that gives the main character half a day. Siana hugged the girl, and she continued that she really didn't want to let the maid go, but she also couldn't take away the chance. The main character didn't want to upset the princess, but if she becomes a mid-level maid, she will be able to do many more things than she can now. Nina and Nana began to hug the princess, saying that she also had them. There are still many dresses to try on, and they have also prepared beautiful stones for a bracelet. And until Siana becomes a mid-level maid, she will continue to take care of the princess. How glad the main character is that she is not alone. Although the girl is not so strong in this, she will do everything possible to help the imperial wife. Angela exclaimed that Siana must have been taken aback by such a sudden request, and yet she was so glad that she had agreed. It's hard to believe that the emperor's wife herself is thanking an ordinary maid, but it would be worth discussing all the details. It was announced that the duration of the classes would be 5 hours a day until the banquet in honor of the prince's birthday, and the prince's health and preparation would be kept strictly secret. In addition, if satisfactory results are achieved during this period, Angela will promote maid Siana to a mid-level maid. The main character thanked the lady, and she continued that it would be nice if... Then she hesitated. Angela said with a smile that she thought the girl would demand precious stones. But the main character turned out to be more greedy than her wife thought. Siana smiled and explained that it was possible, but her request was commensurate with the help, which the maid will provide to achieve the best results. The woman clutched her dress and said that the main character was really brave. Then it's time to find out since when the prince has been in this state. The woman decided to tell everything from the very beginning. A joyful cry was heard. It was my son. The man held the baby in his arms and said that Angela had done a great job. Now the woman has become empress, and Marquis Wilhelm will become more powerful than ever. He will give the child to a wet nurse so that the heroine can rest. There was weariness in the woman's eyes, but she thanked her father. The maid entered the room and said that she was sorry to report this, but His Highness was a bit strange. He never looks into the eyes, does not respond to his name. Her father said that if she wanted to rest and recover outside the castle, he would not stop her, and promised that he would cure their child no matter what. Angela exclaimed that they could go together. The father slammed the table and exclaimed, "Nonsense!" He continued that then rumours would begin to spread within the imperial palace and beyond, and Prince Lacey would have to recover and gain his wits. The boy will return to the imperial palace as an ideal prince, and this is his mother's concern. Well, he will raise Lacey better than the heroine, thought Angela. Many years passed, and the sound of breaking dishes was heard. There was a broken vase lying on the floor. A woman ran into the room and quietly said, "Oh, father, what is he doing with Lacey?" He, black with anger, asked why Angela had come to the estate without permission. It may not seem so at first glance, but this is a kind of training, and he added that during the festive banquet, everyone will find out that the prince is a fool. Then Lacey will never become emperor. The family of the Marquis Wilhelm will turn in two, but no matter what he doesn't understand anything and refuses to behave like a human being, so the father simply has no choice. The woman covered her mouth with her hands and realized that she urgently needed to find a way out. And a few days ago, while her father was not at home, Angela came to her son. The moment finally came when she could take her own son. The heroine has no right to impose herself on her parents. The woman said in a frightened voice that the Marquis had said he would return for Lacey's birthday, and then he would find out that he had been staying here all this time. That's why Sienna has to help, because when her father sees that Lacey has become smarter, he simply won't be able to blame his daughter. The situation is much more serious than the main character thought. It must have been hard for the woman. However, now the child comes first, and the maid will do everything in her power. The contract is already signed, and she must try her best. His Highness is quite sensitive. However, due to the narrow field of view, he notices only what is directly in front of him, and nothing else besides that. But the biggest problem is that the maid said that the weather was quite nice today. But there is no way to establish contact with the boy. He simply looks at you with confusion, just like with that kid. The main character exclaimed that Prince Lacey was not sick. The woman asked again what she had said. The maid repeated, "His Highness, I was just born this way. I didn't get sick. Since the prince is not sick, there is no treatment for him. However, its condition can be improved. Although this will not be an easy path, the main character will do everything in her power." Angela pressed herself against the wall and replied that she was ready for anything and that she needed to do it. The heroine screamed at the top of her lungs, refusing. The woman reflected that she was used to taking care of her son alone, without a maid, and yet she asked to take on the prince's training. The main character understood that she would soon return to the princess. It will take time for the prince to change, but Sienna will only spend a month with him. She has been training the princess for a long time, so she will share all the knowledge that could help. Precisely, with the prince's mother. Even though she accepts help from the maid, she should not give her child to her. The mother should be responsible for raising the child. Angela said that she wouldn't be able to take care of it properly. And what if Lacey didn't like it then? The maid interrupted her and said, "Madam, the main thing in this case is not to give up. And if you don't give up, then you can achieve really good results." The woman replied okay, and that she would try. The sounds of sighs were heard. The lady had already inhaled and exhaled 19 times. The heroine explained that she simply couldn't. Finally, she made up her mind and turned to her son with the question of what Lacey is doing. Lay hates it when things are crooked. The hero starts to get very angry when someone touches his things. "Mum apologized for offending me. After all, the son tried so hard and built it for a long time." The woman didn't understand. Maybe the boy was just bored. What to do if he is bored? He might eat some treats, although Lacey doesn't like sweets. Talk, but he is uncomfortable talking for a long time. Listen to music, but he doesn't like loud sounds. What can I do? There are too many buts. The boy used to really love drawing. For a noble person to take up a brush is an ignoble act. Angela's father would have scolded her. But a child can do what he likes, then everything is fine. When the main character was terribly bored and lonely. When the girl couldn't stop crying. Only drawing helped the heroine calm down. Even though Angela didn't have much skill, it was fun. The lady was surprised because Lacey seemed interested. And the boy began to draw diligently. Finally, a picture appeared on the canvas, yellow tulips and a blue butterfly in flight. Even though the brushstrokes are crooked, they create a work of art. It is a talent that few are born with. It's hard to believe that a child who was never taught anything like this could paint such a picture. Moreover, he was so focused that he was not distracted for half a day. But even though it didn't last long, Lacey never looked at his mother. The main character said that we should look at it more positively if he really hated the heroine. He would have screamed, run away and hidden, and the fact that he didn't says a lot about how comfortable he is being around his mother. Suddenly, the sound of breaking wood was heard. The woman ran into the room where Lacey was breaking up the canvas. The maid said that she should first calm down and then take a closer look at the prince. The prince is simply expressing dissatisfaction. He is not trying to harm himself or anyone else. The boy is just irritated, and the mother just has to come up and hug her son. Everything is fine, and there is no need to worry. The woman thought there was no need to worry. Even if a child doesn't understand it, he will definitely feel it. Angela is on Lee's side. He will feel the warmth now. The warmth of the one who so tenderly embraced him. When a prince is hugged, he immediately understands that it is his mother. Angela thought that she hadn't realized that if you hug him and comfort him, he quickly calms down and becomes so affectionate. And then she continued that Lacey had gone to bed early today, apparently very tired because he had given in to his emotions for several hours. Sienna is a good girl and can now return to her room. The girls exclaimed that today they were with the princess. Finally, they go on a picnic. Aris said, "Oh, the main character has already returned, but she seems very tired. That's why she will pester the maid after work." The girl thought that the princess looked much happier than when the main character was teaching her. Sienna thought that she would be lying if she said she wasn't disappointed, but she was still glad that a member of the imperial family could be influenced by just one maid. Suddenly, the crown prince appeared on the way and admitted that he had wanted to meet for a long time. The heroine asked for forgiveness and what he wanted to tell her. Rashid wanted to say that he simply missed him, but Sol took control of the situation in time. He continued that they came here for Sienna to hand over the tea leaves that had arrived a few days ago. The guard smiled awkwardly. The main character wondered if they really trusted her taste so much. The prince said that Chuk Chuk, Nyam Nyam and Chek Chek were feeling stuffy and ordered to take them for a walk, strongly hinting with his gaze that he wanted to be left alone with the maid. Sol had no choice but to leave with this zoo on his back. The man asked how Lacey's training was going. The girl asked what he was talking about. Rashid calmly explained that he was simply interested in whether the fragile maid could do what Marquis Wilhelm had failed to achieve in 5 years. After all, the child is unable to maintain eye contact and talk to people. Moreover, there were rumors that he screams like crazy. Squeezing his hand, she replied that His Highness was not yet particularly stable, but he was already much better. She then went on to say that Lacey would definitely be illuminating everyone with her smile soon, being in great condition. With a smile, the Crown Prince asked how the girl could be so sure of this. The main character replied that she had already seen something like this, and she told me that her brother, her stepmother's son, looked like a prince, but in reality everything was much worse. He did not understand what was being said to him, and he did not have much talent, just like the prince himself. At first, they wanted to send this child to a monastery, but then his condition improved, and this happened thanks to the great and sincere love of his mother. The woman defended the child with screams. It was her child, and next to her he would grow up safely and be much happier than anywhere else. However, my brother is no longer in this world. He was cruel. He enjoyed torturing the main character and the maids. That's why the girl decided to tell Rashid about it. After all, she doesn't feel anything about the death of her family members. In any case, what's more important now is that Lacey's condition is improving every day. The protagonist asked if things had improved so much that he would be able to hold his own at a reception with dignity by his birthday. The woman told her son to look at his mother and repeat, if he succeeds, then his mother will kiss him. Lacey was not interested in this proposal, and then the heroine said that she would give him new colors, and the boy noticeably came to life. And with a bow of his head, he introduced himself as the 4th Prince of Lacey, and he thanked the guests for attending the reception in honor of his birthday. Angela clapped her hands and said what a clever boy he was, and everything is really correct. Then the woman turned towards the door. Sienna stood at the threshold and turned around with a smile. And she began to leave. The maid said that the lady did a wonderful job, with repetition, and added that Lacey had also worked hard. The woman was noticeably more cheerful than the previous times. She said, that's all for now. There were 3 days left until His Highness's birthday. Prince Lacey is who he is. That's who he really is. The boy is still too young and sensitive, and his mother is too soft to stand up to so many people. Sienna said she dared to suggest something, cancel the prince's birthday banquet and postpone it for another year. The woman thought fearfully that if she didn't introduce Lacey this time, he might lose his title. And what if her father found out about it? Clenching her fist, Angela couldn't understand why she was so weak. A maid burst into the room, shouting at her mistress, and she reported in fear that Marquis Wilhelm had arrived. Angela was no less frightened. The man was held by 3 maids, and he just shouted, how dare they all not let the Empress's father out. The heroine ran out to meet them. She said that she had business with her father, but he didn't even listen. Opening all the doors, the father looked for Lacey. The woman ran after him, asking him to wait and talk. She explained that her son was very bored at his father's estate, so she could not leave him alone. Angela said that she brought the prince to the imperial palace and began to educate him. Together with a rather talented maid, they managed to improve his condition. The father asked whether it was worth postponing the birthday banquet or not. It can be said that the prince died as a result of an accident. The man asked her if she really thought he would do such a thing to his own grandson. The father said with relief that now he didn't have to worry anymore and asked his daughter not to worry either because he knew how to help Lacey. With madness in his eyes, he continued that magic would help them. If someone uses magic to control the prince throughout the banquet, they will be able to deceive all the guests. In any case, they simply have no other choice. After all, this is the only way to meet the standards. This is a temporary measure, just for the sake of a banquet, to comply with the norms accepted in this society. This way, the heroine will be able to protect her son. To protect not only the family's honor, but also Lacey's honor. A voice was heard pleading with the father not to do this. The woman was straining herself and screaming that no more was needed. After all, this is her son. But the mother doesn't want to do such terrible things to her beloved son. The father shouted that all this was nonsense and demanded that she understand the real state of affairs. After all, the man also did not want to resort to such measures. The boy's gaze filled with fear when he saw his grandfather in his room. And then the man saw the brush in the prince's hands and said, "What rubbish." Angela held her father down on her knees, asking him not to do this because something could happen to Lacey. But the hero didn't listen. He pushed his daughter and told her to go away. Grabbing the boy, the father told him to follow him. Lacey said quietly, "Ma." And then he shouted, "Mummy." The woman's eyes widened as she recalled the instructions that you should always obey your father. She played the role of the obedient daughter, the one she can no longer even remember. She had to become the perfect lady in order to survive. The heroine had to hold her breath and close her mouth so as not to make a single sound. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, the father exclaimed that the best companion for Angela had been found. She will become the emperor's fourth wife. But the truth was that the girl was simply afraid, and she only wanted someone's help. So now Angela must at least protect her child. The empress screamed at her father to take his hands off her son immediately. And now he never dares to take it away. From now on, Lacey will always be close to her mother. The man ironically stated that she was behaving just like an empress. Apparently, he had been very polite to her. Does the heroine really think that with a crown on her head she has ceased to be the daughter of a marquis? As the man swung at Angela, guards burst into the room and Sienna screamed here. This scoundrel attacked members of the imperial family. The main character ran to the lady asking if she was okay, and the father shouted, causing his daughter to stare at the guards trying to throw him out, while Angela coldly declared that the man should be thrown into prison. Screams came from the dungeon. How dare they put him behind bars? Do they really think that no one will find out about this, since his daughter is an empress? All the guards went crazy. The heroine approached him and stopped at the bars. She obviously came to ask for forgiveness, even if she doesn't try. The maid replied that she was not there to ask for forgiveness, but to convey her mistress's words. Angela thanked the main character and asked when she had managed to call the soldiers. The girl explained that she had taken care of this in advance, and she came immediately when she heard that the man was threatening the empress and the prince. And since they became witnesses, the marquis was taken into custody. The lady stated that she would no longer allow him to manipulate her or her son. She explained that Angela no longer wanted to see a man in the palace without an invitation, and would raise Lacey alone. The hero screamed that his own daughter couldn't tell him this to his face, and simply sent the maid away, as if mocking him. He ordered the mistress to be brought here, but the maid replied that she was not only his daughter, but also the empress, the wife of the most respected man in the empire, and also the prince's mother. So insulting her means striking a blow to the emperor's authority. In other words, Marquis Wilhelm is a traitor, and if he does not want to bear the burden of treason, then it is better to follow the advice of His Majesty. Perhaps this is his last chance. Wilhelm replied that he would accept any conditions, as rumors might spread. The girl held out a sheet of paper through the bars, and then she explained that this was a document, and by signing it, he would not be able to visit the lady without permission, nor interfere with the prince's education. The hero shouted, "What impudence!" After all, he is the empress's father. The main character squatted down and coldly told him to sign the document. and she held out the pen. Having signed his name, the Marquis thought that his daughter was weak and stupid. She wouldn't have had the courage to do that to her father, so someone had to put her mind to it. So it was clearly a maid, who waited for the man to raise his hand against Angela. Ha! Now all that's left to do is wait for Lacey's birthday party. What a laugh. And without their father's help, they will ruin everything and only regret it. The main character reported that Marquis Wilhelm haven't had left. Although the girls were able to get rid of the Marquis, this is not the end of it. Now they have to prepare a banquet for His Majesty. Angela turned, smiled, and said she would simply cancel the banquet. To avoid having to endure sidelong glances and your father's anger, you should simply protect your son from this. Siana replied that she would follow the will of the lady. The fan suddenly closed. A female voice declared that the prince was either ill or had gone mad. There were even rumors that he had been cursed by a witch. How the heroine plans to give up the prince, because the longer the mother puts it off, the harder it will be to renounce. Although the girls want to help, they know nothing about the prince, so they have no choice but to ask Angela. One of the three heroines said that it was worth showing Prince Lacey, after which everything would be settled. The Empress replied that it was fine, and although her child was different from others, she should behave politely, because her son was not crazy, but simply special. But if you think about it, there's no point in cancelling the banquet. Is the woman really going to hide the prince forever? She replied that she would introduce the boy to the world outside the palace, but only when he wanted it. Smiling, the heroine replied that this was the perfect answer, but it was worth understanding that Angela had refused to perform imperial duties. This means that the prince cannot claim the throne. The main character wondered if it was even, despite this. They're all going to do it. The girls answered, yes. The mother just wants her son to live a happy life. I admired nature and insects. He painted beautiful pictures. That's why Angela doesn't care about all this. The three girls replied that they understood the heroine and would take care of the rest themselves. No matter what state Lacey was in, no one would dare mock the noble prince's lineage. The heroine laughed, which meant the prince was crazy after all. She knew it. He did not leave the palace because he was simply ill, no matter how long everyone was going to hide this fact. The maid reassured her mistress that the rumors had clearly reached the emperor, but if he hadn't said anything, then it didn't matter to him. And here's another thing. The number of servants in Angela's palace still remained the same, and the number of gold coins and jewelry did not decrease. This means that the family still supports the heroine. The woman did not lose the Marquis, and the rumors will soon die down. She thought, even though he doesn't love her, the same can't be said about family and power. Angela extended her hand and said that she had involved the maid in her problems as well and wanted to make it official. Who thanks Siana for such help. Thanks to her, the woman was able to achieve even more than she expected, and she will do what her maid asked. The main character took the corner of her dress and then curtsied, also thanking Your Majesty. Hugging the maid, Aris screamed that she was finally in her arms, and now the heroine would never let go of the main character. Surprised, Siana said that she thanked the princess for waiting, and she asked where the girl learned such words, and she answered that she learned them while the main character was not around. The heroine said that they were going on a picnic. Nina and Nana began to exclaim what a beautiful princess they had. The best. She's so charming, but what if someone steals her? That could very well happen, so the maids will fight back with sticks. Siana noticed that the place was located in a secluded corner of the imperial palace, where there were not many people and not many amenities, but it was very quiet and cozy. Finally, the princess got out of the palace. The princess started to run away, screaming after her for the main character to catch her. The girl let the princess run a little and sped up. Nina and Nana were taken aback. The girl looked very happy. After all, this is exactly what she was waiting for. Aris didn't notice how she approached someone and, colliding with them, fell to the ground. The girl turned around in surprise. It was Prince Lacey. He was silently watching her. Aris did not know who it was. Meanwhile, in Rashid's palace, the question was raised about when his father would return. Sol replied that if the princess's letter was to be believed, he would need some more time to recover. As he washed, the prince said that almost 6 months had passed since he began chairing the meeting of the Imperial Council on behalf of his father. Too long for a simple recovery. The guard noted that this place suited Rashid. Before His Majesty's departure, they were informed that he was having difficulties in his daily affairs due to severe headaches. They say his condition is improving every day, and there will be good news soon. The Crown Prince replied that he was glad about this, and he ordered to follow him because the main character also needed to breathe some fresh air. The girl asked with displeasure, how did the prince find out about this place? He was obviously following them. Then the Empress approached them, and Rashid asked in surprise what she was doing there. Angela explained that they went out for a short while to get some fresh air, hugging her son. And then by chance we met Princess Aris. The protagonist answered briefly, understandably, looking at Lacey. He watched the Crown Prince without any embarrassment, and his eyes sparkled. Rashid felt awkward and asked if the boy wanted to cut off his head. Angela apologized with a smile and explained that her son had not yet learned imperial etiquette and could not greet him properly. But then why is Lacey looking at him like that? They explained to him that apparently the boy simply wanted to draw Rashid, because when he sees something beautiful, he immediately wants to capture it. Aris screamed that her brother's paintings were very beautiful, and I remembered the moment when the girl fell. When Lacey looked at the heroine, at that moment, she asked who he was. Suddenly, a female voice appeared, addressing Princess Aris. Angela said that it was the first time they met. The main character's voice was heard from behind, asking if the princess was okay. Seeing the Empress, the girl bowed. The woman said that she and Siana met again. Aris wondered if it was Her Majesty. Taking the girl by the hand, Angela said that she was very pleased to meet her, and thank you for giving her maid the opportunity to spend some time together. She helped their family a lot. And the woman really wanted to tell this to Princess Aris. The Empress also promoted Nina and Nana, and the twins began to exclaim how they could thank the Empress. But Angela explained that she did it together with Siana. After this, the two of them turned to the maid, but the girl quickly stopped them, saying that they were taking care of the princess. And this was the best gratitude. They already have enough skills, so they should have gotten such a position a long time ago. However, if it weren't for Siana, Nina and Nana would have been exploited as labourers for the rest of their lives for a pittance. The maids shouted their gratitude to Mrs. Xian and promised to kiss the floor she walked on, but the main character stopped them. The girl asked Lacey what he was doing. The boy awkwardly replied that he was drawing, and it flashed through Aris's mind that he only draws what he wants, but it turns out very beautiful. Then the princess asked again what exactly he wanted to draw, and Lacey replied that he wanted to draw beautiful things. Aris suggested drawing her. The painting was already ready, and the girl on the canvas seemed alive. The heroine blushed and noticed that the other members of the imperial family only knew how to swear, but no one had such talent. Lacey was 100 times better than them. Siana replied with a smile that it was true. His Highness's skills were truly incredible. Surprised, the Crown Prince asked if the boy would draw him. The main character himself wants to evaluate the skills of his younger brother. His Highness seems to enjoy being a model, the maid asked. Rashid explained that he was just having fun. And thanks to the girl, he can drink delicious tea. Instead of Xian getting hung up on the painting, she should have talked to him and asked him what was so great about drawing. The prince lent him a drawing instrument. That's why he would like to try drawing something too. Rashid said that then he would begin. Let the heroine take some pose. With a grin, the Crown Prince said that the painting was of Xian, and drawing was difficult, so it was not suitable for him. It is important to realize what a person is good at. Instead of putting everything off until later, you can just give up and not do what you are bad at. But isn't it usually the other way around? After all, people are more inclined to dwell on what they don't have. Talent, strength. So you should immediately realize this. It's better to succeed in what you do best. Why worry about what a person doesn't have? Laughing, Rashid thought that, yes, this was about her. That's why the girl had gone such a long way from princess to maid. The Crown Prince stated that Xiana is now a mid-level maid. The heroine must be much happier in this role, so the man congratulates her. The main character was surprised because she didn't expect to hear such words from him. The prince replied that it didn't mean a lot to her. They say it's harder for a foreigner from a defeated country to become a mid-level maid than to get a star from the sky. And Siana succeeded because she is so magnificent. However, the main character understood that she received this status thanks to the power of His Majesty, and she did it in a not entirely honest way, but she still feels butterflies in her stomach. The girl thanked Rashid. Meanwhile, he thought how cute she was. He so wants to take this cutie into his arms and never let Siana out of them. But when he began to stroke her hair, Sol shouted sharply that everything was ready. The heroes crowded around the canvas on which Lacey was creating. The man beamed with happiness. Seeing himself and Shiano in the painting, he thought, a brilliant artist who received a gift from God instead of an ordinary life which the devil took from him. An epithet that will soon be used for him. Among the hundreds of paintings that will remain in history, here is one of the most outstanding works. Aris exclaimed, "How beautiful, Siana! It looks so much like a delicious peach hanging among the green foliage. The uniform is so beautiful." Nina and Nana thanked Miss, because it was all thanks to her. The main character suddenly asked if the princess, who had already crossed her arms over her chest, was definitely okay with it. She replied that she had already said no, especially since the Dowager Empress had also written to the girl. Grandma heard that her maids were leaving to undergo training, so she wants to invite her granddaughter to her palace because she is worried that Aris will be left alone. It's okay if she refuses, but the Empress will hold banquets every day while she lives in the palace and will also invite the most famous pastry chef. Moreover, she had already ordered dresses and called a jeweler. With a sly grin, Aris declared that she would eat whatever she wanted and get whatever she wanted, so she would shake everything out of her grandmother. Taking Siana by the hand, she said that when the girl returns, then she will never let her out of her arms. The twins could only admire this picture. The atmosphere among the mid-level maids is completely different. Nina and Nana started discussing that there are only mid-level maids and them here. The main character turned around after hearing some sounds. The golden badge of one of the maids flashed. The girl greeted the heroines and said that she was a mid-level maid. She stated that although they had passed the exam, they had not yet officially received this status, and they will have 3 days of training. If questions arise about their qualifications during the process, the girls will be demoted back to the lowest rank. The duties of the maids are strictly divided. Lower-level maids are responsible for household chores such as laundry and cleaning. In turn, they are managed by mid-level maids to ensure that the work runs smoothly. And finally, the high-level maids serve the masters. The heroine continued that a mid-level maid must be able to manage others, distributing responsibilities to assigned positions. Nana whispered to the main character that all this was just a formality that had no special significance. And Nina said that if the test is passed, it means that all the necessary skills are already there, and even low-level maids are usually called respectfully. The mid-level maids will help them, so it's as easy as pie. The main character clasped her hands and wondered if she could calm down. The maid Om approached her and asked if she was Siana, that same naughty girl who came from a defeated country and got promoted so quickly. It's obvious that she has support on the side, but the heroine will judge Siana based only on her skills, and she should get rid of her illusions. That won't work here. From today on, the main character is responsible for preparing ingredients in the kitchen, and she should be prepared for that. What if the main character does not cope well? Then Om will report it. Siana reflected that she liked it when many people worked together. After all, they must have a certain system and methods. It seems the maid who works with the main character said that it is worth observing and figuring things out for yourself. It's okay because she can ask the lower-level maids about work. The girl said that she was pleased to meet them and that she was Siana, and from today she would be helping them in the kitchen. The main character was looked at with disdain. The maid was surprised by this strange atmosphere. Then a nasty grin and a rather familiar voice were heard from behind. The main character turned around and saw Jana. Is she really here too? He'll obviously start picking on me again. A little earlier, Jana heard that the new mid-level maid was Siana. Replied that this was true and that the girl should take care of her, since the other lower-ranking maids obeyed her well. The heroine thought that if everything had been like before, Jana would have been able to win her favor by showering her with gifts. But Siana, how could she achieve such heights when Jeanne is still a low-class maid? And why didn't she rot in the Ruby Palace? The maid said that she knew this girl. She came to the palace at the same time as her. Obviously, Siana used some dirty tricks. And only because of this was I able to reach the official stage of training. Everyone should know the truth. After that, Jana started gossiping that the main character is so stubborn, constantly lying as soon as she opens her mouth. She got promoted because she stabbed her friend in the back. The maid realized that Jana must have already done her job and said nasty things. Turning to the maids, the girl asked if they were unfamiliar with maid etiquette. From that day on, Siana was their leader. Shouldn't they show at least some respect? She continued to shout that they didn't even greet her. Where are their manners? The heroine got angry because the girl was using this trick again. Oddly enough, it scares people so much. However, this is Jana's territory, and she is not going to obey. Pointing her finger at the main character, she declared that they are not going to welcome her. The main character asked why. The girl answered, because she became a mid-level maid not according to the rules. Why should the heroine respect someone who got her promotion dishonestly? Does she really think that she can do anything just because Siana cares about the princess? The girl clenched her fist. And then she slapped the maid. And, putting her hands together, she said softly, "Well, all the maids in this kitchen have been fired." Siana continued that she became a mid-level maid through dishonest means and does not deny it. She took this position on the recommendation of a noble person from the upper echelons, so she will go to him and tell him everything. A big problem will arise because the maids do not obey her. And one day the girl will be asked a question, because low-level maids must follow the orders of middle-class maids. But why don't they listen to Shan in that case? She will have to tell them that they don't take her seriously because she became a mid-level maid by the grace of a nobleman. And the main character will answer exactly like that. Then everyone here will have a hard time. The maids bowed awkwardly and said they welcomed Miss. Jana got angry, thinking, what traitors! She screamed at them to come to their senses. It was nonsense. How could someone from the imperial family be the patron of an ordinary maid? Siana turned to the heroine and looked at her angrily. Jana gritted her teeth, thinking what a scoundrel she was. And then she turned around and said that she would also report the main character and do the same. Leaving her hand on the door handle, she added, "What Siana can do is just watch." The door slammed loudly. She thought that the heroine was almost caught, but managed to cheat. Empress Angela, or Princess Aris, does not need to know about this. And yet, the girl turned to look at the maids. She thinks she made a good first impression. This is good. Now we can start working in peace. The main character calmly gave orders to the maids. Today, everything went without incident, fortunately. Procurement management not only includes checking the delivery and integrity of ingredients, but also keeping track of the expiration dates of products such as jam and cheese. So it's perfectly normal to finish work in the early morning. And the maids turned into walking dead. Siana clapped her hands, saying that physical endurance was important for this. And, having praised the maids, she continued that they had all done a great job. There was still a lot of work to do, but they should have a snack. On the table there were buns, scrambled eggs with sausages, and a dessert with marshmallows. The maids exclaimed how delicious it was, and it was all thanks to Miss Siana. Before this, the mid-level maids had dealt with the remaining food, so there was more left over and it was possible to cook something. The girl ordered the remaining ingredients to be laid out and packaged separately. Then the main character stood up from the table and said that they would be uncomfortable with her, so she would eat separately from them. And she thanked the maids for their work. They were surprised. Jana listened to the talk about Miss Xian. If she continued to manage this place, everything would finally fall into place, although she would soon have to return to the main palace. All the other girls wanted to go with her, but the heroine thought angrily that they would not. After all, they should follow only her, and not this scoundrel. Then the girl will fall on her knees before her. Slamming her hands on the table, Jana screamed for them to come to their senses. It's all a game. Siana is evil and treacherous. She threatened not long ago that she would report them. She is deceiving everyone. The maids looked at Jan in silence, and then they said that they didn't care what the main character was hiding because she treated them well. It's annoying. This girl has bewitched people again. Traitors who forgot about the bread and meat that Zhang gave them. If this continues, Siana will easily become an official mid-level maid, and that cannot be allowed to happen. Maybe I should just set everything on fire here, but no, that's too much. Okay, so Jana isn't alone. She knows someone else with high status. Now the heroine will show Xiana what a real snitch means, and she burst into tears. While in the maid Om's office, Jana asked to be heard. The main character began to yawn. Getting up from her bed, she said that she was very sleepy. It's been a week since she started working in the warehouse, and she still hasn't gotten used to it. Moreover, yesterday the heroine went to bed later than usual, so it was even more difficult to get up. She was suddenly called in and they started picking on everything. The maid said she heard that Xiana had divided and eaten the remaining food with the lower-ranking maids. She should be careful if she is so kind to them. What will happen to the other middle-level maids? The main character was surprised that it could happen. There would obviously be no problems. Om screamed that if the heroine was so kind to them, the lower-ranking maids would stop respecting the senior maids. The girl replied that this was not so. Since she began sharing meals with the others, their efficiency had noticeably increased. And in other kitchens, they also began to give them more positive ratings. The heroine can find out about this by checking the warehouse. Om became even more angry, and she continued to scold Xiana. But the main character thinks that she didn't call her because of such a trifle. And even if so work is work. The maid put a hairpin on her hair, and with a smile she declared that she was ready. Xiana saw the maids in the kitchen and asked why they were so early. They said that there was a lot of work in the morning, and it was even good that they came a little early. The girl explained that doing everything in advance is indeed a good idea. In the morning, it will help you save energy, avoid mistakes, and double-check everything. One of the maids shared that she used to bring the wrong products to the kitchen and was reprimanded by the cooks, but in recent days, she stopped worrying about it. Xiana replied that it was wonderful, all thanks to the fact that they worked together. The maid behind her gasped. A picture of a destroyed warehouse appeared before them. The girls silently looked around the room and found the culprit. It turned out to be a mouse that was finishing off the remains of food. The broom fell to the floor. One of the maids also said that they dealt with it quickly. The girl was trembling, sitting on the floor. A mid-level maid came running to them and asked what had happened. After all, she came here because of the noise. Jana approached Om and said with a grin that, judging by how everything looked here, a mouse had gotten in here during the night. How do they even manage this place? The heroine said, how will Xiana justify herself now? Wasn't she so confident in herself yesterday? Despite the incident with the remaining food, she said that things were better. Let her look at herself. She thinks she's so smart. This is what happens when you let low-class maids off the leash and giggle with them. Om will not forgive her for such a trick and will report Xiana. Jana laughed, thinking that she would not want to be demoted and would start begging. Well, finally, let him cry and beg for mercy. But the main character sternly replied, let them do so. Xiana is to blame for everything. But before doing this, she must sort everything out. They will soon start preparing breakfast for the whole yard, but the ingredients from the warehouse are now unusable. What is she talking about? Let her take the ones that the mouse hasn't touched, the maid asked. Won't they have problems? Mice can be carriers of infections and diseases, so there is a risk of an epidemic. Although the ingredients in the cupboards may look fine, if something goes wrong, the consequences will be too serious to handle. And Xiana doesn't want problems of that magnitude to arise. The heroines don't have to worry. The maid will make sure all the ingredients are delivered on time. The crown prince was sleeping soundly when suddenly Sol's voice was heard. He told him to get up because someone had come to see him. Wrapping himself in a blanket, he said that he was very busy. Who even came so early? And when the guard said that it was Lady Xiana, the man quickly jumped up. The main character wondered what could have happened that the girl came to him so early. After all, she is currently in training. Did she really have a fight with someone, or did someone attack her? He imagined that the girl would cry. But he saw in front of him an evil heroine who said that she was asking for forgiveness for disturbing him at this time. The prince was surprised and replied that everything was fine and she just needed to tell him what happened. Xiana said mice had gotten into the warehouse she was responsible for and were ruining the food intended for breakfast. Blushing, he realized what the problem was, and that was why she had come for help. And then the girl continued, Your Highness, could he sell her some food from his palace? The main character froze in confusion, and he asked her again, Sell the ingredients? The girl briefly answered, Yes. He asked how she was going to pay for it, if the food was needed for the entire palace, which was a considerable amount. Siana replied that she thought she could save up in a few years of work, so if he doesn't mind, the heroine could pay later. Even if it takes many years, she will definitely pay back. Rashid wondered if the maid might have simply asked for help. Clenching his hand into a fist, he couldn't understand how she dared to say such a thing, knowing that the hero would be happy to help her anyway. It was quite upsetting. Then the prince asked if that was all. The girl replied that everything was fine. He said that everything was fine and she could take whatever she needed, but in return, the prince would not take payment in money. But he doesn't know what, because right now he doesn't want to decide anything. And when the main character understands what he wants, he will find Siana. Clapping her hands, the heroine shouted for the girls to hurry. Everything needed to be packed and sent to the kitchens as quickly as possible. Jana didn't understand where this maid got the food from. It can't be. Is she a sorceress or something like that? She was looking at the food when she was told to help as well. The heroine grabbed the box, but I couldn't lift it. How do they carry it anyway? Heavy sighs echoed throughout the room. The maid sat down at the table and discussed that it was finally over. They were afraid that they would be late or something worse. Siana praised the maids, and they asked where Miss got so many products from. The main character explained that a nobleman helped her, but if this person sent so many ingredients, it means he definitely has his own warehouse. Judging by the rumors, the heroine definitely has a noble patron. This man must be very kind to have volunteered to help the maids, Jana thought. The imperial family helps Siana, and she has surpassed her not only in rank, but even in this. This means that whoever this nobleman is, he is definitely sincere towards this girl. And if the main character tells him about what happened, biting her nails, the heroine thought that if she remained silent, no one would know about her involvement, because Siana did not yet know that she was involved. The maid came up from behind and asked if it was her doing. The girl knocked over the chair and screamed what she was talking about. Jana started screaming that it wasn't her fault, and that she shouldn't blame anyone without hard evidence, since she had fallen asleep early yesterday and hadn't even been near the warehouse. The main character replied that she understood, however. Siana didn't say anything about the warehouse, and she continued with a smile. The same thing happened in the morning when she was in the warehouse. She just glanced around and immediately said that there were rats there. And the reason why Ohm scolded the girl until late at night, the point was that they were simply trying to distract her. But that's not all. Jana's face when the main character entered the warehouse in the morning was also strange. Based on these assumptions alone, it is difficult to pinpoint the culprit. But if you think about it, it was too obvious. The heroine continued with indignation. She does not deserve criticism based only on suspicions, and it is not funny at all. Why would she do such a thing? Siana has no evidence. Approaching Jeanne, the maid said that she would find evidence and stop her. And if she reports this to the inspectorate, it will become clear who had the key to the warehouse in the evening, and the maid doesn't have a normal alibi. There are many eyes and ears in the palace. Putting her hand on the girl's shoulder, she whispered that she was now talking about the maid who had secretly brought in the rats. Jan smiled, asking if she didn't know what the imperial palace was like. Does she really think that for such an act only one maid will be fired and everyone will be punished? So Siana won't shift all the responsibility onto the innocent maids. She will never report it, knowing that they are not guilty of anything. The main character calmly answered, "Does Jana really think that way?" Unfortunately, the girl didn't notice that she sees right through Jeanne, and it seems the girl has forgotten something. There is a nobleman behind Siana, and she is sure that he would not want the main character to be dragged into trouble. Therefore, in the end, only the maid will pay for this act, because it was Jeanne who wanted to harm the imperial family. The heroine became worried because she just wanted to make fun of Siana and nothing more. The girl asked if she could take the words spoken as a confession. The maids started looking at each other, and Jana screamed at what she would do to her. She won't send away the maid who works with her. Jana fell on her knees and asked for forgiveness. Stroking her face, Siana said that if she really wanted to be forgiven, then let her tell. Only the heroine is behind this. Or not. Jana began to exclaim that Mrs. Om had helped distract the girl, but she naturally did not admit it. Well, of course, as expected. The main character thought about it. She was disgusted when people used the power of their superiors for their own personal gain. But with such people, such tactics were entirely justified. Sienna said she wanted to keep everything a secret, but the nobleman was very concerned about the situation and asked if she was being bullied. So what should the heroine do? She can't lie. They started to worry and apologized again. The girl continued that if they pretended that nothing had happened, then the patron most likely wouldn't have to worry about anything. The food that Sienna brought would be enough for the entire palace, but the cost would be prohibitive, even if it took her several years to save up. And since these two are to blame for this, shouldn't they take responsibility? If they can sort this out, the quarrels between the maids will end. The heroines whispered that, by Sienna's decision, the guilty maids were given severe punishment. For collusion with a low-level maid, and for bribery, the mid-level maid was demoted to the lowest rank. And the main culprit is Jana, demoted to intern. The girls said that the cost of the spoiled food would be covered from their salaries. Sol reported that, at the request of Diana, who was in charge of this matter, the reward would be divided fairly among the maids who carried out the assigned task. The prince replied that the girl was the same as always, simply gorgeous and smart. But something seems wrong. The main character seems to be very upset about something. She was surprised that the man noticed, because she tried to remain aloof. And she asked how the prince understood this, as if he could read a person's emotions. Rashid put his hand up to the bird and replied that, unfortunately, he did not have such abilities. However, he knows how to take care of the weak. After these words, the bird jumped onto the prince's hand. Sienna was taken aback. It was incredible. She really was just a pet for the hero. He continued that the maid could tell everything, and he would listen. The girl replied that, thanks to his help, everything had been settled successfully. Although, to tell the truth, she was not feeling very well. Jana cried a lot, and Sienna for the first time saw her burst into tears, like a child. She dreamed of becoming a high-ranking maid, so she was so depressed that she couldn't even utter a word. Clutching the fabric of the dress, the girl admitted that it was her. She just destroyed the maid's dream. All this time, Rashid listened silently, and then he asked if the heroine regretted it. Sienna admitted that no, well, I wouldn't say it was because the main character is a mid-level maid. If people are not punished for wrongdoing, they will not experience regret. And in order to prevent such actions from being repeated, punishment is simply necessary. This is probably the scary side of the maid. Rashid said with a grin that, yes, the look on her face was deadly. The main character thought that she would not want to hear such a thing from the bloody prince. He straightened the girl's hair and admitted that he liked it that way. And when needed, Sienna can be strong. Awkwardly, the girl thanked him for the compliment. It was quite unexpected, but why does the prince look like that? The protagonist said with a smile that, if she were as soft as usual, she would have a hard time, so the prince was happy. But why does Rashid always look at the heroine like that? Looking away, Sienna continued that last time he said he would ask for something in return. Extending his hand, the protagonist replied that, yes, and now he can say that. Smiling, he asked to go on a date with him. Sienna froze in amazement. She thought that the prince would ask for tea, as usual. The crown prince has business outside the palace, so he would like to take the girl with him. She asked why her, and he replied that he was afraid to go alone. The maid understood that it was all a lie, but there was nowhere to go. Sienna said that she was just a maid and did not work in the crown prince's palace, and that she could not go outside without permission. Rashid replied that she shouldn't worry about it, because there wouldn't be any problems. The main character thought about it after all. He is the crown prince, moreover. They are on a date now. The carriage arrived, and the prince replied that they were already there. The heroine stalked the man, asking if he was really going to go out into the street. Sienna noted that the hero could have many enemies, and if they encountered the killer, serious problems would arise. Taking off the scarf from her neck, she continued, besides, the crown prince is too conspicuous. And after that, she put a scarf around his neck. Blushing, Rashid asked if the girl was really worried about him. Sienna replied that she was a palace maid, so this was her job. The main character sadly replied that it was clear. Yes, and it really is too dangerous. Rashid said that this was the first time he had ever gotten out like this. The heroine asked in surprise if it was true. The man continued that since childhood, he had spent time only in the palace. Looking at his reflection, he said that when he grew older, he immediately found himself on the battlefield. And several months passed since he returned to the empire, together with Sienna. The main character thought that until now, she thought that she and the Crown Prince were complete opposites. However, they have something in common, and when the girl thinks about it, she feels strange. Stopping, Sienna asked what the prince was talking about. He silently took out a gold coin, and throwing it into the fountain, he replied that he meant the fireworks festival that would take place today. Of course, the man lied about being afraid, because he likes not only small things, but also shiny ones. Looking at her reflection, the girl smiled. Having said that it was clear, the protagonist turned to Sienna, and I noticed that she seemed hungry, and there's still time before the festival starts, so they can eat. The man raised mugs of beer, declaring that it was the most delicious and refreshing in the entire empire. The hero smiled, admitting that he didn't know that the girl liked alcohol. Slightly offended, Sienna declared that she was an adult. Moreover, the maids say that this drink helps them relax after a hard day at work, and after it, all troubles recede. He looked thoughtfully at the heroine when she began to raise the mug, and then she pulled away the beer sharply, shouting, "Liars! How can this possibly be tasty?" At first, the taste was just awful. But, strangely enough, the main character continues to drink. Exhaling, Sienna declared that she was still sober, but she felt so hot, and her heart was pounding. Rashid realized that she was already drunk. Then the maid asked why the prince didn't drink. Blushing, he replied that there was a reason for that. After all, he still has to take Sienna back. The main character blushed at this answer. I thought the man was just making fun of me, but now I understand. The lantern dimly illuminated the room. The girl languidly declared, "Your Highness." She's not his cute little pet. Stroking his face, the heroine continued, "What kind of pet could do that to a man?" And, pulling at his cheek, Sienna continued that now Rashid is as sweet as she is, and the Crown Prince is so handsome. This is quite embarrassing for the main character. And then Sienna kissed him on the cheek. He asked if the prince was confused and didn't know what to do. Every time he looks at the heroine with those shining eyes, she is overwhelmed by exactly these feelings. Fireworks sparkled in the sky, and the girl replied that this is why it is her revenge. And she continued kissing the man against the backdrop of numerous fireworks. There was no trace left of the night sky, it became clear. The birds were chirping happily as they sat on the branch, and Sienna was fast asleep, lying on her back. Then the main character slowly opened her eyes, and she looked at the window through which bright rays of light were shining. Jumping out of bed, the girl apologized for being late as she had overslept. But the other maids were surprised. Miss Sienna came. It's strange because today is a special weekend, so they thought the main character was resting. The girl was taken aback. What weekend? The people arrived in a hurry and told the maids to have a good rest because they looked tired after working for a long time without a day off. Sienna asked who gave such an order, and one of the maids replied that it was the Crown Prince. They started discussing how even though the bloody Crown Prince was considered a scary person, he cared about them so much. He was simply the best. Yes, that's right. He's handsome, well-built, and has plenty of money. The girl put the dish on the table and continued that His Highness even sent them food since they had not had breakfast, and he ordered them to eat well. There's also meat here, so this soup is a great hangover cure. She realized that it was all because Sienna was drinking. He sent food and gave her a day off, but only for the main character. It's so shameful, I can't put it into words. The maid realized that the soup was so warm and felt good in her stomach. It's delicious and truly the best hangover cure. Then, Sienna looked to the side because she saw a silhouette. It was Jana, who was rubbing her hand awkwardly. She sadly stated that starting tomorrow she would begin training again. It was as if I had come to the palace for the first time. The main character asked if she really blamed her for this. Jana admitted that if she had said no, she would have been lying. But this is because she is very stubborn, and so the girl thought for a long time. And she realized that she was very ashamed in front of Sienna. She speaks sincerely because she doesn't want to lie anymore. The main character asked, "Is it very difficult?" It was as if a lie had covered me like an avalanche, which would eventually crush me. But Sienna is glad that Jeanne took responsibility for her actions. The maid bowed and thanked the heroine. Having stretched, the girl happily declared that she had finally rested. Lying in bed, she asked herself questions. Did you drink a lot yesterday? Still feeling weak and hungover, the girl suddenly jumped up, realizing that she had gone crazy. After all, she touched the prince's cheek with her own hand, as if she were pulling dough. What a nightmare. How could she do this to the heir of this empire? But there is no need to shout. It is worth keeping quiet at night. The main character is tired physically and mentally, but inspired by the atmosphere of the festival. So she tried beer for the first time and really liked it. But these are all excuses. It doesn't matter what Siana does, because the prince will allow her everything. Well, how could this happen? Fidgeting in bed, the girl couldn't sleep and knew she had to apologize. And when she finishes work, she must definitely meet with him. The lamp burned with a warm light. The man sat on the bed and said that he couldn't sleep at all. He remembered that kiss, because after Siana did it, what kind of face will the girl have when she comes to him? The Crown Prince is looking forward to this. What is the main character thinking about right now? The girl walked across the room holding a candle in her hands. It dimly lit the corridor. Suddenly, the maid looked into one of the rooms. Then she said, that's pretty weird. Is it really like this here? The heroine continued, looking at the food scattered on the floor. Siana offers her deepest apologies for what happened earlier. The prince asked why. The heroine replied that it was for her inappropriate behavior because she grabbed Rashid by the cheek. And she needed dough so often in the food warehouse that she did it unconsciously. Then the main character asked what else. But looking at the uncomprehending reaction, he noticed with a smile that the girl's memories were apparently cut off. If you came to apologize, you should know why. The heroine asked if she had hit him. Rashid replied that he would remind me of everything now. And then he kissed the girl tenderly. This is exactly what the main character did. And there is no need to apologize because he was not upset. Or rather, the opposite. I even liked it very much. Siana turned completely red and decided that she would never drink again in her life. The maid asked if the amount of food in the warehouse was constantly decreasing. They answered that yes, demands for products from Grace's palace are growing. Perhaps she has hired new maids. But no. The number of servants is the same, which means that someone is stealing food. The main character came to sort things out, but she's worried that she might get kicked out. A maid met her and said it was good that Siana came, because they also noticed the oddities. Food is constantly disappearing from the palace, and there is definitely a thief among the maids, and the possibility that the thief could be someone else is excluded. Then the girl whispered that they even started to hide the food, but it still disappears. Siana said they urgently need to find the culprit, and the maid already suspects someone. Tall as a giant, big as a bear, and strong as a bull. Sounds pretty familiar. It turns out it's Choo Choo. The heroines began to hug, saying how long it had been since they had seen each other. The main character asked her friend how it was working here. She replied that it was simply terrible. She was dying of fatigue. The girl thought that Choo Choo really did eat a lot, but she wouldn't do that. Siana started to say what really happened. Food is constantly disappearing from Princess Grace's palace, and the other maids suspect her. The heroine continued to calmly pour tea. It was expected that the girl would start to claim that she didn't do it. But instead, Choo Choo became worried and said, I understand. What kind of reaction is this? Does she really know who the real thief is? And the main character must find out who the thief is. It is enough for her to just know that no one will make a fuss. So you should just tell your friend. Choo Choo thought that the girl looked like a fool. She is quite smart. That's why I came here. The friend replied that she needed to be told everything from the very beginning, from the moment she got here. She was ordered to report to Princess Grace's palace. Then Choo Choo thought, what a sophisticated lady. And such a huge heroine like her. Made an official maid, the third daughter of the emperor, renowned for her beauty among his 7 daughters. The maid's job is to serve her and maintain her beauty. Every morning they apply the best lotion, prepared the day before, to the girl's face and comb her long hair for an hour. In the evening, the girl takes a bath with milk and water. Under no circumstances should the princess's skin be allowed to tan. So Choo Choo's job is to carry a huge umbrella. The maid was thinking, is the princess really sick? She has eaten so little. The other girl said, does she really not understand? Such beauty does not persist on its own. She shouldn't ask unnecessary questions. She just needs to do her job. Then one of the maids said that food had gone missing. Choo-Choo suggested reporting it to the guards. She said that it was not worth it. They would only make a fuss. The princess eats little as it is. The heroine couldn't turn a blind eye to this because someone was clearly stealing food. And so, Choo-Choo noticed the thief. How can you be so shameless and steal food from a princess who hardly eats anything anyway? The maid ran as fast as she could towards the thief, and she screamed. Since she was so hungry, she could have just asked for food and not stolen food like a thief. This thief turned out to be Princess Grace. The girls froze in amazement. The bun fell on the floor. The main character asked if there might have been a misunderstanding, but Choo-Choo said that it was surprising, but at that moment, the princess pulled her hand back and told the maid to remain silent, and if he dares to open his mouth. Then she made people feel sorry for the girl and her family for several generations to come. That's what the heroine said, and walked away. And then she dropped all the food. Choo-Choo couldn't say anything. Sienna smiled and said there was no need for further investigation. If she hadn't told, the heroine would have continued the investigation, and the culprit of His Highness would be angry with her. Oh, don't talk nonsense. After all, she is not like that. Her Highness the Angel. Sienna wondered if she might be an angel, but what was going on inside her? But the main character is also confused by the fact that everyone blames only Choo-Choo. She replied that it was fine. It was much better to hear that a muscular maid was stealing than a beautiful princess. And after that incident, Grace became more favourable towards her. Well, probably because they envied her. The main character understood that there was nothing normal about this. And stroking Choo-Choo's face, she said, that she is very kind. Really kind, the maid replied ironically. After this, the girl began to think, speaking of food, whether the princess had really eaten everything herself. How does she stay so slim? Sienna froze. And then she replied with a grin that there is one way for nobles. The maid replied, wow, it's incredible. She sweats so much, and the nobles are really amazing. The lady clenched her hand into a fist, realizing that this was not such a good method. Sienna said that it was time for her to go, since the investigation was already over. The girl thought that after this there would be no problems. However, it is said that the princess's maids joined forces to catch the criminal, and the culprit's name is Choo-Choo. And it seems she recently came to work at the palace. The girl jumped up and ran towards the exit. She can't believe that her friend was accused of stealing. The maid crossed her arms and declared that the culprit had been caught and that Xian didn't need to come. The girl shouted that it was not her fault. The heroine answered her that she was the only one who thought so. They say they did an internship together, and the maid completed the investigation a few days ago. Recently, another incident occurred. This time she touched the princess's food, and they couldn't close their eyes and caught this impudent woman. If the main character had known that there was such a hostile attitude towards Church, she would not have finished the investigation so quickly. The heroine wanted to see Choo-Choo, but she was forbidden. She screamed. Did they really lock the girl up without any evidence? And what if they hadn't closed it? The maid would have stolen something else, so the topic is closed. The chief inspector never investigates such cases. Instead of proving innocence, the easiest thing to do would be to fire one low-ranking servant and put an end to the unrest. And that's all the maids hope for. Sienna slammed the door and declared that they resort to tricks. Then they must let Sienna see Princess Grace. She hesitated and said that she was a princess. We'll never talk to a regular mid-level maid, Sienna replied. Oh no, and she turned to walk away, having said that everything is fine. After all, she knows other ways out of this situation because she knew that something similar will happen. That's why I also prepared for this in advance, leaving a note under the princess's glass. Sienna greeted the princess. She said that she saw the note that the girl sent her, and the heroine knows the identity of the main culprit. Grace threw the note at the protagonist's feet and asked why she was getting involved in this matter when it didn't concern her at all. And she should immediately be told who the real culprit is. The girl stated that this was Her Highness Grace. The princess chuckled, explaining that although Choo-Choo was her friend, she was so desperate to try to protect her. This is not an insult at all, replied the maid, because she knows it herself. Of course, she won't confess without proof. The only person who knows the truth is Choo-Choo. Sienna continued that she had conducted an investigation a few days ago and, according to rumors, Grace was eating very little, so little that a normal person would pass out from malnutrition, as if the heroine were eating somewhere else. The princess replied that this girl's logic was too weak and that it was disgusting to listen to. The main character approached the girl, and the princess continued, "If she eats somewhere else, then how can she be a criminal? Wouldn't she have already become fat as a pig?" The girl explained that ladies among the nobility and royalty sometimes go to extreme measures to maintain their figures. And one of those ways… First eat, then induce vomiting. This way, she will never gain weight, even if she eats a lot, but this method puts a special strain on the body. What's even more frightening is that moral exhaustion leads to involuntary vomiting while eating due to the fear of gaining weight. And if she continues in the same spirit, how does the princess think about her health? She asked the maid how she knew. The main character was in no hurry to answer, but finally she admitted that she had gone through this herself. Sienna extended her hand and offered to help. She had experience in healing from this hell, and so she asked again. She doesn't need to reveal the identity of the culprit. It's enough for Choo-Choo to be cleared of the unfair charges, and then she will help. Grace realized that the maid was not asking. She was offering help, sincere and voluntary. Choo-Choo knocked on the door. She was told to come in. The heroine made a surprised expression, asking what Sienna was doing here. The princess admitted that the maid came and asked her for a favor. They seemed to be very good friends. A tear rolled down Choo-Choo's eyes. She began to hug her friend and thank her for her help. After sitting locked up, the girl was even able to rest a little. Grace noticed that the heroines have quite a good relationship. The princess was informed that a low-ranking maid appeared to be stealing food from the palace, and after investigation, she was asked to give further instructions. The heroine understood that it was not Choo-Choo, but she. But how could she admit it? The girl didn't think it would come to this, and instead of revealing the truth, she thought that everything would be fine if she compensated for it with money. But now, what's the point? These are just cowardly excuses. Suddenly, the princess heard gratitude directed at her. Thanks to her care, Choo-Choo was released immediately. This rather surprised the heroine. She said that there was no need for thanks. She did not want the girl to be locked up. Choo-Choo said that apparently the maids had misunderstood everything. Grace straightened her hair. And then she admitted that this happened because she herself was stealing food from the warehouse. But the maid suddenly said that all the food in the palace belonged to the mistress. She ate what was already hers by right. It's not clear what the problem was. I remembered the moment when the princess was caught off guard. At that moment, she didn't know what to do. But the main thing is not to cry. So she yelled at him and told him not to tell anyone, because the girl will make you regret it. When Choo-Choo handed over the sausage and bread, the princess wondered if she was trying to find a weakness. But she only said that the sausage tasted better with bread and that you could also add mustard. And bowing, she apologized for that moment in the warehouse. Grace wondered why the maid didn't look at her with pity or smile tensely. She did not despise the mistress. Sobbing, the princess noticed that the food was very tasty. Choo-Choo respected the princess and kept her secret. Even at the moment when she was accused of stealing, the princess suddenly began to scream. Apologizing to Choo-Choo and admitting that the princess is such a coward, the heroines opened their mouths in amazement. The maid embarrassedly thought that she was pouring tea for the princess herself. Grace cheerfully said that she was like a bear who was afraid to spill even a drop of honey. But in reality, Choo-Choo was just very worried. After tasting the tea, the heroine noticed that it was very tasty and sweet, really like honey. Suddenly, the princess panicked because she took 2 sips, and now she'll get fat. It's too late. Sienna said it was okay. It was just 2 sips of tea, and this will not affect the girl's weight in any way. The maid asked if the princess would tell. When did this problem start? Her mother said she did not want 2 sons to fight for the throne, so it was good that a daughter was born. And her mother allowed her to live the way she wanted, because all the attention was focused on her older brother, closer to the throne. At first, Grace did not avoid meals. On the contrary, she loved to eat. And since she was born a princess, she ate a lot of varied and delicious food, and was very happy. The girl was constantly thinking about what to eat tomorrow. The entire table of food was just for her. After some time, it became noticeable that the princess had gained a lot of weight. Mother said that since she was a princess, they would marry her anyway, and she had a pretty face. And one day, the heroine was told about her engagement. She asked who would be her partner. Isaac von Hastings, the Count's 3rd son. The princess smiled. Could it really be the same one she saw last time? The girl sat on a chair and ate cake. Suddenly a guy approached her. It was Isaac. He was addressing Her Highness, the most handsome prince of the noble class. He took out a handkerchief and wiped her lips, which were covered in cake crumbs. Then the princess fell in love with the prince at first sight. It was not the heroine's choice, but in any case, she should maintain her dignity, her mother said. Getting out of the carriage, the guy stepped onto a scarlet square. The hero was wonderful. Princess Grace watched him from the window. He said that it was the greatest honor for a guy to take a girl by the hand, and having kissed her, he continued to become the groom of the beautiful princess. The heroine accepted these feelings without any doubts. It was true love. The maids declared that the princess was beautiful. She thought that since the maid said that the girl was beautiful, it must be so. The voice said, "Attention, Princess Grace is coming." There are a lot of girls who are in love with Isaac. I wonder if they are jealous of her now. One of the heroines said that the princess is like a peach tree, and the most beautiful girl says that Grace is beautiful. Julia and the other guests began to say that she was still the most beautiful of all. That's right, Julia received a lot of flowers during her debut. But Your Highness, you are ahead of everyone. Suddenly footsteps were heard. Apologies were heard. Isaac said that he came to say hello to the princess. The guests behind him were surprised when he knelt down and kissed the girl's hand. It was noticeable that they had started gossiping. The prince said that he liked the chocolate cake the girl sent so much. She smiled and replied that she was glad about it. Julia suddenly appeared in front of them, claiming that she didn't know about their relationship, but it seemed like the couple was quite close. Grace was happy, because finally today she would be able to declare that this handsome young man was her fiancé. Taking the guy by the hand, the girl continued. In fact, the princess is engaged to Isaac. There was a whisper. Oh God, why is there such a strange reaction around? The guest said that this was wonderful news. Everyone congratulates them sincerely. The mother announced that her daughter Grace and Isaac Hastings are engaged. After thanking everyone for their congratulations, Grace looked at the groom. He looked back at the heroine. What a wonderful guy! How good it is to be a princess, the girl thought. Violinists played in the background. The heroine began to look around, searching for Isaac. But he was nowhere to be found. So the princess decided to find him. Suddenly she looked to the side. And here he is. I wonder what the guy is doing here. Approaching him, the heroine called out to the guy, but at some point she shuddered in surprise. Julia was there with Isaac. The princess hid behind a tree. The couple discussed the guy's engagement. Julie squeezed the prince's shirt and said that he promised when she grows up that Isaac would propose to her. The boy claimed that these were just the careless words of a 10-year-old child. Removing the girl's hand, he said that the situation had already changed. He is 17 and she is 14. They had their debut and they are no longer children. There is clearly something between these two. The guy remained cautious because he thought he might cause a scandal. And Julia also likes Isaac. But his fiancée, Grace, let the guy just confess. She burst into tears, apologizing, but the guy calmed Julie down and said that everything was okay. After all, the hero couldn't say it earlier. He turned around and explained that since the other party was an imperial person, everything had to be kept under wraps until the official announcement, so don't be too upset. She asked at the end whether the guy was really not against the engagement, since the princess was a little. Turning around, Isaac asked a little something. The heroine got angry because she was a princess and an authority figure. But suddenly it was said that the princess was fat. There was a lot of talk about her among the girls. In a tight pink dress with such white skin. The girl looks like a pork sausage. She was about to approach the heroes when she heard from Isaac that he knew about it. And he never liked fat girls. And Her Highness does not shine with beauty and elegance. Even though Grace is his fiancée, does Isaac really want this wedding? The heroine was confident in the guy's feelings. However, he admitted that this union was good for his family. And although it was terrible, he had no choice but to endure it. The girl thought, because everyone praised her for her beauty. But in reality, everything turned out to be completely different, and everyone just laughed at her. The heroine stood silently at the mirror, looking at her reflection. She repeated that she was ugly. She started crying and realized it was terrible. From that day on, the princess decided to go on a diet. 3 months later, everyone was congratulating Isaac on his 17th birthday, showering him with gifts. He replied that her presence was already a joy, and the gift was a completely unexpected and pleasant thought. The girls began to discuss where the princess was. Isaac replied that she would be there soon, but the guests continued, wondering if something had happened to her. The guy explained that, after the engagement announcement, he no longer saw Grace. They only communicated by correspondence because she was not feeling well. Everyone was surprised because she always felt great and didn't deny herself anything. During tea, she could drink 10 cups in a row. The girl reasoned that today was her fiancé's birthday, which meant she must have been working hard on her makeup. But she will definitely never be able to compare with Julia. The heroine grinned and replied, "How can one compare the princess and her?" Everyone noted with a grin that the prince was definitely not interested in the fat girl with the loud voice and brainless face because everyone knew the truth. Suddenly, Isaac looked away in surprise. The guests looked in the same direction, no less surprised. Julia asked who everyone was looking at. A question was heard as to whether the heroine was too late. It was a princess, who turned to Isaac with a smile. Is the hero really surprised? Running up to the girl, the guy answered that, frankly speaking, yes. Grace replied that it was his birthday, so she decided to try her best as a bride. Isaac replied that he saw it. Then he knelt down and kissed the princess's hand. So this is what the hero's face looks like when he is truly delighted. She is happy because the fruit of her suffering has finally borne fruit. Portions were reduced, walks became a habit, and during periods of hunger, she subsisted only on water. But in reality, she only felt relief when she spat out the food she had eaten. And on the days when she ate a little more, she vomited more. And that's when the girl realized that this was the way out. Choo said that it turns out that the lady didn't eat normally at all. Grace explained that she couldn't induce vomiting in front of them. She was afraid of making a mistake, so she rarely ate in front of others. But this did not bother anyone. On the contrary, everyone considered her elegant. A few months ago, things didn't go according to plan. At first, the princess held up well, but as night fell, people disappeared and her mind became clouded. The heroine put everything she saw into her mouth and then returned to the room and vomited. Only in this way could she hold on, and over time the amount of food increased. The heroine was very hungry, but there is a limit to everything. She was losing her mind like an animal when she stuffed her mouth with food. And after each meal, Grace thought she would get better, and in fear, she induced vomiting. She asked for help. At that moment, Choo hugged the lady. She stated that they had had a hard time, they were going through hard times, and she, having become their maid, did not even know about it, and asked for forgiveness. After patting the maid, Grace said that everything was fine and that she should be asking for forgiveness. Sienna thanked the princess for telling the truth, and she will definitely be able to forget about this bad habit. To start eating right, you need to get rid of all negative associations associated with food. For example, Tibetan monks. After all, they do not eat animals or artificially grown wheat and rice. They feed only on plants that grow in natural conditions. Grace stated that even elephants eat only vegetables and they are very large. Sienna chuckled, adjusting her apron, and noted that it was simply indecent to speak so rudely about baby elephants, since they don't gain weight because they are big from birth. And she continued with confidence that among the animals that eat only vegetables, there is not a single one that is indecently fat. It's worth making your menu with an emphasis on vegetables. The maid said that although her words sounded convincing, it would not be easy for the mistress to accept it because fear is not so easy to overcome. And you also need to do sports. Did Sienna mean work? She replied that no, she meant sports exercises. Grace was surprised that physical exercise was not just nightly training, but something more. The main character asked the princess if she liked walking, but she answered no because she was afraid of getting a tan, and she is proud of her snow-white skin. Sienna thought that all this was expected of her, not because she wanted it herself. And because too many eyes are directed at her, she must maintain the appearance of a gentle and elegant princess. When Choo suggested that they work out right in the room, the princess flared up with indignation because she didn't want the same muscles as hers. The maid answered calmly, "If you exercise indoors, you can avoid the sun's rays and prying eyes." The heroine then asked if Her Highness had had any dental problems recently or a sore throat when swallowing. She explained firmly, looking straight into his eyes, that if he constantly induced vomiting, his body would begin to deteriorate. Continuing in the same spirit would only make the situation worse. Her teeth will start to fall out one by one, her throat will become sore, and she will never be able to eat again. And then it will definitely be the end. After all, in that case, the princess will die. Looking down, she said she understood and will study with Choo-Choo. The maid explained that it was sports equipment that she had made herself. They can be raised and lowered like this. With their help, exercises will be more effective. With a smile, Choo-Choo thought that she had brought the lightest ones. But I wonder if the girl will be able to lift them. The princess lifted them easily, without even straining herself. Choo-Choo explained with a proud smile that Grace had a strong skeleton, something only 1 in 1,000 people could boast of. And then she added with enthusiasm, it means that she can build beautiful muscles. The heroine threw the equipment on the floor, declaring that she would not exercise. She screamed, flushing with irritation. She just wants to eat normally and has no intention of becoming as muscular as Choo-Choo. And, remembering Siana's words, she tried to add as many vegetables as possible to the dish. The princess licked the plate clean to the last bite. She screamed that she had eaten everything, and you should immediately induce vomiting. But the princess began to remember Siana's words. When she feels sick, you just have to be patient and distract yourself. It sounded like it was the last time. The main character thought that she needed to meet Choo-Choo as soon as possible, but she worried in vain. Instead of a sack of flour, there is a sack of barley. They are quite similar, the heroine thought, but this bag is much heavier. Siana thought that becoming a maid would make her stronger, but her strength also has a limit. Suddenly, the main character turned around, hearing some sound from behind. It was the prince who helped the girl hold the bag. He chuckled, explaining that he was the heir and had to check the premises. And then he chuckled and said that he was joking. In fact, he came to see Siana. Rashid said that she not only stretched his cheeks like cheese, but also kissed him on the nose. And when he told about her actions, some people simply ran away and never returned. After all, the maid was the first to start flirting with him. She's so cute, the prince thought. Siana insisted that this would never happen again. He thought that he really wanted to hug the girl. It seems the main character still has work to do, so the prince will help. She wanted to stop the man. Well, it was better this way than to continue the conversation. The heroine thanked him for his help. He answered calmly, no problem. She noticed that the prince was handsome and not corrupted by power. And he's so caring. At first, you don't even notice it. The protagonist asked what Siana was doing now. She recoiled and apologized, saying that she herself didn't know. Rashid lifted his sleeve, asking if she was interested in his body. The main character envied such muscles. Touching his hand, the girl said with slight envy that she didn't have that many muscles. If she had at least half of them, the work would be much easier. The prince laughed at the thought of her in this ridiculous form, although he admitted even so she would look cute. The heroine pouted, asking what he was imagining. The guy said he loved hugging Siana. And can he do it again? The main character admitted that he was not joking. The girl blushed, and Rashid thought, although he doesn't know when this will happen. But he would rather have Siana become closer to him. And then the girl was informed that Princess Grace's condition was improving. When Siana complimented her, the heroine told her not to flatter her. But the maid explained that this was not flattery. Her complexion had improved, her hair was shiny, and her eyes were full of life. More importantly, the princess became calmer. Even though she is afraid to eat, if she exercises, she will not gain weight. Training turned out to be quite fun. Her Highness can lift any weight, jump high, and still remain incredibly flexible. Choo-Choo declared with admiration that this was the first time she had seen a person who had such good control over his body. Clapping her hands, Siana said with a beaming smile. She was so surprised when she heard about this, and how good it was that she had so much energy. The maid continued, it's not just good. Her Highness is a real world-class athlete. Everyone started clapping when the princess raised the table. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. They quickly lowered the table to the ground, and the maid who entered the room said that Isaac came to the princess. He was allowed to enter the room. The guy is really very elegant. An unimaginable handsome man, the heroines thought. Grace told Choo-Choo that it was a good job and she could go. She whispered that she would make tea. Isaac noticed that the princess had a good relationship with the maid. He then remarked calmly but with instruction that caring for people of lower status was one of the qualities a princess should possess. However, it is important to be careful and stick to your own opinion before you succumb to someone else's influence. Isaac shared that his bride looks different than usual. Even though they were engaged, the prince still didn't think he would meet her looking disheveled. She always has to be perfect, so why was the visit so sudden? The girl blushed and said that he could visit her whenever he wanted. Isaac smiled and thought, well, how naive. Then he continued that this was not the issue at all. He was bored, so he decided to come. He was also worried about his fiancée. He said with slight concern that he had heard this news from Empress Layla. He was told that she had not left her room for several days and had not even attended the other lady's tea party. The princess thought he was worried, but Isaac said briefly that the girl should not be lazy. After all, he had already been told that she had started eating more, which is why she felt tired, and didn't she lie around in her room all day long? Her hands began to tremble, but the man continued calmly, almost cold-bloodedly. This could really complicate everything, because then she risked returning to her old appearance. Grace jumped up, full of determination, and said loudly that to maintain her figure she mostly eats vegetables, and instead of lying on the bed, he does sports lying down. Isaac said with a slight doubt, "Don't men exercise to increase muscle mass?" He didn't know what she was thinking, but the prince liked the bride's current appearance. So he said with gentle insistence that he wanted her to remain as gentle and elegant around him, and therefore asked her to stop playing sports. And if she is worried about gaining weight, then she should simply cut down on her meals. The maid knocked on the door, announcing that she had brought dinner. And on today's menu, there's a crispy tomato salad dressed with lemon garlic sauce and tender ricotta cheese on toasted bread. Choo-Choo said with a mischievous smile. At first glance, it looks like there is only greenery here, but she promises that such a portion can be very filling. From the room, it was heard that Grace was not going to eat, and Choo-Choo does not dare to insist, because the lady does not want this. The heroine simply continued to live as before, because this is the only way to remain loved. The girl continued with concern in her voice, because Tiana had said that if she continued to lead this lifestyle, her life could be in danger. Grace replied ironically, "Well, he'll die then. It's better this way than to be disgusting in the eyes of the groom." The main character had already approached the door. The princess did not answer them. Opening the door, the heroines warned that they were already entering. Grace was sitting on the floor, insisting that she would not eat. Holding her stomach, she continued with heart-rending sincerity. This time she really wouldn't eat, but she was so sick from hunger that she was afraid she would throw up everything. What if there is something left in the stomach? Choo-Choo put her hand on the heroine's shoulder and asked what they should do. Siana stated that Your Highness should stop this. The girl screamed to stop. What will happen if this is not done? Because Grace will become so plump again. But if this happens, Isaac, and other ladies, and even the maids, everyone will hate her. The heroine is the most beautiful princess in the palace. Otherwise, it will become useless. The heroine burst into tears. Siana asked then what she thought of this idea. After all, he is the only person she should take care of, and the one she is obliged to love is herself. There is no point in ruining yourself for the sake of those who are not even capable of responding to her with warmth. The maids hugged the princess from both sides, and then they finally asked. The lady calmed down. She replied that she was ashamed too, but Siana replied calmly without looking away. There was no need to be shy. In any case, she wouldn't remember anything that happened today. Grace noticed with a slight smile every time she saw her. She doesn't look like a mid-level servant, but like a high-ranking maid. Then she asked quietly, almost with hope, because Siana had said that she had the same problem. Therefore, the princess would like to hear her story too. The main character replied that she had the same reasons. She simply longed for love. The maids called her a doll, however, when the heroine was unable to overcome her eating disorder. She became disgusting in the eyes of others, and everyone abandoned her. Only then did Siana realize that it was poison that was eating her away from the inside. And the girl who looked like a doll simply disappeared. Holding out her hand, the heroine said that being slim, taking care of your skin with massage, and covering yourself in jewelry are not all that bad. On the one hand, it's even fun, but if all this is for the sake of other people, then there is no need to do this, because in the end, this will only cause her pain. Grace asked anxiously if she really would be okay. The maid answered, of course, and then thought about it, because unlike her, she did not have to make a choice because of her parents' indifference. She was a member of the imperial family. Siana said that she was a princess, and if she wanted to eat cake, she should swallow it whole. If he loves to dress up, then all the best outfits are for Grace. No one will dare say anything. And if she found a person who is dear to her, then it is worth trying to get to know him. Is there a law that obliges a princess to marry her groom? Grace admitted that sometimes the main character says strange things so calmly. Suddenly, Choo-Choo's voice and the sounds of a cart were heard. She brought lunch. The maid admitted that Grace had been crying, so she was probably hungry. Did she come at the wrong time? I'm sorry. The heroine just smiled and thought that she really was a fool. In that case, she said not to worry and promised to show me an exercise that would help me lose weight. The girl replied that instead of focusing on losing weight, she wanted something else. She wants to become stronger. Footsteps were heard. The maids bowed. At this time, the princess was munching at the table. She swallowed the food one after another. And then she threw her legs onto the table along with her shoes. Grace let out a sigh of relief and gave herself a bob cut. The strangest, but most beautiful princess in the palace. Your Highness, it's wonderful that she has a good appetite, but the maid was worried that it might cause her health problems. The heroine looked at her angrily and said, "Isn't it really unpleasant for her that she will have to serve not the most beautiful, but the fattest princess in the palace? After all, when she eats something sweet, she is more than happy." Choo-Choo said that even a dog doesn't take a bone out of its mouth while eating, so why bother the princess? Grace has eaten everything, so we can start training. The girl grabbed the barbell with her hands, and then she lifted it up. Choo-Choo was amazed that the princess was able to lift such a weight in just a few days of training. It was incredible. She showed off her muscles. At that very moment, Isaac ran into the room. How could such a beautiful hand be disfigured? The girl admitted that her maid made this exercise machine for her. He asked her to stop because the princess's muscles were so terrible. Taking the bride by the hand, he will ask Grace to come to her senses. He got down on one knee and assured her that this was wrong. The princess asked what was wrong. How dare someone judge the daughter of the most honorable people in this country? Whoever said this is terrible and needs to be severely punished. Let him answer who dares to laugh at the princess. Isaac admitted that he had made a mistake because he had said that out of anxiety. Grace chuckled, worried that he was afraid that his bride would not be so beautiful. He won't be the flower of the empire. Now everything is clear. The groom is of the same opinion. What those maids did, the princess now sees. And I wonder what else this damn fox is going to say. Suddenly, the man got hit on the head. He was surprised at what the princess was doing. Grace apologized and said that she was tired. Then the heroine continued, looking at him with a slight smile, which, by the way, looking at him now, she understands that he has very thin arms. And she added that even though he is a nobleman, he believes that he should live in comfort and not experience difficulties. But can he be called an incredible and strong man if he has no muscles? It would be better if he did some sports. Again, this sweet prince with his little animals. Siana asked him what was wrong this time. The man explained that he had been out for a walk and then felt thirsty, so he came to see her. She thought about it because at first he came simply because he wanted some fruit, and the next time it was out of curiosity about the new menu. Then he ran to get a snack for his pets. Rashid comes here as if to a market. After all, if this continues, the maid will become part of a scandal, and her peaceful life will end. The prince stated that Xian had nothing to worry about, as he was the crown prince of this empire, and therefore he can find out about everything that happens in the palace, and also hide everything he wants. The main character asked the man what drink he would like, but he sneezed. The girl was surprised because he continued to sneeze. She asked if he was thirsty, or if his mouth was dry. Rashid was surprised how she understood. And then, Siana placed her palm on the prince's forehead, and she replied that it seemed he had caught a cold. Does the hero listen to the girl at all? This is serious because he got sick, and now he shouldn't fool around here. Now I need to get a good rest in bed. The prince reflected that since he was 13, he had lived on the battlefield, and there were days of serious injuries or fractures. There was even a day when he was hit by a poisoned arrow and his internal organs were damaged. Rashid said that compared to all this, a cold was nothing to worry about. It literally flew past him like a leaf. Siana, however, stated that the main character was talking nonsense. And anyway, what if this flying leaf turned out to be poisoned? Then it could threaten him in the same way as a deadly poison. The girl stated that even if everything seems fine, one still needs to remain careful. After all, you never know what complications might arise later. Then the maid took the man by the hand. So we need to start treatment right now, and Siana took the prince to the palace. It was heard that the hero needed a good rest, and with that, the maid must take her leave. But Rashid grabbed the girl by the edge of her apron, and, holding her by the shoulders, he declared that his throat hurt even more, and it seemed that his temperature had also risen. The girl didn't understand why the prince was telling her all this. There weren't any other servants in the palace, but the main character cannot leave Rashid in this state. She brought him milk with honey and ginger. Just drink 1 cup, and you will feel better. The main character said that everything that Siana cooks is very tasty. A man who lived on the battlefield since he was 13. How is this even possible? The maid thought for a moment and then continued that the prince is a very strange person. The main character said it like this: "So Siana likes strange guys." She was surprised. Adjusting his bangs, he declared that since he was this girl's type, then everything was fine. She covered the prince with a blanket, declaring that he continued to talk nonsense. It seems he has become even worse, and it is better to go to bed quickly. The chief prince was even glad that he was sick, because now the maid was taking care of him. Siana told him that he could receive such care at any time, so he shouldn't worry and should get well soon. Here, finally, is the last day at the training site. The main character thanked the maids for their diligence and responsibility. They bowed and thanked him for his leadership, and as a token of gratitude, they prepared a gift. What beautiful beads! Now Siana can snack on them, because they are edible. The girl suddenly called out to Jana, and she said, "See you soon." The heroine clearly did not expect this, but she smiled back, thanking him. 3 maids bowed to the miss. The door slammed behind the main character. Bright sunlight was shining through the windows, and Siana understood that she was no longer just a maid, and a mid-level maid. The main character, Nina, and Nana were surprised to see the princess. After all, it seems that the Dowager Empress did not take good care of it. But the girl said no. She just got what she was promised. But Siana asked that she was still curious about how they managed to get along. Squeezing her hand, Aris replied that she thought the Empress liked her, even when she was rattling dishes and chomping. The woman did not make any comments to the princess. Even though the heroine was throwing tantrums, she never even got angry. Perhaps the Empress is so kind to her only because she misses her granddaughter. Why did she give the princess things that she had already worn? What bad taste! The maids were generally aware of how much Aris missed them. Nina and Nana were touched, sobbing and pressing their palms to their cheeks. One of them said that she had now truly achieved all her goals in this life. And then the girls began to argue sullenly. One told the other to leave, declaring that she would take care of Her Highness herself. And in response, she heard that only she would be enough for the princess. The princess wondered if the two had become even stranger since their promotion. 3 days passed, when suddenly, Aris noticed something strange. Some carriage arrived at her palace. The girl said that she didn't invite anyone, that they were forgetting themselves there. Princess Grace appeared before her and said that she had come to see the maid. Why would any girl want to date Siana? Aris thought, and forbade it. Explaining that she did not like it when other people wanted to meet her maid, the princess told them to leave. Grace laughed and said, "Just look how cute she is." Running up to Aris, she asked what brought the girl here, and then she looked up at the guests, asking why Choo-Choo was crying. Bowing, the heroine said, "Your Highness, forgive me actually. The maid only missed Siana, so they came with Grace." She said that because of her, the relationship between the sisters could deteriorate, so Choo-Choo would better leave. The main character said that yes, the girl was at fault, and that one shouldn't barge into people's homes without warning, even if one really wanted to. Then Siana realized that she shouldn't have scolded her so harshly. Aris stopped them, saying she was just joking. Grace thought she would have a cup of tea and leave, and the girl, in turn, thought that she would send her away. The princess said, "What are they standing there for? Let them bring tea quickly." At this moment, Choo-Choo was very upset about her misdeed. The heroines have already been brought 2 cups. It was clear that Grace had nothing to say to her sister, and the girl felt very awkward. She asked if her little sister had a fiancé. Aris asked if she was really going to grumble. Placing the cup on the saucer, Grace replied that it was the other way around. She is very jealous, and if her sister can, let her conclude the engagement later, or better yet, let her not conclude it at all. The girl looked at the princess in surprise and then asked why. She explained that as we age, we all see our partners in a different light. Previously, the groom seemed like a prince on a white horse, but now she regrets that she got engaged. Grace explained that although he doesn't do anything directly, his actions make her feel uncomfortable and his constant demands are incredibly stressful. A princess must always behave with restraint and maintain her charming beauty, must wear dresses and have a soft, gentle voice. In any situation, she must remain graceful and calm. You must not raise your voice or say anything rude. Suddenly, there was silence between the girls, after which they both slammed the table, and they shouted that since he was putting forward demands, let him comply with them himself. Choo-Choo noticed that, contrary to expectations, they got along very well. Footsteps and a voice were heard. "Oh, you have guests." The emperor's wife said that they would come later then. She came with her son. He silently looked at the girl. Grace didn't understand why he was staring like that. It seems he wants to draw the heroine. The princess did not mind and began to pose. Aris was happy because she hadn't seen her older brother draw for a long time. The mother wondered if the same thing hadn't happened last time. This seems to be a tradition of the imperial family. The main character was reading a letter in the room, after which he told Sol that his father and mother would be delayed at the sanatorium. And looking at the letter, he thought, this means that he himself will have to take care of organizing the rose banquet, which will take place soon. This annual event in May, held during the rose blooming season and reserved for nobles of good standing at the imperial palace, is what the rose banquet is all about. In addition, there is a special rule associated with this event. Participants are required to come with a partner. This also applies to the banquet organizer. The guard shouted that is, the prince needs a partner. Sol continued to chatter, stating that it had seemed strange from the beginning that the crown prince still didn't have a bride. And then he immediately offered to take advantage of the opportunity to find a lady who would take the place of his wife in the future. The hero shouted that rumors about him, that he was asexual, homosexual, castrated or crazy, were preventing him from finding his soulmate. Is he really going to put a ribbon on his animals, making them his partners? The protagonist thought that this wasn't such a bad idea. The guard slapped himself in the face and thought, I'm going crazy. At this rate, there's no escaping trouble. Who can even tolerate such a person? Wait a minute, but there are some. The sweetest girl in the empire. He asked if the prince would like to take a look at Sienna. Rashid replied that it was unlikely that she would want that. Sol exclaimed, of course, let him trust. The guard brought some gifts with him, saying, please, madam, but I heard a firm refusal. The hero fell to his knees, and no matter how wonderful the gifts are, her answer will remain the same. Because she is burdened by her status as the prince's partner, and therefore an ordinary maid will be condemned for standing next to his highness. Behind her back, she will be called a fox who seduced the prince. And then the girl's quiet life will end. Sol said that he understood. He hadn't thought about it. He just wanted a nice girl to stand with the prince, not a hypocrite. Clenching her palms, the heroine replied that there were many girls near the prince. True, but His Highness does not want any of them, and he only wants to see Sienna next to him. Is it true that the maid refuses this? The main character says that Rashid loves her like his little pet, but this is not a reason to accept his request. Sol replied that nothing could be done. Then he will have to take the place of the mistress. He chuckled, even though there would be some depraved rumors, but it was nothing new to him. A tear glistened as he continued, that potential partners would disappear and the single mother would cry. The main character was amazed and said, okay, I agree. And she put her finger in front of him, saying that it was not for nothing. The guard said she could ask for anything. The girl said that although she would be there as His Highness's partner, she wished to maintain her peaceful life as a maid, so she did not intend to fully reveal her identity. He said that he understood, but was that possible since many in the imperial palace knew Siana's face? Having adjusted her hair, the girl declared that she would deal with it herself. They just need to prepare a fake status. The door opened. She needs a status that will befit His Highness's partner. The prince smiled contentedly, and he greeted the main character from the balcony. He is very happy for Siana, and that the heroine agreed to help. The main character asked him why he hadn't come in person since he wanted it so much, and added that perhaps his pride was hurt by the very fact of asking a pitiful maid for help. The man came closer and said that no, Rashid was simply afraid that a request coming from him might seem like an order, and he did not want to order her. But judging by Siana's face, she thinks it was cowardly. Suddenly, the main character got down on one knee and kissed the girl's hand, thanking her for not refusing such a difficult request. Blushing, the main character screamed at him to tell her the details of the banquet. Rashid explained that the Rose Banquet is an event that extols romance, the Rose Goddess, and love. And as mentioned earlier, a partner is required to participate, as this banquet is merciless to those who are single. Another bad point, as the prince noted, is the obligatory dance of the organizer during the opening, as a sign of the wish of endless love from the goddess Rosrinta to the banquet participants. The man suddenly asked if she didn't believe in love. Siana replied that it was extremely rare, on par with a miracle, and even rarer among the imperial family. Therefore, the maid is shocked by the existence of such an event. However, they will only need to go out at the beginning of the banquet. Right. The protagonist smiled and said that she shouldn't feel burdened, just move to the rhythm. Siana was indignant because she planned to give it her all since she accepted the request. And they should start dancing right now. Precious stones were glowing in the trunk of the carriage. They were bathed in rainbow light. There was a dark-skinned, red-haired girl sitting in the carriage. She turned to Kieran, asking if he was looking at his thing again. The guy should forget this girl, because on the day of the fall of the kingdom of Aslan Palo, the princess died and was long gone. The hero denied it with screams. But the red-haired girl continued that her body had indeed not been found, but the king had died tragically, and most likely the princess as well. But Kieran continued that this girl was definitely alive, and they simply couldn't find the place where Siana was hiding. The heroine understands that he has special feelings for her. However, they did not come here to play, but to strengthen friendly relations with the imperial family by participating in the Rose Banquet on behalf of their mother. The guy assured her that his sister shouldn't worry. He hadn't lost his mind enough to make such a mistake. The heroine answered discontentedly yeah, and she will help him when she finishes her business. But the guy was sure of it. What will find Siana? And he will never let go of the princess's hand again. They were waltzing when suddenly Rashid said that the girl was dancing beautifully. She replied that she was a princess, but she didn't think that this skill would be needed in such a situation. And in her youth, Siana trained in dancing to avoid criticism from her stepmother. Rashid doesn't really know how to dance because it's enough to know the basic movements. The rest comes with practice. But what's his problem? He explained that he hadn't really studied dancing. More precisely, I simply couldn't devote time to it. There was a war going on then, and there was no suitable opportunity. His biological mother is the Empress, the most noble woman in the imperial palace. It is strange that the man who was the most influential heir to the imperial throne from birth chose the difficult path to becoming a prince. But even this is not the only oddity. Suddenly, the main character asked if the reason the heir didn't have a girlfriend was because he simply wasn't interested in them. The hero smiled and replied, yeah, but Siana is different. She's not like that at all. Stroking her face, the man said that Siana's face was like a snow-white bun with 3 round beans. She said that let's continue. There's no point in asking a prince who is not in his right mind. He has no experience, but the main character grasps it well and is glad that the dance will turn out well. Siana thought that Aris, having learned about this, would not say anything, but she even felt sorry for the maid. And hitting the wall, she declared, does the girl really like being around any other member of the imperial family besides her? And the girl won't just watch this, and the princess will make sure that the maid smells of her aroma from a mile away. At this moment, the main character was picked up by Nina and Nana. The maids soaped the girl's head. Taking her by the chin, Aris said that she would not tolerate her maid looking untidy at the banquet. Sienna must be the most beautiful at the rose banquet. After all, the main character planned to dress up herself, but she didn't expect such a scale. They even gave her money. Sienna realized that she needed to repay Her Highness for her kindness and dress up nicely. She stated that next time the water for washing and massage oil should be lavender, because lavender combines best with her natural aroma, and she would prefer everything to be perfect. She also likes babasu oil as a scented hair product. After all, her hair is thin and heavy oils only tangle it even more. The maids and the princess listened to the girl with their mouths open. The princess smiled, saying that her maid was very suspicious after all. That's why I like Aris. Rashid looked at the heroine with a flushed face and a gentle smile. Sienna asked why he was looking at her like that, and if there was something on his face. But the crown prince said something had changed in recent days. The girl replied that she thought he wouldn't notice, but, contrary to expectations, he turned out to be quite attentive. Rashid himself is amazed, apparently all thanks to the maid. As if that look, Sienna thought that this was not possible. The main character pulled her hand away and said that she would not be able to come to rehearsal tomorrow. After all, she needs to pick out a dress and decorations for the banquet. The hero offered to go together, but Sienna replied that she would be with him at the banquet, hiding her identity. Therefore, she needs to prepare secretly, so that rumors do not spread, because if he goes with her, it will immediately become clear to everyone who his partner is. And even if he hides his face, it won't help. This is not a festival for commoners. After all, there will be crowds of aristocrats on the streets who are also preparing for the banquet, and it will be simply impossible to hide one's identity completely. And the main character would not want to choose a dress together with Rashid. She thought that after all the grandiose preparations, she wanted to surprise the prince. But, adjusting her hair, she replied that there was one reason. That's all. And perhaps it's time for the maid to go. The man suddenly called out to Sienna, and when she turned around, he handed her a treat. When the maid asked what it was, the hero replied, "Chocolate with raspberry jam." The main character then said that she planned to become his partner, even if only for one night, so next time he should hand over things politely. The man laughed and replied, "That fine, so be it." Rashid noticed that the main character has a small build and cute but quick steps, so she resembles a chipmunk, Sol thought. The bloody prince, in his personal life, he usually does not show aggression and skillfully uses an affectionate tone during communication. Even when it comes to complex or sensitive topics, it's all just for show. In fact, he is so cold-blooded that it is as if there is nothing human in him. A man can easily behead a stranger without any remorse. But next to this girl, next to such a small and sweet Sienna, the main character looks like an ordinary person. No, it can't be called that. Would an 18-year-old man smile so brightly? Rashid was surprised how this girl could be so sweet. He wanted to feed her delicious food every day, hug and stroke her when she yawns, and go for a walk with her when you get bored. Sol thought that the prince was out of his mind, and what he thought about his mistress in general. And what if the lady wants to leave the palace? What will the main character do? She used to be a princess. Most likely, sooner or later, the life of a maid will tire her out. And then Rashid will be able to let the girl go without hesitation. Pointing to the animals, he said that he never forces anyone. They can leave him at any time. So if Sienna wants to leave, he will let her go. The guard thought, Rashid has it tough. Sol stated that he did not know the details, but Mrs. Sienna had no attachment to her homeland, no melancholy, and was quite content with her life as a maid. He continued that the princess, who is accompanied by Sienna, is personally supervised by the empress herself. Sienna managed to become a mid-level maid in a very short time, so unless things change much, she will most likely stay here. Only if no one visits her, and the heroine does not want to become a princess again. The protagonist was informed that a delegate from the Mystic Supreme had arrived. The jewelry glowed in the cases. Here, in the store where all accessories and shoes are collected. The girl will be able to hide behind all this luxury without standing out too much. and it was barely possible to persuade the maids and Aris to stay. The absence of a sign is a sign of a secret shop that hides customer information, so it's a great place to look for a dress. A woman began to approach her, greeting Siana, but suddenly she became quiet, realizing that the girl did not look like an aristocrat. But she doesn't look like a rich commoner either. Maybe she just came here by accident. The main character realized that everything was written on this worker's face, and even though she's uncomfortable, there's nothing she can do about it. Unlike ordinary stores, these featured sophisticated designs, each of which could hide a secret meaning. Now she looked quite simple, and felt that from the outside, she didn't fit into this luxury at all, therefore. When Siana asked for her things to be brought to her, the woman hesitated and asked how much she was expecting. The maid replied with a smile that it was supposedly 10,000 gold. The heroine warns in advance to avoid misunderstandings, that the money is not stolen or counterfeit, and she is ready to pay half the amount in advance. She waved it off and said that she had no prejudice against her. It's a lie. If the girl hadn't been so reserved, she would have already called Siana a fraud. The main character said that she wanted the dress to be made of Mikado silk, which serves as a symbol of elegance and luxury. And Ziana loves the feeling of soft silk against her skin. Is this really the only necklace they have? The maid would like one made of white pearls, or one with a 100-year-old diamond. The girl said that she liked white pearls. They would match her skin color, and in the light, they would shine brighter than a diamond. What does the designer think about this? The man replied that he had the same opinion. The girl whispered to the hero that the lady was so knowledgeable in the field of dresses and jewelry. Who was she? The designer suggested that since the lady was so knowledgeable about dresses and jewelry, it was quite obvious that she was from a noble family. The heroine became worried because she had made a mistake at the very beginning. And if Siana finds this a problem, she will be fired. The main character thought she had already picked everything up, and there is still money left in that case. The maid would like to look at the gift accessories. Could the worker accompany the heroine? Sol thanked the main character for such a generous gift. She chose gifts for her dear people and colleagues. Everyone was very happy about this. Even the emperor's wife received her gift. The protagonist looked askance at the guard and said that it was time to start the dance rehearsal. Smiling, Rashid asked, and him, why didn't the girl give him anything? Is it because she doesn't love him? Siana exclaimed, no, that's not the point. The reason was that she thought that the prince would not like the brooch and that it would be better to give him something else. And the girl will tell you what it is when the time comes. Judging by the cutie's face, she doesn't want to tell it so easily, the prince thought with a smile. Siana admitted that His Highness had worked hard. Today is the last dance rehearsal, and it's worth trying not to forget the movements. The protagonist asked if it was necessary to behave this way. Despite his busy schedule, he was ready to make time for their meetings. The girl replied that yes, definitely, since there were less than 3 days left until the banquet. She admitted that she wanted to hide her identity. But how? The prince asked. She's not going to wear a mask. The main character put her finger to her lips and replied that the man would see everything at the rose banquet. At this time, the boy was being led by the ear by his sister, who had asked him not to talk nonsense to the prince, rather than as master and maid. He assured that he tried his best and adhered to etiquette. Abruptly letting go of her brother, the heroine exclaimed whether he was sure of this. The girl barked and asked again, Sol announced that a delegate from a group of mystical merchants had arrived, and he continued that they make rare magical stones. They also work with very special products. Why they enjoy the respect of His Majesty. My God, the rumors weren't lying. The Crown Prince really is incredibly handsome. It feels like he's hiding something behind his beautiful appearance. Grabbing the corner of her dress, the red-haired beauty introduced herself as Caroline. Curtsying, she introduced herself as the eldest daughter of a group of mystical merchants and greeted His Highness. After all, they came to the Empire to participate in the upcoming Rose Banquet, and it was a great honor for her to meet the prince in person. Carolina was surprised. The man didn't even react. Still, handsome guys are assholes, the girl thought to herself. Then the heroine nudged her brother with her elbow, and she angrily ordered him to introduce himself. But the guy just stared at the prince. The only thing in his head was that this was the same bloody prince. who destroyed the homeland of Siana. It was his fault that the princess went missing. Caroline was furious, wondering if her brother had gone completely crazy. And, putting him on his knees, the heroine declared that the lady her brother valued was gone, and now he was completely out of his mind. But the main character was not thinking about that. He became interested in what gift these guests brought. Maybe a bow for Chuk Chuk, or sweets for Nyam Nyam, or maybe a toy for Chek Chek after all. Sol exclaimed that despite the replacement of the emperor, it was necessary to at least have a little conversation with the guests. Rashid calmly asked if that girl was so beautiful that the guy lost all peace. He replied that she had a bright, round face with clear eyes. Naive and charming, like a pie made only from wheat flour. The prince replied that the hero had excellent taste, and that this description reminded him of someone. The guy replied that he lost her because of one asshole who was eager to shed blood, but he would definitely find her. And he will never let go of the hand of this beautiful princess again. With a smile, Rashid replied that he would pray for the hero's wish to come true. The sister continued to make sure that after the banquet, her brother disappeared from sight. He can finally go and find his Siana, instead of getting on her nerves. The hero replied that that was what he intended to do. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy promised himself that wherever Siana was, he would find her. At that moment, the main character walked past them. Nina and Nana appeared in front of the girl and asked what Mrs. Siana wanted for breakfast. The main character sadly announced that she would skip breakfast. They asked worriedly, because she must be hungry. A girl entered the room and asked why Siana wasn't eating. The girl replied that the corset should not press and that it would be difficult to go to the toilet. Aris sketched out the general appearance that Mrs. Siana would wear at the banquet. And if she shows up like this, she will definitely not be recognized. And the dress suits me very well. Nina and Nana discussed who to trust to do their makeup and hair. At that moment, Aris fell asleep, and a moment later the maids began to wake her up. They said that Siana was ready. The girl was stunned in this way. The night of the banquet, the castle was shining. The guests whispered that her beauty was now of a different nature. Now Grace looks like a big black panther. The groom whispered that he sincerely asked her to wear the dress he sent at least today, because no matter how much she ate or exercised, it would not change the essence. But the princess distantly stated that she could not wear that dress because it was too small for her. She then went on to say that she had gained weight recently, so mini dresses were not suitable for her. The girl used to be a doll, and now he is a human being. And since Isaac liked the dress so much, he could wear it himself. Smiling, the heroine replied that, instead of feeling uncomfortable around each other, it would be better for them to walk separately. Grace thought that after this banquet, it would be worth talking to her mother about breaking off the engagement. Caroline said that the prince always amazed with his beauty, but the princess was not inferior to him. Suddenly, my sister jokingly said, "Oh, what is this? Princess Siana?" At that moment, the guy jumped up, asking where, but the girl just grinned, saying, "Oh, not her." He got angry because he had asked him not to joke like that, and his sister replied with a grin that he himself was a fool, since he got caught every time, and told him to turn on his brain. Could Princess Siana possibly appear in this place? Having poked her brother in the forehead, the heroine told him to stop talking nonsense and to come to his senses, as if he had met His Highness. Because the people here, potential clients, will have to pay dearly for today's mistake. Caroline angrily declared that she would strip him naked, tie him up, and lock him up somewhere so that he would not even think about searching for Princess Siana. He thought about it because the most important thing now was to be submissive at least today so that his sister would help him in the future. By the way, why did the Crown Prince come to the banquet alone? As he descended the stairs, Rashid asked the guests not to worry. After all, his partner will arrive soon. Whispers began to circulate about who was accompanying the prince, since he had such a look. The guests continued to discuss that the princess had arrived from another kingdom and was rumoured to be an aristocrat from the far north. I wonder how good she is. The main character wanted to see the maid as soon as possible. After all, she promised to come in an appropriate form, and she would like to be in the image of an arrogant and haughty princess. When Rashid read these lines, he was surprised. After all, she said that no one would recognize Siana. That's why, most likely, she dressed completely differently. But I wonder where those kind eyes and round face will go. Suddenly noticing the main character, the Crown Prince froze. and she took hold of the corner of her dress and said that it was an honor for her to stand next to the most noble prince today, and she introduced herself as Roseanne. The girl played the harp gracefully. Her fingers glided smoothly over the strings. All the couples started to slow dance, and the main characters also decided not to lag behind. Suddenly, the prince asked how this was possible. Sienna replied that such is the power of makeup and dress. The main character admitted that, although it is a little unethical, the makeup fits well on her face. She realized this when she was trying to survive as a child, when the princess had to pretend to be a doll. At one point, Rashid admitted that he had been practicing dancing at the heroine's request. She was surprised, because she didn't think the prince would listen. After that, Sienna asked who he rehearsed with. The main character admitted that Sol helped him, and since the man listened to her words, she is ready to show Rashid something special. The dance ends with a return bow. But today will be an exception, especially for the crown prince. The main character embraced the man. He said with a smile that finally, Sienna was hugging him properly. And after his words, he leaned closer to the heroine, kissing her. A male voice was heard saying that he was pleased to see the heir in good health. After all, before going to the battlefield, he stopped in Harrington County. And so, as a sign of his return, a gift was sent to him. Sienna understood that to become emperor, the prince had to stay put and increase his influence. She continued the thought that he was not at all interested in other aristocrats and royal families. Covering herself with a fan, the heroine took everything into her own hands and noted that she dreamed of visiting the blue coast of his kingdom personally. And so, given how far her domain is from the capital and that the road there ends, the path for Madame Reinhard was not easy. Everyone began to notice. Surprisingly, Sienna seemed arrogant and haughty, but in the end she even moves with all the rules of etiquette. It must have been hard to remember all of this. And how does the heroine know so much about the guests? She really is an ideal lady. Even when asked personal questions, Roseanne reveals nothing but her name, and now we can only guess whether we will be able to meet her again. The guest said he was pleased to see the couple together. It would be wonderful to meet them not only today, but also on another day. Smiling, Rashid admitted that he was of the same opinion. The guests were probably surprised by how actively the prince praised his partner. The main character hoped that the banquet would end without any problems, when suddenly I heard a familiar voice. It was the spitting image of her childhood friend's voice. Kieran often visited her state because of the new queen, who liked magic, and he often stood up for the girl. The hero asked the lady if they had ever met before. She understood that of course they had met. However, now, Sienna cannot reveal her identity, so she answered negatively, and the main character sees him for the first time. Approaching her brother, Carolina apologized for his behavior. After all, his friend disappeared and the guy is not himself. She felt ashamed of the uneasy feeling she felt in front of the man who genuinely cared about her. The prince noticed a change in the girl's mood, and he turned towards the guests, but they were already leaving the banquet hall. Suddenly, Kieran turned back, saying that Caroline had promised to help him if the banquet went without incident. His sister reproachfully reminded him that he had already forgotten his crazy speech to the prince's partner. The brother reminded her that he had behaved the way she wanted, smiling foolishly at the pretend aristocrats. Carolina thought, he really was more submissive than usual, and his face brought a lot of benefit. Okay, let him talk, but he'll most likely ask to find out about Xian. But Kieran said he wanted to know more about the girl, who arrived as His Majesty's partner. She has a completely different face, another aura. However, there is something that is very similar to Ziana, those very eyes. Whenever I see her, the face of that same little girl appears. I remember that early childhood when they met. With a bow, the heroes declared that they wished well to the goddess of roses and love, Roslinta. Plopping down on the floor, Sienna declared, "Ugh, finally." The main character asked if it was hard. She thought about it. She had to communicate with people the entire banquet, and she hadn't even been able to eat properly, just to avoid creating unnecessary problems. Still, the girl believes that being a maid is much better, even if you can do as much as you can. Suddenly, the man began to lift her dress. The girl exclaimed what he was doing, and he took Sienna's foot in his hands and proudly admitted that, as he thought, the heroine had rubbed her feet. And that's how he realized. She was frowning as she walked and moving as if she was uncomfortable. A maid appeared before the heroes, holding a tray with various devices for speedy healing and treatment. Will the prince himself personally take care of this? When he took the leg in his hands, Sienna exclaimed that she could do it better herself. But it's so nice. Rashid has such a big and cold palm. The main character was surprised at how small the legs were. Smiling and blushing slightly, the prince thought, how cute. But Sienna assumed an indignant tone and asked what made the prince laugh so much, if it's because of her toes. In the place of a well-bred lady, the heroine will not forgive him. Rashid replied that no, and that was just sweet. But why did he feel so strange? For such a simple reason. The banquet was attended by the cream of society, including the most beautiful Princess Grace, graceful and dangerous as a black panther. And among the guests was a mysterious man from a group of merchants with the aura of a brown fox, wary and cunning. And among all those present, she took the place of the heir's partner, Roseanne, mysterious and reserved. Are the characters really in a relationship? Nina discussed how since the aristocrats were seeing her for the first time, it meant she was not from the imperial nobility. But when asked about this, the prince and Rosanna only laughed. Nana answered her sister, suggesting that she might be a princess from another kingdom. What if Rosanna is a member of the nobility, the kingdom that the prince conquered? That's why she can't reveal her identity. The maid said she thought the rumors would go something like this. But this is their mistress, Sienna, the sisters declared proudly. Aris said with a grin that they could only spread absurd rumors because at the banquet, Sienna was truly beautiful, like a rose fairy. The main character thought that her appearance at the banquet was much more impressive than expected. In principle, this is what the maid was trying to achieve. So I put on some makeup and dressed up to the max. And I trained myself to behave in a manner befitting my status. The girl told that Sister Grace said that the maids and aristocrats asked about Rosanna. Smiling, Aris admitted that her tongue was itching, and with a loud cry, the princess declared that the charming and arrogant goddess of the rose banquet was her maid, Sienna. But she added, covering her mouth with her hands, that she held back because she couldn't reveal such a secret. Nina and Nana, however, said there was no need to worry. They knew how to keep secrets and didn't even reveal the story about the map on the blanket in their early childhood, or the fact that Nina farted when she confessed her love. Nana didn't tell anyone. There's really no reason to worry. These three don't cross any boundaries when it comes to anything important. Apart from them, the truth is known only to the prince and his attendant, so it is unlikely that the secret will be revealed. She admitted that there might have been marks on the dress and accessories, but the maid had chosen them from a store that knew how to keep its customers' secrets, so everything was fine. But there is only one person who worries Sienna, and that is Kieran. It's not scary if he's simply interested in Roseanne's personality, because the guy will never know about her real appearance. But if Kieran really starts looking for the princess, and not Rosanna, then things will take a serious turn. The main character sat on the throne, with his pet on his arm. It was the same thing in his mind, again, after that beautiful smile at the banquet. That day, everyone went crazy over Sienna. She was so beautiful. Does Rashid really feel the same way for this reason? Sol whispered to the prince that he had a guest. A man entered the room. It was Kieran. His gaze was full of determination. The protagonist, looking at the guy, remembered that he had previously tried to get closer to Sienna. Have you really fallen in love with a girl? Clenching his hand into a fist, he wondered if Kieran had visited him to find the girl. Smiling, the prince asked, "Well, what?" When Kieran got down on one knee, Rashid continued, wondering if he really wanted to ask something about his partner at the banquet. The boy asked if the lady standing next to him was the princess of the Aslan kingdom. The hero recalled that Her Highness disappeared on the day of the occupation, and then Rashid returned to the palace and made a maid out of her, right? Clenching his hand into a fist, he shouted that it was impossible to go beyond the permissible limits, Your Highness. How can you force a princess who lived in prosperity to do hard work? The sister screams. Does her brother really want to die? This is exactly what Kieran heard in his thoughts. The prince explained that there was no coercion. Sienna herself wanted to become a maid in the imperial palace, and he just fulfilled the girl's wish. At that moment, the main character wondered why he had told all this at all, as if he was trying to prove that he was not guilty before Sienna. I don't really care about this guy's criticism. But Kieran continued. Who would want such a fate? After the fall of the kingdom, the princess made such a decision only for the sake of staying alive. After all, she wouldn't want to die at the hands of a murderer. On his knees, Chiron continued in a reserved but insistent tone.
He was willing to give anything to get Lady Siana back.
The hero can send someone from the trading group to exchange, but only if he frees the princess from the shackles of this terrible place. The girl is not one to suffer from a trivial job in the enemy palace. Caroline paced back and forth across the room, thinking, oh my God, she had to stop her brother at any cost. Maybe it's worth going there and dragging him back. Biting her nails, she was afraid that she would be killed too. But the heroine can't leave him to die. She'll have to go and save the guy. The heroine entered the room and was surprised. Has my brother really already turned into a ghost? Why is he lying on the floor? He indignantly asked what Caroline was talking about. The heroine started hitting the guy and screaming, "What a fool you were, asking me not to come here." She explained that her brother only stepped forward so aggressively because he was afraid for her. He always reacts harshly when it comes to her safety. The brother said that he asked for the princess to be released, but contrary to expectations, the Blood Prince said nothing. He turned out to be reserved when it came to resolving the issue. The main thing is that he returned alive, said the sister. But what was his brother going to do next? Kieran replied that he would take the princess away from here. And will mother allow such nonsense? But in return, the guy is ready to do whatever she wants. And even if he has to become a fawning puppy at noble parties, he will accept the terms of the deal without hesitation, just to protect those dear to him. The heroine stated that she knew about her feelings for Princess Jian, but did not expect them to be so deep. It's all because of Princess Siana. For him, the only dear person, she is special. The ruler of the Kingdom of Aslan, where they are heading, is their special client. She visits the trading group monthly, and this makes a big difference. And when she found out about the children, she wanted to see them. The prince and princess are the same age as the girl. The mother said that the children should play well with them to become friends, since they were their future clients. Kieran understood that they were even worse than the common nobility. A sword was thrust into the doll. The boy didn't expect them to be so strange. The princess invited them to play with dolls. They will be dolls, and she will be their mistress. And the dolls must listen to their owner. Grabbing the girl by the hair, she screamed for Carolina to quickly kneel down. Suddenly, Kieran hit her on the hand, shouting, "What nonsense! They are not her dolls that she can play with." The servants approached them and said that they were not playing with the princess. They dare to make fun of her. What impudence! The brother shouted that this was not a game, because the servant himself saw how Her Highness had hurt his sister. Probably commoner children with no etiquette training. It looks like someone here could use a lesson in royal manners. Covering her brother with her hand, the sister apologized, and she said that her brother was too small. By the way, Mother brought many gifts for the princess. The heroes began to unpack the gifts. Looking at Kieran, the girl mentally told him not to complicate things and stay outside. The boy understood that he really was an extra in this company. He stomped away in anger. As expected, they are terrible creatures. At that moment, the prince heard whimpering and followed the sound. Passing through the branches, the hero saw a girl, big-eyed, with tear-stained eyes. It was then that his first meeting with Siana took place. They looked at each other in silence. Then, Kieran turned around abruptly, thinking he had seen something he shouldn't have. And then, the princess began to cry again. He couldn't resist and handed the handkerchief to the girl. The handkerchief was now dirty. What should she do? So Kieran came up with a solution, saying that he had 100 of them at home, and the girl didn't have to return it. The girl said that she heard from the maid that the lady of the mystical trading group arrived today with the children. The hero asked in surprise, "Who is this heroine then?" Clutching the handkerchief, she said that she had even used it, but did not have time to introduce herself. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard. The heroine stood up on her feet, and she introduced herself as Siana Aslan von Silite. She is the first princess of the Aslan kingdom. He remembered his mother's words. She is not the queen's biological child, so she is practically isolated from everyone. And therefore, if a son meets a princess, he should not get too close to her. After all, there is no benefit from being friends with her. But the boy didn't care. He sat by the window, drawing the silhouette of the main character on the foggy glass. as if trying to keep her image close. The mother's voice was heard. She thanked him with dignity for the invitation. The queen responded with a slight smile, thanking her for her visit and inviting her guest inside. The boy, while no one was looking, began to move away. His sister noticed this, but said nothing. The children sat in the same place where they had first met. Holding the gift in her hands, Sienna said that it was very beautiful, like a real butterfly. Kieran responded calmly, but with a hint of sadness. He was glad that the gift was liked, but he reminded him that the world was full of wonderful things, and this was just one of them. The princess said that what surprised her most was the magic stone, allowing one to fly in the sky, and admitted that she would also like such a thing. The boy noticed that the main character really wanted to leave the palace. The girl didn't say anything, and then she simply smiled back at him. Kieran looked at the heroine in surprise. Then he grabbed the girl by the hand, shouting, "Your Highness! Please, she should wait a little, and one day the boy will help her," having freed the princess from this palace. The main character answered, "Uh-huh," and thanked Kieran. He thought that he should first get his mother's permission, because after going over to the enemy's side, everything became different. To increase the profits of the trading group, and the princess disappeared without a trace. It turned out that the enemy had brought her to a place where all this time she had to do hard work. First, you need to see Princess Sienna and explain everything to her, because once she finds out that the prince is letting her go, she will immediately leave the palace. The girl had been working all this time, and he decided that she needed to be assigned 5 good maids. The guy smiled cheerfully, greeting the princess. The main character stood in front of him in a cloak, and taking off her hood, she replied that she saw that Kieran was waiting for her. A few days ago, he visited the imperial palace and met with the crown prince. Kieran continued, looking straight into her eyes. After their meeting, he asked his sister to find out about her identity and found out the whole truth. The hero joyfully assured her that the prince had forced her to do hard work, so he had obtained an audience and asked her not to torment her any longer. So now the princess doesn't need to be seen with this tyrant, and she can do as she wishes. Sienna calmly replied that, unlike him, her current life didn't seem so terrible. The hero froze in his chair, not understanding what. And the girl continued with quiet confidence. She had learned things she had not known as a princess, and now she enjoyed working until she sweated. She loves how everything sparkles after cleaning, and especially when the garden flowers she painstakingly grew finally bloom. The main character easily gets drunk from the warmth and aroma of freshly washed clothes, and especially from the taste of personally baked cookies. And another thing that she really likes. This is to accompany the little princess Aris. That's why the girl is very happy. All this time, Kieran listened to her intently. Then he lowered his head down, saying, "It's impossible." He could not understand how a girl, once a princess, could be content with the life of a simple maid. And so he demanded that she leave the palace immediately. Having promised to accompany her, he added with confidence that living in comfort she would understand what true happiness is. Sienna asked coldly if he was trying to twist her around his finger, and the girl quietly said that she was really happy here, so she asked not to worry about her anymore and just leave. Getting up from his chair and leaving Sienna alone, he said that he had been too arrogant and would follow her advice. And she just needs to be told. If you need any help seeing off the guy, the main character mentally thanked her childhood friend, and she wished him eternal health. The carriage wheels clanked on the ground. His sister told Kieran not to worry. After all, Princess Sienna had already suffered the oppression of that inhuman queen. This girl did it all on her own, just like now. So the main character is truly an amazing person. Bowing, Sol said that he had not seen Lady Sienna for a long time. The main character said that she had come to meet His Highness, since he had completely disappeared after the banquet. The girl asked if he was sick, but the guard replied that he was not. It's just that the bird the prince was taking care of left him, and now he's in a bad mood. Sienna became concerned when she learned that he was very attached to his animals and was probably very upset. The hero thanked the maid for her concern, and he explained that His Highness adheres to that principle, that you shouldn't look for an animal that has run away on its own. There is no need to worry, because the air will get better with time. Sienna asked if this was true, but Sol said it was not, and the security guard should admit what happened. He started telling me that a couple of days ago. Kieran, a boy from a group of merchants, visited the prince. Bowing, the heroine greeted Rashid, and she thanked him for his time. Sienna told the protagonist to come to her, otherwise she would not visit him again. The escort thought, the man who came running after such words. It seems that His Highness also believes that he should let the princess go. The girl said that Kiran from the group of merchants offered to let her go, and now she wants to know if His Highness really intended to do so. The main character briefly answered that yes. And what does the maid think about this? Sienna understood that it was definitely a prince. He'll want to leave her in the palace, won't he? Therefore, she declared that she would do as His Highness wished. The prince froze, looking questioningly at the girl, who explained that she became a maid in the imperial palace only after she begged for mercy. And now her fate is entirely in his hands. Rashid thought she doesn't want to be near the man who destroyed her kingdom and killed her family. Memories of such a past are painful for the girl. It's unlikely that she feels any different here. Moreover, the heroine is no longer a princess, but an ordinary maid. So, for her own good, the prince must release the maid. But the main character understood that there was something inside. These thoughts simply break me down, so I grabbed the heroine's hand and asked her not to leave. He said that he was ready to do whatever she wanted. Kneeling down, he continued to raise her status, pay compensation, even give her a diamond mine or a mansion. So just let him stay in the palace. With a smile, Sienna said, "Okay." Jumping up from his knees, Rashid exclaimed, "Really?" The girl answered him that she was a woman of her word and would stay in the palace if that was what he wanted. And when he picked her up, Sienna said that she had only decided to stay in the palace, but she had definitely not given permission to behave so indecently. The prince smiled and replied to the girl that he was simply very happy and apologized. Having lowered her to the ground, the maid calmly noted. The man said that he would fulfill any of her wishes and extended his finger forward, declaring that the prince should not worry about her situation. She admitted that yes, she came to the palace not of her own free will. It was a desperate choice for survival. However, now everything is different, and the heroine is happy with her life here. From now on, she will choose where she wants to be, and asks that her choice be respected. Stroking Sienna's hand, Rashid said that the girl can do as her heart dictates. Having kissed her hand, he continued, and as his heart desired. The heroine said that since the nervous conversation was over, she was ready to move on to the second topic of conversation. And she told me that she had recently sorted out a gift of rose tea leaves from the Cashington garden. She continued by explaining that the roses from this garden have a long-lasting fragrance and flavour perfect for tea, but they take a long time to bloom, so it took her some time. Only a few days ago, she was able to use the luxurious leaves because she thought he would like the tea more than the brooch. The girl mentally noted that if we were to compare the prices, the brooch would be more expensive. And then Sienna said that she would now treat the prince to his first tea. The aroma wafted through the air. Rashid asked why the girl hated him. The maid looked at the main character in surprise, and she looked away, saying that he was talking about this again. The heroine explained that she was not attached to her homeland or her family, and that she did not feel any hatred towards him. So Rashid shouldn't be downhearted. It doesn't suit him at all. He should enjoy his tea. As usual, and with a familiar face, the protagonist thought, she said she doesn't hate me, so he must believe her words. Sitting down at the table, Sienna said, "You know what?" And taking the cup in her hands, she continued that there is an interesting belief. They say that if you prepare and drink tea from roses blessed by Rosrinta, it will bring a special blessing, and you can fall in love. This way, girls can reciprocate their feelings. The main character thought just like he did then. The heart trembles. And when I see her smile, I feel so warm inside. Now he understands one thing. My feelings for her are completely different from those for these kids. He is frightened by the departure of the main character. That's why the man admitted that he loves Sienna very much.